this whole Roe v. Wade leak.
Yeah, I heard about that, man. I think they it got settled though in 1971, didn't it?
Well, Roe v. Wade did, but they might overturn it, and like there was like a leak from one of the justices, and they say like a kind of a leak like this has never really happened before. You know, like where a ruling that the Supreme Court may come down with to overturn Roe v. Wade was like leaked to the public.
No shit. Who do you think it was? That new person?
No, actually, some people were saying it was like the Sotomayor staffers, possibly.
So you said a staffer?
Yeah, like a staffer.
Well, they should overturn it because it was based on a lie to begin with, the whole story. And I understand that Roe v. Wade isn't what most people think it is. I forget what it actually represents, but
Wait, what do you think it is?
no, I forget. It's been I saw videos on it where they explain it. A lot of people say it has it's about a woman's right to choose. It's like, no. I think it came down to like states' rights or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. And it also the lady that was involved with it actually came out as against abortion like a couple of years ago. Interesting enough.
I think it had something to do with claims she was raped when she never was. She freely admits she never was. It was based on a lie, and now millions upon millions of murdered babies because of her. She just totally regrets the whole thing.
What's totally crazy to me is like the whole abortion concept was like I mean, not all of it, but like, you know, come out of that Margaret Sanger eugenics, like, you know, kind of a program. You know, Margaret Sanger. There's no Margaret Sanger.
No, I'm listening. I'm sorry, I'm doing something too. Yeah, I know that is. You're talking from the early 1900s.
Yeah, she was like a eugenicist.
I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, didn't like Hillary Clinton applaud her or something like that? I forget the story. I forget. Oh yeah, she wanted to kill black people. That's what it was. Yeah, that was like the origin. She thought black people were lower or lesser and wanted to allow them to kill their babies and shit.
And that's why, like, it's like somebody put up something too. It's like the stat where it's like it's something like, you know, like 8% of you know, abortions are rapes or abnormalities, like medical issues, and like 92% of them are all, you know, young women that don't want to have a kid. And
those numbers are wrong, I bet.
A lot of them. It's crazy too how it's all like a lot of it established in the black communities and shit too.
I mean, I think women should have the right to choose. I mean, I wouldn't want a girl that I'm with to do something like that, but women should have the right to choose that if they'd like. But I think that there should just be penalties if it's like your second one, like a giant penalty. The third one, it's a massive penalty. Like if you're having multiple abortions, then definitely.
Well, you know what's so crazy though? Like aside from the topic of abortion, like what's crazy is like these are the same people that are like pissed off about the possible overturning of Roe versus Wade are like the same people that were like, I can't explain what a woman is. I'm not a biologist. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's just so. And then also, like, men can get pregnant now, so it's like men have a say in the topic now.
Yeah, fuck it. Listen, Posto, this argument, this position you're taking, and we could get to the separate new life in a second, but while it's still attached, this position you're taking is like the same as, oh, the guy who attempts suicide should be punished, right? Like, you don't think I should be able to cut myself in the chest if say I'm not trying to kill myself. Come on, let's get real with it. Why I can't do to my body whatever I want to my body?
That's not the problem at all. I think you should de-incentivize. people are arguing that they're doing it to someone else's body that happens to be inside their body.
I said we're going to get to that in a second. Let me get them just on the first part.
I'm just saying, I'm using it as a way to de-incentivize it, because the thing is, there's people who use it responsibly, there's people who need it just once, and then there's people who do it as a catch-all.
Birth control.
People who have done it 3 or 4 times are sick people, and so yeah, there should be penalties.
Bro, who cares if a woman if they take birth control so that they can't get pregnant in the first place? They're abusing their pregnancy potential.
No, that's fine. I'm talking about de-incentivizing abortion specifically.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about trying to get a consistent position so that when we travel into the world of it's a new person, you have an actual consistent position, because you ain't even really touched it yet. Why should
the problem with what you're saying would be either it's a thing that is considered to be wrong or it's not. So if you have punishment, then you're admitting that there's a thing that's wrong with it, right? Exactly. In which case, why are you even attempting to alleviate the punishment in the first place? Either you admit that it's wrong or you don't.
No, the thing is that there's people who have circumstances that whatever it is. Maybe somebody, they just started a new job, or maybe somebody did get raped, or maybe somebody was dating somebody and they really regret it for whatever reason. They made a big mistake. Having abortions and doing that, I think it should be available for people to make those mistakes and then learn from them. But if you're not learning from it and you're using it as a recreational catch-all, and you're doing it 3, 4, 5 times, there should be a penalty, and you should be incentivized not to be using it that way. But you should know that there's a catch-all if you need it.
So this is part of this greater good for society type of position of Kosho's position, right? Because it's definitely not a might makes right position, right? Unless you're saying society has the might to force individuals to do what society wants instead of what the individual wants, right?
But there's no reason to concern yourself with somebody doing it more than once unless you think there's something wrong with it to begin with.
He's admitted there's something wrong with it.
So that's right. But if you admit that there's something wrong with it, and that's why you don't want them to use it as a catch-all, then now you've lost the justification for letting them do it once in the first place, because you admit there's something wrong with it.
No, but he's agreeing there's wrong with specifics and all this, and there's leniency programs and all but
exactly.
He's admitting there's something wrong with it.
I mean, this already exists. You get a different sentence if you did something the first time versus if you did it multiple times.
I want to challenge you, period. I want to challenge you, period, on why a person should not be able to, 1, kill themselves, 2, do whatever they want with their body as long as they're not costing society anything. Okay. 3, kill their kid if they are have an abortion. 4, make their kid their slave for life if they want. Why should society get to say the kid gets to be ours, not yours, even though you may? Because we all belong to society. Like, all these positions, Kosho, are fucking gray area, slippery fucking slope. We're letting our power of our individuality be usurped. Thank you for listening.
Let somebody else argue that real quick. I need to call
just deal with the suicide. The suicide is the perfect middle ground. Why should a person not be allowed to commit suicide?
His point is overall like a good one, basically. In most cases, if not every case, they should be left to destroy themselves so long as destroying themselves doesn't violate somebody else's rights.
Yeah.
Because they have inherently, basically, a right to destroy themselves. We don't have a right to stop them from destroying themselves if they really want to, basically. Who are we to try to reach into their lives and decide for them what they are going to do? But once they cross the line over into they are violating somebody else's rights, now we do have a right as society to say you aren't allowed to reach over into someone else's rights and start violating.
Now my position stands.
Kids and somebody else. I think kids are you, real quick, Coach, and I think that the reason why we have our laws are because our fathers and grandfathers and forefathers made the laws for us the same way we need to be making them for our kids. Anyway, it's generational. Go ahead.
Kids aren't us; they're other people. First of all, and second of all, I think in the same regard, and I'm thinking about it more. Yeah, abortions and suicide should be de-incentivized. Okay, that means there should be penalties for people who do these things multiple times.
It's more
Not
of
the
a
first
burden.
time, not somebody who does it the first time, but if you're someone who's doing these fake or attempted suicides multiple times, you know, the cops have to come out, the medical people, it's like
That's
all the shit has to
different.
go
That's
down,
failing
and then
suicide.
yeah, that is a problem. So yeah, it needs to be
Yeah.
de-incentivized by maybe giving them
It's
a fine.
burdening society. You have to take that element out of it. That element aside, them not burdening society, right? What's the problem with it?
I told you it was. It is burdening society in the case of the suicide. In the case of the abortion, like I said, it should be de-incentivized so that people don't use it as a like I said, a recreational tool. Okay,
I don't think the Illuminati
it should
agree.
be an emergency thing, and it should be a recreational thing. So if you're doing it, if it's your third time, then you know it's going to cost more than it did the first 2 times.
Hey, obviously you see, I agree with, you know, there being a distinct position, but, you know, I don't know why we should concern ourselves with this greater society with, you know, making.
Like when do the rights of a child begin?
Never.
Never. What do you mean by that?
When the parents are dead, that's when they have their own kids. I mean, what are you talking about? Like when they can be strong enough to assert their right. When they,
When is killing the kid not murder?
Yeah, it's always a murder, dude. But it's. I feel like
that's what he's asking about. So that an abortion is murder, by what you just said.
Yeah, well, murder is cool. You see, here's what gets fucked up.
What?
People want to? No. I'm gonna be real with you. People want to sit here and act like they're against murder when you're not against murder. You're fucking fake. You agree with plenty of murder all the time, just only if it happens the way you want it. If you say, "Oh, preemptive strike,"
I don't even kill flies.
Then murder's okay.
I don't even kill flies.
That's not at all okay. It's not true at all whatsoever.
Well, you're a good guy if you see the consistency like I do. But there's a lot of people who front and pretend like they care who's murdering who when they don't, and they let murderers make all the rules for them.
I think you might be conflating the concept of killing or violence with murder. Those aren't the same thing. Murder will always involve killing. Killing does not always involve murder.
Murder is actually a legal term.
I hear your point, but it's there's
murder is a legal term.
You support with murder. Yeah, I understand it has to do with legality, bro, but it also is a, like commandment type legal term also.
Well, no, my idea is, when does the rights of the child exist?
What are rights?
The right to life, like life, liberty, and pursuit.
We don't have those. There aren't. Unless you're strong enough to dominate those and take them from yourself, you don't have them.
Well, I mean,
I think your answer is when it's born, because.
Well, what is born then? What is born?
Born? Come on.
Well, no, but I mean, like, let's say, because I'm saying, like, if is a child born when, like, his eyes
no longer attached to another person, it needs to be.
Right. Okay. So, and this is where, they're trying to make legislation so you can kill your child after birth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're trying that. They're trying to do that. Yeah.
And
yes, Anthony had a 7th trimester abortion.
No, after birth. He's literally saying.
Yeah, I know. A 7th trimester is a year and a half after the baby was born.
7th try. Oh, okay, 7th try. Sorry.
She got off.
Yeah, man. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying they're literally the 7th trimester. That's really it, dude. That's so funny. I used to always think whatever. Sort of jokes.
I know that sucks because I had 2 Casey Anthony jokes whenever she was happening. The other one I said, I was like, dude, because she got off. I was like, yeah, but dude, there's a lot of dudes lining up to date Casey Anthony because if you didn't wear a rubber, she's not going to keep it. It's fucked up. She got off, and it's like known that she killed the baby.
I know. It's a horrible story. Every girlfriend in the world has watched every true crime documentary about it, I'm sure. Yeah, but I think it's interesting with the whole like, so like politically, like from what I gather, it's like these guys are trying to cover the conversation of the fact that they were trying to lock everybody down for the last 2 years with this leak of the Roe v. Wade decision. So, in order to get people riled up in a whole new controversy and forget that these people, were trying to lock everybody down and mandate everything, It's interesting. So, instead of discussing, like, in the time of, like, let's say, like, there's a bunch of midterms or whatever coming up, everyone's all discussing abortion and how evil the GOP is because they're taking away a woman's right to choose or some bullshit, right? Instead of talking about, hey, these bastards were trying to, stalk your bank account if you were, remotely against mandates.
Well,
I'm still
people go
waiting
through
to
this.
hear about Epstein's client list. Where'd that go?
Right.
Epstein's
Right.
videos. Where are they?
Right. Exactly.
Oh, they mysteriously disappeared.
Yeah, and nobody's like, so we're not discussing those issues. We will now be discussing, or the general population will be discussing Roe v. Wade instead of, those issues that can't, that maybe matter. But
You know that Trump's, what do you call it? During Trump's, presidency, he went after more pedophile rings than any other presidency in history. And one of the first thing Biden did when he allegedly took office was to cancel that, terminate that.
I remember one of the first things that made me like Trump was that I heard that they went after a guy from the United Nations. It was two things. It was the pharmaceutical industry guys he went after, and then it was he found there was a guy in the UN running a program called Street Kids. I kid you not, to help abandoned kids in war torn countries, and it was a fucking whole pedo ring, and he took them out. I always thought that was so fucking cool. That's why I always. That's what's so. I love that. When they asked him, they were like, "So these QAnon people think that you're like saving the world from a satanic pedophile cult," and da da da. And he goes, "Is that a bad thing?
Probably trying to protect
Is that
his
supposed to
son
be a bad thing?
because it's video. Well, they say that his son has video of him doing satanic, torturous, porn with children. And they said the Chinese dissident who was talking about the video
Talking
said
about
it
what are
looked
you
like talking about Joe Biden's kid, Hunter
Yeah,
Biden.
Hunter. Yeah,
They
Hunter.
said that he is on video torturing Chinese kids and stuff, sexually and otherwise. So maybe he was trying to protect his own family
No,
by
we're
getting
talking
rid of
about
those
Trump.
pedophile rings or those investigations into those pedophile rings.
Well, we're talking about. Oh yeah, what Biden did to stop the investigations. Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that's why we're in Ukraine right now, getting rid of all the evidence of what they did in the Wuhan fucking bullshit. But and then you've got Hunter. Like, what's interesting is Elon just took Twitter, so now all these stories can get fresh air. They can get sunlight. You know what I mean? Whereas before, they were just nobody knew about them. So it's an interesting time right now. But I thought it was just interesting, and what I was kind of getting to was how they're going to try to cover all of those awesome stories, or you know what I mean, that take down these elite. That fucking, they're going to try to cover that with this abortion discussion, because of the leak of this Roe v. Wade thing. And what's crazy is that it's like for this person to have leaked this decision, it's like a complete violation of security at the Supreme Court.
They've already come to a decision. Why haven't they reported the decision though?
Well, that's the thing, is we're supposed to be able to discuss these issues in private so that when they make the decision, they're prepared for the public opinion on it. But right now, it's like, even last night they were like, it was all the pussy hat brigade outside SCOTUS trying to protest. So it's like they're going to bring back this whole BLM fucking fake fucking protest group, this Occupy Wall Street clone crew, the fucking NPC fucking protester losers.
Antifa.
Yeah, oh my god, dude! Like, it's such a shame because, like, I mean, I used to like really, like, I don't even know if it's like I used to like ALF, like Animal Liberation Front, like all these underground fucking ELF, Environmental Liberation Front. This guy, there's a guy Trey Arrow that made Rolling Stone or whatever, and who knows, whatever. But they were all environmental activists that were cool as fuck years ago. And then it's like so weird because that's all been hijacked, And I remember seeing it in New York City. Me and my boy rode our bikes down to fucking Occupy shit, and it was literally like these people. It's one of the first time I ever saw people do the, like, I am, and then like 300 people say, I am, like that whole shit show. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that, but I've seen it. Like, I used to go to protest. I was in protest for a long I was an anti-war activist for a long time. But like I remember seeing the clones come, and they were that's what they used to do. It was like, you are somebody. You are somebody. 300 people. You are somebody. It's like, and that's the first time I saw it, and I was like, holy shit, these people are bots. But that's all the Chinese money. You know what I'm saying? That's what I look at it as, just Chinese bought unionized bullshit. But it is interesting if like people know that that's what they're trying to do.
Well, it's about the issues that people can wrap their head around. Satanic pedophiles that want the blood of our children can't deal with that. But we can deal with abortion. So I think people can only handle things at a certain level. If they really knew what was going on back then, behind the scenes or whatever, they would just go crazy. The Hunter Biden laptop, all that.
I agree. I used to think like, if you're telling your grandmother about like conspiracies or something, like you don't start out with like, the Black Pope and satanic Jewish rituals that are being done behind closed doors. You know what I mean? Like you start off with like, something, how a senator got bought off once. You know what I mean? Like you keep it in their realm. I agree. But I think that's what's so interesting watching the show of the collective consciousness being forced to wake up, because that's what I think's going on. It's like it's almost like it's written in the stars that this is what has to happen, is that like society has to be woken up or told or something, and I think in the concept of like the experiment of self-government, you have to have an educated public. We have to be educated in order to be free, and they don't want us not to be free, in my opinion, also.
And education is being seen as a burden to figure out what's really going on, to hear about this satanic, stuff. People are like, I want ignorance. I don't want to know about this stuff, even if it's true. So pretty soon people are just going to throw off the shackles of virtue, self-governance, and knowledge and education itself.
A lot of questions are rising in my head based off of just small positions that was said, like, limit how, you said they're coming for our children. What if they were just going for their own children? This crazy argument I keep bringing up about, when does a kid have the rights? The parents own the children. But it brings me back to Christian fundamentals, Lemon, where, Jesus had this turn the other cheek thing. The humble sacrifice thing, the people on top of the Jewish people getting raided by the Romans. And, there's only a few things in the Bible that talk about eye for an eye and stuff like that. And it seems like the Christian way is just like this non-aggressive, right? That's what the important thing is to not be aggressive. You let people do whatever evil they want to do, and you just, protect yourself. But we run around with this, broad stroke of morality in America, like this do good thing. And we ignore all like people, just like you said, they want this ignorant pill. They ignore all the atrocity going on, all this preemptive striking. Okay. That is not good moral.
Yeah, you're right. That's not good morals. You have to understand when people are denouncing something, they're not at the same time, joining that cause that you're against. Okay,
I get
because
that on one thing.
if somebody's against abortions, for example, and also there was doing some military actions or whatever, then you can talk to that person. But who's to say anybody in here is okay with these preemptive strikes or whatever? Okay, my whole position about the abortion thing is because I do believe the government should only interfere in protecting the society or servicing the society. That's true. And the thing about abortions is it's it is a service to people who need it. So it being available and if you can pay for it, get it if you need to. That's fine. But I think it should be de-incentivized so that you're not teaching young women that they can go out and do whatever they want. And there's, if worse comes to worse, they can always kill it multiple times, over and over again, as many times as they want. I think that's a bad message to teach.
They had like, if they had a thing where it was like the first time was this price, and the next time is triple that price. You know what I mean? And like every time it's like way fucking expensive. Like, you know what I mean? So like
exactly, that's the only thing I would do. That makes sense.
You know what I mean? Like I could see that. Like is almost reasonable. I mean, because who am I to make somebody's life choice, especially in regards to so many circumstances? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if a woman was going to die because of having a child, you know what I mean? Like nobody can say what's what, but completely.
Sometimes it's like personal reason. Sometimes it's like a really petty. Like I said, somebody maybe they just got a promotion and like they're all of a sudden concerned with where their life's going and stuff, and they don't think it was the right time to have it. And it's like a personal thing. And I think it's like, okay, well, there's this thing for people who that's their choice. They're doing it. But if that same person is doing it all the time because they slept with 9 dudes spring break and they do it all the time, then yeah.
But who are, and I guess this is where the moral issue comes in. It's like, who are we to say, that life can or could not be taken, like, in that way. Like, and that's why I say, like, when do the rights of the zygote, become rights? And, and I would say they're, personally, for me, they're rights as soon as they've come to, like, if you saw a clump of cells that would, like, make a baby, if they found that in outer space, they would say they have intelligent life, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, if they found like a clump of fucking cells that make up a child, even before they've become the child, and they found that in outer space, they'd say that's intelligent life.
Oh, did y'all hear about the plastic melting enzyme that they used? Austin, Texas school used
University of Texas.
Used to find the chemical compound or whatever. Yeah, so I support incentivizing groups incentivizing their members to be good and whatever. But I think society needs more measured out payback opportunities, like more like social work or projects that actually measure out these situations and don't shackle people. You know how people will get burdened with debt or get one speeding ticket, for exaggeration purpose, anecdote. They'll get one speeding ticket, missed a court date, and all of a sudden then it snowballs and then they owe $20 million and they'll never be able to pay it back. Or be like, $100,000. Like they got to get a lawyer, then they got to. This is probably the bad example, but the example where the people perpetually get trapped in the systems and all that. And it's like the government should recognize the potential for payback once, these mistakes happen. It's like not there, and people is trapped. And if you understand people is trapped and you're like, oh, well, they're going to be trapped. It's kind of like you can't pretend that you're, moral. And it's just a vicious cycle, Kosho, of like, do you really care about the people or do you not? And if you do, maybe there should be more cooperative programs than penalizing type of programs. Although I do see what you're saying with the incentivizing, but I think there's other ways around it. Like, because again, you know, these people having these abortions, it might not cost society anything. They might have their own money for it, for one.
No, but the cost is in the availability of making of what you're teaching to young people. That's what I'm saying. It's like if you
So what?
are you if you're allowing, like I said, if somebody is having like 5+ abortions, right, then I think that's a disgusting person. And if I think that if you're going to make that available for people, you just tax it. We tax a lot of disgusting things like cigarettes and alcohol and all type of stuff like that. So you should tax multiple abortions, sure.
Right, that's bullshit. You're taxing freedom, bro.
You know what? Soundly, we were arguing the other day about should it be sales tax versus income tax, and he thinks that we should just make a 25% sales tax and call it a day. Yeah, well, I don't know. What do you say about that? Because I think if you just change, if you make the abortion thing like it's like you got to pay. It's like basically tax. Basically, it's like, you know, the first time it's whatever, but after that, there's like I don't know, 100%, 200% tax on it, and 100% tax increases every time.
Funny to me. I just get fucked up in the head on sales tax sometimes because it's like, what if it's resold and the items resold, and it just gets weird. But yeah, I get it. I'm cool with any tax as long as it makes sense. But do your politicians care about you, man? That's what matters. Have they measured it out? Do they know they have the power and we're going to do whatever they want, or do they actually care about what the people want?
Making a bow staff right now is so hard, dude. This badass bow staff that like looks like a cane and has a knife or there's a blade on the point of it or whatever. Yeah, and also it extends out, dude. It's gonna extend out, so it's like it turns to a big bow staff. Is it in fashion still to walk around with a cane? We got an argument with we had a discussion with Stanley about that, but then we got into it about minor league baseball, which he was like really like he had strong opinions about it, and I, you know, knowing next to nothing about how the system works, whatever, I was just telling him like it's just a fucking sport, whatever. But then I realized that I forgot that he used to be a baseball player. So talking about how the minor leaguers get shafted or whatever, and it was like well, I mean, they're just playing a sport, dude. It's like
they want to take the job.
Well, that's what I said. I was like, yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's a hobby, right? I mean, it's like a lot of people don't get paid for their fucking hobbies, so yeah, it's not like and that money, the money he thinks that they should get is not coming from their games. He thinks that they should get some of the major league money.
See, minimum wage money is bullshit because the people that just don't work and still take the money because of all the corruption. Minimum wage would actually be relevant if it wasn't constant inflation of fiat funds.
One thing I think is shitty about that is if we're going to have minimum wage, then people who work in service jobs, like the wait staff, they should get minimum wage, not $2. Like an employer doesn't even have to pay their employees if he owns a restaurant.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
People would stop tipping possibly, but I still agree.
That'd be fine. Tipping would be allowed, but it wouldn't be mandatory because what tipping is basically it's an unspoken rule. It's like if you don't tip, you're just basically like you're bad. I mean, I don't even know what people were thinking about. If you go to a restaurant and you just don't tip, I don't know what happens to you. They're probably gonna fucking not allow you to come back. But you're basically tipping 20-25%. Some people do 15%. Maybe some people do 10%. But if you tip them somewhere between 20 and 25%, then you could just raise the menu price by that same value and pay your employees, and they can still get tips. But
I think it's illegal for the restaurant to make the people sign a contract saying they can't take tips, or any tips they got to give to the restaurant. And I mean, I think all that should be legal. It would be stupid, and bitches shouldn't take the job, but I think it should be allowed to be like, you can't have any customers hand you money on my property. Okay. You know, but when they do it like, I don't know, sneakily or whatever, that's stupid. Like they try to trick the people. Like I seen that happen to a dealer, dude. Like they tricked him and took his money. Like they told, it's always you keep all your tips. And then one night they were like, nah, we're not gonna let you have all your money.
have you ever seen that movie Molly's Game?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're a fucking loser. No, I'm just kidding. I know, because you're a poker player, man. So it's a big poker movie. But I watched it again today for like the third time. It's a pretty good movie.
That was a real game, bro.
Of course it is, yeah. I mean, it's a good movie, dude. Aaron Sorkin wrote that. He's a pretty good writer, man. But yeah, it's a good movie.
Tobey Maguire was player X.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would know that too, huh? Is that for real?
Mm-hmm.
No fucking shit, dude. That dude was such a dickhead.
I mean, apparently that's who it was.
Fucking way. That's funny, dude. Supposedly he's a really good player, but he's just like a huge dick.
Maybe he just has a huge spider dick.
Maybe. So, and then in the movie, he solicits her for, a romantic way, and she declines him, and then and then he basically takes the game away from her. You think that happened in real life?
I guess. I don't know him like that. I wasn't never at that game, but I mean, I just hear about it.
So was I pushing push to talk? Did you hear me? Don?
No, sir.
I thought I was pressing the wrong. Did I press the wrong button?
You said nothing.
All right, listen, jackass. I've asked you. You know how she got charged because she was taking a rake and all that. She could have just told them like off the record, or told them like behind the scenes, or told their friends to tell when they invite new people. Tell them that there's an unspoken rule that you tip the house 5% on on pots that are above a certain amount, and they could have said that like as an unspoken rule, and they could just do it that the players could tip as a courtesy, that knowing that that's the kind of unspoken thing. And then you wouldn't get charged for taking a rake.
Yeah, well, I mean, the point is, dude, is I don't know how they interpret in the laws or what procedures there are to be like, fail safes or checks to if the people are, because I've seen places get busted where they were loopholing the law because they're having gift cards and going around the alleyway and selling the gift cards or whatever, but like, so I don't know how that worked, but the point is, we all know poker players are being oppressed. It's fucking bullshit. People should be able to hand their money to other people for whatever fucking reason they want. And it's fucking bullshit. Little old ladies want to play. Everybody of all ages, all colors, races, sex, all want to play. This game is older than baseball. America's pastime. It's the oldest sport in America. Okay, like what is the
problem? It's not a sport, dude.
Yeah, kiss my ass.
Maybe just because on ESPN doesn't make it a sport,
bro. It's a sport.
Come on, dude.
It's a skill game, Kosho. Period.
Skill games. So skill game is a sport. Aren't all sports skill games? Are most games skill games?
Dude, dude. To me, it comes down to predeterminism and free will. Because when you start looking at some of the literature and the core perspectives on it, it's really that's all they're arguing, bro. They'll call everything in life gambling. They'll differentiate. I mean, dude, it's just. The business is though, it's a sport, bro. Like if it's a competition, it's a sport. There is physicality in it. It doesn't have to be strength always. It can be strategic physicality. There are sports that aren't strength involved, right?
But I just don't think there's any physical skill. It's not like a physical skill. Would you consider?
It does.
There's not at all any physical skill in poker.
That's why you suck at poker, because you don't even know what the physical skill is.
Dude, you can play professional poker online.
There's a physical skill with playing online.
What physical skill goes into playing online poker?
How fast I bet at your ass. How about that? Wake up, Kosho. Wake up.
Dude, are you sure you're not just trying to
sponge your ass?
You're sure you're trying to just
take the L, bro. Take the L. Take it.
I'm not taking an L on this, dude. I'm sorry. It depends on how you're deciding to define a sport, okay? But for me, there's a little bit more physicalness that needs to be involved for it to be a sport, okay? I wouldn't say that.
I'll still enlighten your ass how you could be physical online.
Do you think doing crossword puzzles is a sport?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Then the case closed.
Why not? What I'm just saying, isn't math sport like they call it mathletes, right? Mathletes.
Yeah, because they're fucking nerds and they don't do real sports. That's why, man. No offense to math.
You like that new Harry Styles song? This is jamming,
I gotta tell you, I have no clue about any new Harry Styles songs, dude.
I'm
not really One Direction, dude, and it's weird that I even know that he's from One Direction, right?
It's called As It Was. You've heard it on the radio 7 times already this week, trust me.
I don't listen to the radio.
No, you've heard it as the car pulls up next to you.
Okay, yeah. I think I did hear that one, yeah. I'll check it out. Because if you have a girl who listens to the radio, then you listen to the radio a lot, but I don't. My girl listens to the same songs over and over.
I listen to the radio like sometimes because I won't know what songs to pick, and they play new stuff.
Actually, I like listening to the radio because I don't like picking music. I like listening to music randomly because then you get to hear songs that you haven't heard. Oh yeah, okay, but you never, go and purposely play it or whatever.
Right.
But when I'm in the car, which I haven't been lately, I'm doing Lyft or whatever, and if I'm doing that, then I usually have a playlist for the passengers. I get 5 stars every time, dude. People write long reviews about me when I was doing Lyft, so. Making this bow staff is really difficult.
What, a digital bow staff?
No, that doesn't even make sense to me. But it is a not digital bow staff. Yes, it's I guess just a regular bow staff. I'm making a bow staff where I told you there's a blade on at the point of it, and it's going to look like a cane. And then when I want to, like something's going down, I can pop the end of it off. The knife comes off the end, and I can extend the cane to a bow staff.
I guess you do strike me as like a Donatello type of dude. I thought, he's more like, a Raphael, a Leonardo. But
I'm definitely Donatello, man. I used to like Leonardo when I was younger, but I've known for a long time that I'm a Donatello guy.
I'm Raphael.
Oh, you're like Michelangelo, dude.
Yeah, right. I'm not that crazy.
Jeremy's like Michelangelo. Jeremy's like Raphael.
I wanted to ask Jeremy if he'd be cool with talking about a map.
There's others in here. Geo's in here. Citizen, Bob. I'm just looking for flat earthers. They're all in here. Who's Flatty?
Category earlier. He said a person who knows it's a flat, blah blah blah.
Let's talk about maps, man. Lemon was just in here, but he jumped out. But we should talk about maps, man. I mean, we should. You know how you play a game for the first time, like Grand Theft Auto, and you don't have the whole map. You have like a certain only the portion you've been to. I mean, we should at least have a map like that, right? We should have a map. We should be able to map out the places that we know, even if we leave the other places blotched out that we don't quite know yet. But we should be able to map out, that, right?
Yep. And there's these guys on the internet telling me that they tricked me when they made the map, Coach. Did they trick me?
Yes, they did.
When they made the globe map? Oh, that guy.
No, not the globe map. This the Mercator map.
The snitch is a fake snitch.
Mercator maps, yeah. Part that is not maybe no one's going to speak up about this, but there is one glaring fact about Google Maps that gives away that it's not based off the flat map, and that's the fact that when you scale around at the same scale, if you scroll around like different parts, the legend changes depending on how far north or south you are. Nobody really talks about that a lot, but it's kind of a big deal.
Is that because of Gaussian curvature?
Yeah. Because the Earth is, longitudes converge north of the equator and south of the equator. Yeah. Dude, if I sensed that the flat Earth was dying, or like somebody's argument was actually converting people back at masses, I would immediately jump ship and join the flat Earth and try to stop the ship.
What? I think I misunderstood you.
I don't want the flat Earth to die.
I do remember you having that position, but it sounded like you said if you sensed it was dying, you would jump ship from the flat Earth, from the globe.
Jump ship to the flat Earth from the globe, become a flat earther, and strengthen it back to its time of its golden days.
Maybe you are a Michelangelo.
No, Donatello. Donatello's a nerd too.
Is he a vegetarian?
Victor, what are you talking about?
Dude, I'm telling you, I catch you on some bullshit. Like you said, you wouldn't hurt a fly earlier.
That's right.
Do you?
I said I don't kill flies. What I said.
Oh, well, kill. Do you think it's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings?
I think it's okay to eat anything that you need.
What an inconsistent position.
It's not inconsistent at all. You forget, Don, that I'm a living, breathing man. Okay, so as a living thing, I require to consume other living things for me to survive. Plants are the
plants.
What's the difference?
You're a fly simp.
No, dude, I'm not. I also don't I don't kill plants for pleasure.
Bro, but the plants don't have the feelings, or do they?
Really? You ever cut grass before? I'm sure you have. You ever smelt that smell when you're cutting grass? Yes, it's fresh grass smell. Do you know what that is? That's literally the grass warning. It's sending out a warning signal for other grass, telling it that it's in danger. Okay, that's because all living things require sustenance to live, and all living things avoid death, and all things go towards life. That means that they have a fear of death, the same way we do. Maybe not the same way we do, but they have an aversion to death, and they don't want to die. That's every single living thing.
The variable you're ignoring is consciousness.
That's not important to me, though.
I see.
I have an ethos.
Well, I was going to say that's technically not true. I mean, like, there's certain species of spiders, right, that like will sacrifice themselves. The maternal mother will let their children eat on them, but that's only for like their survival, of course. But like that technically defies that rule, though.
No, it doesn't defy that rule because octopuses do the same thing. There's other creatures too, but that's one of the main purposes that's one of the main biological drives in life is to have sex and reproduce and that kind of thing. And some things, they have to. They give them, if they want to give their lives for something else, that's fine. But it's the same way. Like I said, I eat meat because they're giving their lives for me in the same way a mother is giving her life to a baby spider. But
a mother should be able to eat her own child if she decides it's best for her survival. Then, and you protect children like they have rights. How inconsistent of a person! Look at you.
How's it inconsistent?
Because the mother needs to murder their child and eat them, and you think the child?
I don't think that they should do that. I never said a mother should murder her child and eat it.
Oh no, that's not even what happens. That's not even what I'm saying. The case is, and I'm just bringing up that the mother will actually let her children eat her. That's
exactly.
I'm trying to extremify an anecdote here for Kosho, but the point is he's saying if I need something, I should be able to eat it.
No, I'm saying that's how you justify it. You justify taking life because as long as, like, what Native Americans used to do is they used to hunt these animals, but they would consume every single part of it and use and utilize all of it, and they worship those animals that they were taking their life so that they could have their life. And so you can justify the taking of a life of an animal or a plant or whatever if you live a good life yourself. Then
sure. Well, I grew the animal and the plant in my tummy. I grew the baby in my tummy like a savings account. I invested the time and energy into my winter meal, and when I'm hungry, I need to eat my baby.
Out of context, this is funny.
You're inconsistent. See, you can't handle the real logic here.
No, dude. I'm obviously not going to agree. I'm not always not to agree with eating a baby. I'm obviously going to tell you that human lives and animal lives are treated differently. That's because they are. If you step on a dog's head and if you step on a baby's head, you're going to get two different punishments for it. Okay.
Shouldn't be no punishment for stepping on a dog's head. You need to eat it. No punishment. You step on the baby's head, you need to eat it. Why is it different? Be
really concerned with making this bow staff right now, man. So that's why if you say something, I'm not going to respond to it.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't want to eat babies' heads, but I'm at least man enough to be real for the argument and call out your other inconsistent positions. If I want something, I eat it. Blah blah blah.
No, that's not what I said though. I didn't say if you want something, you eat it. I said we can justify eating animals, killing animals because we have to eat. We have to consume life to survive. So knowing that, we should probably just do the least harm as possible.
Right. So you should just be plants.
And possibly utilize the most of it in the least waste as possible, and possibly live a good life.
So,
but I've always had a it's always been a moral dilemma with me with eating meat. So who knows? That's just how I justify it. But who knows? Maybe later in life I'll realize that.
I appreciate you putting the word justify on it, but it's like, yeah, I mean, you feel the moral dilemma, you know it's in there, right?
Yeah, it surfaces. It surfaces whenever because I've never been hunting before. But I've always I thought that hunting would at least be it would take away the what do you call that when you're hypocrisy of the whole thing. Because if I have a disgusting feeling like I don't want to kill an animal, and so it's like just not by looking at what I'm doing, then I can eat it, and that's really just hypocritical at the end of the day. So that's where the moral dilemma comes in. And I realize if I have that, if I don't want to see it, if I don't want to hurt the animal, I don't want to see it that happening, then maybe I shouldn't eat it and just ignore the fact that that's happening. Maybe I should consider my entire. But the thing is, I eat meat though, so
that seems wise and it seems fair.
I'll maybe have an opinion later in life, but you've all know about that impossible meat and all that kind of stuff, right? Impossible meat and all this shit like that. Like it's like synthetic meat,
right? I did hear you touch on the word like efficient or waste, and I guess that's a pro meat argument is it might be more efficient. But what were you gonna say about the fake meats?
There's that thing. If that ever became big and tasted good and shit, that'd be pretty good. Just not having these farms and killing these animals and stuff.
I mean, the animals just gonna go extinct.
No, they're not. And maybe other animals. There's a lot of animals that are not going to go extinct. And those are the ones that are living in symbiotic relationships with humans, and those include domestic animals, suburban rodents, and also all the animals that are livestock.
I mean, if we stop eating pigs and cows, like it's possible that pigs go extinct.
No.
Really?
The reason that their population is almost. At least with cows, their population is very much what they are because we eat them.
That's what I'm saying. And if we
stop, a high number. I'm saying that the large number of them in existence right now is because we eat them.
That's what I'm saying. And if we stop eating them,
I thought you were saying they're going to go extinct.
If we stop eating them.
I got you. That's not true about pigs, but cows possibly. Yeah. In America, the wild pig only exists because the Europeans came here.
Yeah, them pigs are nasty, boy.
Yeah.
All meat is nasty. Meat is weird.
Now it's a dilemma, man, because there's things that come in meat that are necessary, and yeah, it's a personal dilemma I have. So I love how you always try to fucking trip me up on consistency, dude.
People are conditioned sometimes. They don't realize they've not thought deeply through some of these logics, bro. And
this is one I have thought about, and this is one that I actually do know that there is. There's a dilemma there.
Should have been here last night, bro. Had a dilemma with Chronic.
Oh shit, that must have been really annoying for him. What was the dilemma?
He was annoying. I was like,
he gets annoyed quickly with arguments sometimes. But what was the argument?
He was proud of.
Okay.
He categorized me and clumped me in with your everyday hand wave goalpost mover type of person.
Oh.
Yeah, Don keeps shifting goalposts and whatnot. Apparently, he shifted the goalposts like 52 times. What was it? Yesterday evening?
It was last night. It was funny though. But Chronic, he. I think we were able to hear each other by the end of it.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Sorry, what'd you say? I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything you said.
Roe v. Wade is all over the talk radio shit.
Yeah, Issa came in here and said that there was a leak. They have bad plumbing there or something like that.
I mean, that's what started it all. I guess that's yeah.
You know, in Texas, Roe v. Wade is not even a thing anymore. Our governor basically is making it really hard to get an abortion. So. I have an opinion about the government that almost nobody agrees with. I can't remember if you agreed with me about this one or not. But I personally don't think the government, like I said, the government, I don't think should be in a lot of places that they are. And I don't think that the government they shouldn't be allowed to do capital punishment on people, for example, or lock people in prison for certain things. But for murdering somebody, for example, I don't think the government has the right to do the exact same thing that they're going to punish you. Like you just killed somebody, so they're going to kill you. So you just gave them some authority that makes them something greater than you.
Right.
And also they have different rules than you do for some reason. But I do think that they have a responsibility to protect their society. Like that's their main job. That's the main reason we like having a government, is they're supposed to protect the people of the society.
Mm-hmm.
And so if there is a murderer and there's a rapist and there's these type of people, then their authority shouldn't extend beyond discommunicating them from that society forever, for however long they need to.
Put them out.
So
put them out.
Send them to Antarctica or or Madagascar. Somebody said, I'm writing this script for Escape from Mars, but it's the same thing. It's like if you just send them to, have a ship that goes to Antarctica every 2 weeks, and they drop off the new people, and that's it. They just drop them off. They kind of maybe show them what they can, or there's like, yeah, you can probably pick this up and hunt penguins if you. I don't know. Until they get off the boat, and then if people are trying to leave, like if they find some craft, they make some like craft. There'll be a patrol or there'll be drones or something. You can see if there's
no escape
leaving.
No escape.
I'm just curious. You don't think the government should have its own judicial system?
No, I do.
Out.
Of course I do.
The government, though, Coach, all these things incentivize and punish. There should be just a philosophy in the community of doing these good things. It shouldn't just be like, oh, did you know you just fucked up? Now you're punished.
No, there should be both of those things, Don. But I think the thing is the punishments are where the governments are basically laying vengeance on people. Like you did something bad, now something bad's going to happen to you. But I don't think that should be the government should be protecting the other people or giving back to other people. So if someone's a thief, then you can make that person work and owe that person money because they stole from them. And if a person is a murderer or a rapist or any unforgivable crime, then they're just going to be excommunicated from society. That's it.
Yep.
You don't think they should get the same punishment though? Like at least they don't. I don't think. I disagree because I think if someone murders several people in several different states, do you think that person should still be able to live?
So I don't know if you know this, but in most states, they don't even have the option to kill them. And what they end up doing instead is they end up employing them, giving them a salary for every day of their life and 3-course meals for every single day of their life, and housing them for every day of their life for the rest of their life. That's actually what the government does for them instead, which I think is solely backwards and not at all what our taxpayer money should go to towards supporting.
Nice point, Kosho. You got my support.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's but I'm just thinking about it like that. And from an American standpoint, you think about how many prisons we have and the people who are in them. I think there's so many people who do like drug related crimes who don't. There's no reason to send them to a jail. And there's people who do thief type crimes, and yeah, they owe people money, so you can make corrections for that. And then there's people who do unforgivable crimes, and there's no reason to aid them in the rest of it. There's no reason to aid them in any way in their life anymore. They've now they're not citizens anymore. They're not part of your thing anymore. But I don't think the government should have the authority to exact justice on them, because it really is a thing of vengeance than anything else.
But who should it be the state
that decides if they did the crime?
No, that decides whether this person should live or die. Or
oh no, I don't think anyone should have that right at all. Like if you're protecting yourself or your country or something, then that's one thing. But if you're killing people, then yeah, that's wrong. And if that person killed people and you think that he should die because of that, then I mean, yeah, if you can instead send him somewhere else, then that's probably for the best. Send him to Antarctica.
That's
but
what
if you can't stop him and except for to kill him, then yeah, that makes sense. But we have another choice. We can send him to Antarctica.
Yeah, but then you're still. Are they just going to leave him?
Yeah, he's stuck. Well, yeah, he can leave.
Or are they going to be fed and housed in Antarctica? You still got to,
No.
It's up to them. That's 100% up to them. I mean, there's probably a dude there who teaches how to make igloos, maybe, but there's probably just a bunch of dudes.
He's asking you, is the government funding the Antarctica jail?
No. And not in any way whatsoever, except for to surveil the borders every now and then. But no, that's what I'm saying about excommunicating from society. We're responsible for our society, and if the rest of the world were on like that, I'm basically basing this off of Escape from New York and Escape from LA, and I wrote this 2 sequels to it. But I think it's my real philosophy on what we should do with prisoners too.
So there's a better one called No Escape, where they sent to the island. Well, I guess it's not better, but it's like there's the good and the bad, and they're right fucking next to each other. But it's more exactly like what you talked about, though. They're surveilling.
Ever seen John Carpenter's Escape from New York or Escape from LA?
Yeah, with Snake.
Yeah, Snake Plissken. Dude, I'm making a sequel right now. I was making one a couple years ago, and I decided to keep making it. But
let's film that shit, bro.
I'm doing it. You want to be one of the voice actors, dude? Because I'm making a stop motion
cartoon.
It's a stop motion. I have all the action figures.
Oh, your toys.
Yeah, it's Escape from Mars.
Let's film it for real. Oh, it's Mars.
Yeah, I'm using a green screen and all the action figures.
That's cool.
All right.
It's funny. I'm trying to write in there like well, I don't want to spoil it, but the Tesla Roadster is going to be in it.
Coach was excited.
Yeah, I was filming this 5 years ago, dude. But I was going through a breakup at that time, so it's been in hiatus.
Dude, it's weird. Here's how somebody gets put out of society now. You have to register as a sex offender.
Oh, you don't get put out of society, dude.
I know. I'm saying that's like, right? Like they put you out, like you're qualified as an outsider now, but you're still in it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is even on death row, you're not outside of society.
I know, Coach. I know. I'm kidding around. I'm saying like, right? Like we could just be putting people out. Instead, we are like, oh, you got to register, or you know what I mean? Like,
this is the first time I've had people agree with me about this, dude. Because and Gems, I probably brought this up at least 10 times, and we've had long conversations about it. And every single time, every single person vehemently disagrees with me. Especially people like Pure. Pure's position is so contradictory to me. But yeah, both sides, flat earthers and globers, everybody disagrees with me because they think that you're killing them by sending them there. I'm like, no, you're not. You're not killing them.
Yeah, but I don't believe if someone commits such a heinous crime, I don't believe they should be able to function anywhere. I don't think because for one, okay, let's say you do send them to Antarctica, right? You just excommunicate them from society. Well, they're going to be there on their own. Basically, you're actually giving them what they want. They can go down there. They can learn how to thrive, learn how to survive, and they're basically be on their own. No, responsibilities. That's kind of what someone would want.
Bullshit.
So why would you?
People want to be coddled by society, but this basically makes the argument of all killing is murder. Kosho, like Kosho's position is
that?
Yeah, Kosho's. But well, let me just sell it to you a little bit.
I didn't hear what B-Baller said, so I just wanted to reference that. But go ahead.
Well, for us to say why, look, the person did a terrible thing that we're saying is wrong, which is killing. Why would we turn around and do it to them? But by definition, they did the murder because they did the illegal killing, and you would be doing the killing, which is not the same thing. But your position is standing on why turn and do the same thing or do bad things. And I could agree with you because, see, to me, just killing is wrong, period.
Okay, check this out.
I'm saying as a punishment, though, because you're just returning the punishment that they gave to someone else.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I don't think the government should be. I don't think the government should have that authority. I don't think we should give the government that authority, and I don't think that anybody deserves that authority. If they decide to take that on themselves, then that's fine. They have the liberty to do that. They also have the consequences that come with that, and I would advise against that as well. But I don't think that giving the authority to the government to avenge your husband or wife's death, I don't think giving that authority is necessary.
But on what basis though do you believe that? Like, no one should be punished for such a heinous act?
On what's good for society basis. He's a man of consistency.
No. It's the consistency is where the government's authority extends to, and okay, let's say God forbid, somebody's husband was killed. Okay, somebody's husband was killed. God forbid. Okay, and the wife and everybody is upset about it, and so they can hire a hitman as the recourse because they know who did it. Hire a hitman to kill him, or she go kill him herself, or she can get the government to kill them based on the court or whatever. And I think in all three of those cases, that should not be like that. That shouldn't. I don't think people should look the other way when those things occur, just because it happened to her. I think that person though who did it, they it is. We should remove him from society, though. He shouldn't be allowed to walk freely around other people because that's not safe. And if the only way to stop him is to also kill him, then that's cool. But if you could stop him by sending him somewhere where he can't come back, then that's even better.
Yeah, but by sending him somewhere, you're still having to. I'm just curious about. Okay, if you send them somewhere, where are you sending them to? You just sending them to some place?
Or Antarctica.
Well, what are they going to do? You're just going to freeze to death?
No. They might live to be old men. They might write books. I don't know. I want to say that's the thing. Jimmy Crack-Corn, and I don't care once they are excommunicated from society because they are no longer part of my concern.
But that's not getting punishment for their crime, though.
Right, you're right about that. That's true. And so, like I said, okay. So let's say it was your husband. I was using husband because I just don't want to be personally any of us. But so it was your whatever. So let's just say this thing happened and you want to avenge this person. You have the liberty to do that, dude. And if you get caught by our government doing it on our grounds, you'll probably be punished for it. But if you don't get caught doing it, more power to you. So you could avenge this person if you really see you want to, but no one's allowed to go around and kill people. So I don't think the government should have that power either.
That's kind of locking me out a bit. That hurts me.
Somebody micing?
Makes sense. At least to me, it makes sense.
I just think if you're sending them away from society, and you're giving them an out, you know what I mean? You're giving them a way out from their punishment. I
want to make it clear that
might not incentivize them enough.
No. I want to make it clear that that's a good point. I think this is the part that people with me and other people really have a disconnect about, because I understand what you're saying, B-Baller. You're talking about it from the case of vengeance. And this is exactly what I'm saying. The government should not be. I personally do not think the government should be in the business of vengeance. However, I don't think me personally, I don't believe that vengeance will not anything right will come from it. But at the same time, other people don't agree with me, and they do think vengeance will help them feel better. They do think they should punish the person who punished them. And like I said, that's up to them. I don't think that they should. I don't think that I'm gonna say that my taxpayer dollars or my community as a whole should help in that. But if they can get away with avenging that death, then go for it. But I'm just saying, I don't think the government should have authority in that. I don't think the government should have responsibility.
The government should just be like, "Hey, you're not allowed in here."
But if they're sending,
go ahead.
But even in your case, if they're sending them away to some other place, is that the state? Is the state? Is there a specific state that's doing that?
No. So my example, like in Escape from New York and Escape from LA, they did that because they were locked off from society. And in Australia, for example, they did that because it was an island far away from everybody else. And in my example, I'm using Antarctica and then I'm using Mars. But let's just stick with Antarctica. Antarctica, because it's not a sovereign nation. And so if the world decided to use that as a place to put people who do these unforgivable crimes so they can be excommunicated from society, and they just make sure that they're not going to police that place, but they're going to make sure that nobody from that place is leaving that place to come to the rest of the world, then yeah, cool. If they can make a space shuttle and get to space and leave Earth, then that's cool too. But they're not allowed in our society anymore because they don't know how to follow the simple, like those are unforgivable crimes. Basically, those are crimes that you should not be redeemed from.
Right. But when you do that though, you open up all types of other doors, like saying, okay, how are these people gonna feed themselves?
Right.
How are they gonna help themselves? Who's gonna fund? Where does that funding come from? Are they gonna just go there and try and fend for themselves and eat because there's no food, there's no animals down there unless they're gonna eat penguins or something.
What I wouldn't stop people from doing is donating money or food. If they'd like to do, if they care about doing that for some reason. Me personally, let's say I'm just talking about the authority of the government. Like I said, the whole reason that you're excommunicating them is because they don't cooperate with the simplest rules, like no killing or raping kids or whatever. And so we have to do something about that, which is excommunicate them from our society. And at that point, we don't care about them anymore. So we don't care about how they're going to eat or what anything. We don't care if they die the next day or in 100 years because they're just not a participant in our society anymore at that point.
Okay. So basically, like a walled off desert somewhere where they can't get out. There's no food, nothing. No water.
There could be food there. There's Antarctica has some animals. So I mean, it's like you could see people figuring out how to live, how to actually survive there. Sure, a lot of people wouldn't, but I'm not really worried about those people or any of them. Like I said, these people were excommunicated for doing these bad, horrible crimes. I'm not even talking like sometimes murder in the first degree sometimes might not even warrant that.
I just think that you're giving people like a vacation for committing murder.
I don't know if that'd be a vacation though.
Yeah,
some people think it's a vacation. Some people think it's a death sentence. It's funny.
Mostly everybody else, a B-baller, like Pure especially, who's so crazy because he believes in the death penalty, but he thinks that sending people there would be just a death penalty, basically. But
I kind of agree with that, yeah. But again, you're basically not. I don't know. Maybe for some people it would be a punishment, and so for other people they'd be like, okay, well, shit, I'll fucking figure out how to live myself. You know?
I guess,
and then there'd be no punishment.
You know what's cool? I think Don does agree, and I think Don sees my point, and I think most people are they don't realize that what the government is actually doing most of the time is a vengeful punishment. It's just to punish the people who did wrong things, and where instead it should be the whole point of punishing people is to stop those crimes from happening, and you put them somewhere where they're not able to do those crimes or whatever. You know what I mean? And if you do a petty crime or a smaller crime, then you give them a fine, and that de-incentivizes it. But if you're a murderer and you're going to be put in jail for prison for the reason that you're not able to cooperate in society, then I don't think that we should be feeding and housing you. I think that we should really excommunicate you from society.
Absolutely. If the threshold is met.
Kind of like how England did with Australia, right?
The British, yeah. I mean, with Australians, yeah. See, it's kind of like that, but I think with them, it wasn't the most horrible crimes. It was like lesser crimes. I think like some of them are just like smugglers and stuff like that too. A lot of them are rapists.
Like they stole a loaf of bread and they fucking now you're a criminal.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. I gotta be honest with you. Like I like talking about this, especially if people participate, conversations like that. Because I mean, I could be wrong about what I feel is a moral high ground here, but also I'm talking about from the position of what the government is responsibilities we should be giving the government and the responsibilities they should assume. And I don't think it's right to assume that they have an authority to do things we can't, as far as punishing people, or exacting vengeance on somebody who did something to us. You know what I mean? Like it seems that's weird to give them that authority.
I mean, Alcatraz is kind of what's weird here though is Kosho is the consistency of the doing the same thing, because I thought you were one of the voices, saying killing and murder aren't the same thing, and
that's right.
Right, so the government wouldn't be. It would be the vengeance. You're right about that.
That's
but
right. I think vengeful killing is murder. Yeah.
Okay.
I think killing somebody because they are a danger to your life, and if you can stop that person by tying them up, that's cool. If you can stop them by sending them to Antarctica, that's cool. If the only way to stop them is by killing them because you have no choice, then that's cool too. You know what I mean? And none of those things would be murder. But if you're murdering someone that you already have captured, then I don't think
the baddest people in the whole shit in Superman, they put them. Am I coming through? They threw General Zod and whatever out in
the Phantom Zone.
Right. So yeah, you should foam everybody up or whatever, but
Hey Kosho, are you trying to incentivize flat earthers to commit murder?
No, but on Jem's show,
you send them into Antarctica, they might find their way out.
I don't know if they will, man. I don't know. I don't know if you can send them to New Mexico and they'd find their way out.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, the other day I saw a video that was probably one of the most disturbing videos I ever seen. I'm gonna see if I can find it, and I'm gonna post a link to it.
There's symbols. Sorry.
But I'm gonna see if I can.
And there's symbols you can type into YouTube. If you type in certain symbols, really crazy videos come up. Like videos that you can't find otherwise, and they're like really disturbing.
Oh shit!
Which symbols?
Let me find some that work. I know, like you just try to do some random ones. Do like two periods, like two periods in a space or something. But let me find some. Hold on.
What about if you type in Illuminati? If you type in Illuminati backwards, it comes up with the NSA website. You've seen that one?
Say it again.
You seen that one? You type in Illuminati backwards in your web browser, it goes to the NSA website. Seen that?
Come on.
Sure.
If for real, don't fucking.
Let me see if it still works.
I'm gonna post this video. It's fucking disturbing.
Yeah. What's with that actually? Yeah, you type in Illuminati backwards, you get the NSA. What the hell?
Did you just try it?
Yeah, that's weird.
It works, right?
Yeah. Got www.nsa.gov. Wow.
You spelled it backwards, or you typed the phrase Illuminati backwards?
No, backwards. No, backwards. You have to type it backwards.
Here's one of the fucking search signals ones right there.
That's some like internet Easter egg shit right there.
But it takes you to this really disgusting video. There's a couple other ones.
Oh my goodness. The fuck?
You know.
We're gonna talk about that map. A new perspective is here now. Don was saying earlier, and I thought it was a good idea too. Maybe we could start again talking about a map. I don't know if Don did anything more.
I'm with you. I like how you said we could take the definite known, known parts or something like that.
We should be able to do that. I'm saying we should at least be able to do that, like a Grand Theft Auto thing, like where you have the land that you know or that we all know. We should be able to map that part of the world at least, right? You know, like accurately, right?
Yeah. You know, and that includes, what does that include? Let's discuss it. That includes our continents. That includes probably, you know, the common waterways that are traveled, you know, abundantly.
You know, there was enough of us, dude. We could get like a 3D camera, just like Google has in their cars or whatever. Just put them on our cars or our heads or something, and then start like driving around and just try to map the whole world out.
The water. Need the water.
All right, I'm putting one of the videos I found. I don't know if this is the exact one that I'm talking about, but if Orion's belt lines up with all of these monuments across the whole plane, that's a big clue, because if it still lines up with all those monuments from Easter Island all the way to Tonga, then you would know where to put the continents for a map.
Okay.
That's what my friend E1 bases his map on, and I just talked to him for the first time for a while last week, and he's still totally sticking to that as far as what he thinks it is, and he totally thinks that it's two circling stars, two separate constellations adjacent in the sky, the quote unquote north and south, and they do not stay parallel 360 degrees as ballers like to claim. And he will definitely back that up. He knows exactly what he's talking about when it comes to stars.
So you're talking about basically two celestial spheres, and he finds an anomaly in the synchronicity of them?
No, there's two celestial spheres adjacent to each other above us. not.
But the thing where you said
they
don't stay parallel. That's where he finds some sort of flaw.
Well, no, the argument against that would be that the stars stay parallel with each other from both constellations on the outskirts. But he thinks that they separate 360 degrees, go separate from each other, and then come back and funnel in again through the celestial equator. And he thinks that Orion's belt's the only one that seems to not go in one direction or another. It almost does like a Pac-Man thing where it like disappears when it gets to a certain point and then reappears at the start of the constellation in alignment with the rest of the stars. And that the Milky Way gets separated and torn apart. I'll put his talk again in the live stream. He's one of the smartest people I've ever talked to. This is what Kosho, I've been, remember Kosho, when I showed this to you and I talked to you about this, you said your friend had the same idea and you told him not to tell anybody?
No, my friend, my flat earth, he's not a flat earther. He's not a flat earther, and he said he gave me this idea, and I made a model based on it, and yeah, I think it was a great idea. He has since told people though.
And what came of that?
Nothing. People are already aware of this one now, so that's why I'm not really a. I thought I was going to come out with this cool new thing, and people were going to be really impressed by it, but nobody's been impressed because they've already seen this.
What are the objections to it?
Well, I mean, there were objections to the one that I said two hemispheres side by side, and as you leave one, you magically get transported to another. I think it's the magic part.
That's not what E1's saying.
Yeah, but these are two hemispheres that are not touching, right?
No, they're touching. They're right there, right next to each other. So there's no magical transportation type.
They're both circular and touching. How are the edges? How are the edges?
Funneling in through the celestial equator and then rotating up from each other and then funneling in again.
Yeah, but how do two people on two opposite sides of the equator both travel the equator at the same time? Travel across the equator at the same time to the other hemisphere. How are those two opposite sides of the Earth touching each other at the equator? You see what I'm saying? I mean, so let's say I'm north of the equator and I'm at 180th parallel, and you're touching the equator and you're at the prime meridian, and you're crossing the equator, right, from north to south, and I'm crossing the equator from north to south. How are we both able to do that at the same time?
I think he was saying it's a flat Earth with two celestial spheres that do this.
Yeah, titty Earth. I'm a titty Earther. You know that, right?
Oh, you mean titty Earth? Okay.
Yeah, titty Earth. That's one. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense.
You don't have to do any magical transportation. You can just go across the celestial equator.
Wait, no,
it's
but
not the equator. The equator and the celestial equator are totally different things.
No, but the sky has a 1-to-1 correspondence with the ground. That's why celestial navigation works. There's a 1-to-1 correlation with the position in the sky and the positions on the ground.
What is that? Why does that make a difference?
Because if the sky is two different circles side by side to titty Earth, then the ground has to be the same thing.
Right. Well, some people think that.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying was.
Why does it have to be magical transportation? Why do you have to add in the whole magical?
I'll send you the picture right now. But I mean,
I know I've seen that picture you drew. I remember that. But that conflicts with what? And have you watched E1's presentation? I just put it in the chat again.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Hold on, I'm gonna post this picture. I just want to ask you a question. Hold on.
Come up with your objections to what he's talking about, because I wouldn't be able to explain it as well as he would. But Orion's belt aligning with monuments from one side of the plane to the other is huge. Because if that's still aligned, which it should, that would be huge. Then you'd know where to put the continents.
Orion's belt moves throughout the night.
Yeah. But you would know where it aligns at any time of day, a certain date. You'd know where it was. So if you could, because Orion's belt supposedly is be able to, you can see it wherever you are. They say it's like the only 3 stars you can see anywhere on the plane, or in the area that we know of. So then you'd be able to look at. That's the reason they would have done that, because then you would be able to look at Orion's belt and know where you are on the plane, according to where Orion's belt is at a certain time and day.
I think you can see the stars of the zodiac for most places in the world. Pretty sure.
Anyway, you know the point I'm making.
No. Yeah, no. I know what you're saying, but that's why celestial navigation. Yeah, the star. Any star will stay along the same latitude line, pretty consistently throughout a single day. It'll change over time, but it'll stay over the same latitude consistently. They change longitude. They travel the entire longitude throughout the day, or they travel through each longitude line throughout the given day. I never thought of it that way. That's just true. That each star will travel over every single longitude line in any given day. I gave up looking on that picture, dude, because I'm working on a few things right now. I'm making a bow staff, and
Hey, Kosho.
oh, hey, what's going on?
Not much, bro. How are you? I was just wondering, do you have any idea why north is north? Like the North Pole's the North Pole and the South Pole's the South Pole on the globe?
Yeah. I mean, why each is there? Why each one is there specifically? Why they're named that?
Yeah, like why is south and north? Like why wouldn't south be north and north be south?
Well, that's arbitrary. It's just like same as on a magnetic pole, like the positive and negative. It actually would make more sense if it was the other way around, but yeah, it's arbitrary.
Yep. So no reason, just arbitrary. There's nothing that makes north north and nothing that makes south south.
Yeah, you could make a map of the Earth that was exactly opposite south, but you'd have to do the same thing with the celestial sky, and if you were consistent about it, you could just rearrange everything and work just fine. I've seen they have maps where they're upside down, but I don't even think they use those in Australia.
Yeah, work on that Orion's belt thing. I'm going to watch this other video that I just popped up when I typed in Orion's belt alignment from that channel Divergent. You ever watch any of his stuff?
Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be working on. What do you mean?
Well, if Orion's belt aligns with everything, right?
Well, I know they've said before that the pyramids line up at the same angles that the Great Pyramids do, but they're not along the same latitude, are they?
You just have to look at the videos I'm posting. I reposted the same one twice. I'm gonna delete it.
Let me see. What's a star in Orion's belt? Is that Regulus? Is that one of them?
I'll be back.
No, that is not one of them. Al Nalam is. So let me look that up.
Al Baruni.
All you gotta do is look at the declination of what's this one called? Alnunlam. The declination is -112. And so if the Great Pyramid is not at -1, which I know for a fact it isn't, then this entire theory can be thrown out. Another mystery solved, Watson. Oh, shit. Wish Bandsaw was here, dude. I need some carpenter help. Where's Bandsaw the only time you ever need him? Just kidding. I'm gonna watch this guy's video real quick.
Give us the rundown, buddy.
you reckon Nate Leakey will be back, Nate?
Anybody see the new Batman?
Any good?
Uh-huh. But I don't know what they got. You know, Gordon or Jim, right? That's Jim Gordon, right?
Jim Gordon. Isn't Gordon the butler?
No,
No, that's Alfred. That's Alfred. Sorry.
Gordon's the chief, I think.
Yeah,
Or
yeah. Yeah.
So this one, he's like a black guy or something, or like I can't tell. What I swear to God, he looks like Martin Luther Jr. and Don King mixed together. Like, whoa! But there was a white. Why did they do this? What the hell? I don't know. When did they switch it, bro?
I don't know. They've got to get all. I don't know. They've got to make everyone feel as though they're all included, don't they? A little bit, Don. Crazy at times.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool, like when they interchange stuff like that. But like when they've had such a series, like I don't know, I don't know, man.
Well, if you're going to be going off the comic and all that sort of stuff, sure, I can understand you having to change actors, so to speak, because they might get a bit tired of playing it, time and time again. But I don't know. You got to perhaps keep it in the same vein as things.
I don't know. This guy, he's a really cool looking guy. So I'm like, maybe he's just I'm like, is this a white guy? Like, no way. This is just not a white guy.
Well, I got no drama if the part has been acted well, I suppose. Probably would have.
Yeah. But the setting, it's almost
thought
like
about
they're
it.
changing the setting of Gotham. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess maybe Gotham was a little bit too white anyway. Can you imagine being on, like, can you imagine, like, that mattering? Like, we're just kicking this shit around, but can you imagine, like, being in some business where it mattered, that decision? You're like, we need to talk about this, okay? We need to make this decision to make sure that this is included here or that's included there. Like, oh my goodness. Ay, ay, ay.
I, for one, I'm extremely glad that we're going to see more black vagina on the moon.
Happy days, huh?
How is that happening?
Well, I don't know. That's just what they're saying.
Oh.
It's the most necessary thing for humanity to worry about now.
Female astronaut, black African American female on the moon?
Definitely. That's the most important thing that anyone can think about.
Yeah, can you imagine? Like, I can imagine, like, being like, I'm making a movie or something. And I'm like, yo, I want to do this. That would be cool. I want this. That would be cool. But having to talk about, like, we need to make, sure we're sending a good message and let's do, like, what? Or, we got funding for this, or, we're part of this. We have affiliates over here. We need to do this. Oh my God, it's got to be the lamest shit, man. And people just be drinking their coffee and their sodas and talking about it like they actually mattering right now. You know what I mean? Like, because they made fucking Jim Gordon black, dude. Like, for example. Ain't no one going to the moon, though. You know it, man. Come on, man.
Well, not this year or next, or the year after. That's for sure.
Bandsaw, did you hear Kosher talk about banishing people?
Sorry, banishing people from where?
For, like, what's it called? Unforgivable crimes from society. Like, banished, like, throw them out to Alcatraz or to Antarctica and never take care of them. Don't do nothing. These motherfuckers. Go ahead.
Well, people are pretty resourceful, so you could probably banish them to a place. Give them a machete and a bit of flint at least, so they can, start a fire and build a hut or something, and away they go. So no problems there.
Away they go.
Like, you can't just send them there with nothing. That'd be a bit cruel. Like I said, a machete and a bit of flint.
Fuck them. They violated society.
I find it a bit. Had this come up? Was this like in regards to maybe capital punishment or something? I don't know. What was the context?
Yeah, that I think there was some relevance there to the capital punishment.
Mm-hmm. So I find it a bit strange, just logically, right? That we say like punishment, like it's illegal and wrong to kill people, right? So that we say that, but the punishment is going to be we do exactly what we say that you shouldn't be doing. I find that,
yeah, it's weird.
You know what I mean.
There's some some Christians say eye for an eye is in the Bible. Some say it's wrong. Like I don't know. I don't know what the church says about eye for an eye. I can't remember.
And look, and there have been. I'm not saying all examples, but obviously there are examples where people have been executed, and then obviously with more modern techniques, they've been found to be innocent, or new evidence has arisen, and they've been found to be innocent. So
you got to be careful, right? Yeah, to not.
Exactly. Like, how do you absolutely know?
Yeah, that's the best point. They didn't even bring that one up, but that I kind of figured they were taking that for granted. But yeah, that's one of the better points.
Yeah.
If you punish, you're risking more.
Exactly right, and that's why I say, also too, it's we say it's wrong. We say it's wrong to do it, to kill someone, and yet we're going to kill you. So I just find that stance just like a little bit hypocritical in itself.
Just a little bit.
Like we used to have capital punishment here. I can't remember when it got outlawed, but a whiles ago now. Might have been the 60s, thereabouts. It hasn't been around for a while, and not every state in America has capital punishment, do they? There's only a few of them.
I think it's only Texas now, isn't it?
Oh, is it only Texas, Crypto? No, I didn't know.
I don't know that. That was just what was in my head. Let me have a look.
Most states don't have it, but a lot do, I think.
Oh, according to this, 27 states still have the death penalty.
Oh,
there you go. So half of them.
Wow, I didn't. I'd imagine most of them don't actually enforce it though, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Because we've got some really weird old laws in England that no one really enforces that are still technically the law.
Yeah, and so was that the context of it though, Don? The capital punishment, where that came from?
He said that. Yeah, I mean, he was making a point that you made, about that, basically the hypocrisy. Yeah, but I could tell he was just putting a position, like that whole. It's that whole position.
Yeah, it is a tough one, isn't it? Like, when you're removed from the situation, you can have one view, but if you're actually involved in the situation, you can have a totally different view on what the punishment should be.
Morality is tough, man, and that's why I think it's like it either needs to be some sort of like, I don't care, I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna do what I want, or I overly care, I'm never gonna aggress or touch anybody, or I'm just gonna play it by ear. And it's like, that's what this whole, to me, it's kind of like this realm could just be computing, you know, what the material yields of, you know, good or bad. Like it could be measuring, like when people make these quote unquote selfish or sacrificing decisions, like what's the outcomes, what is chosen more, why, when is it chosen more? You get what I'm saying? It could be still computing, like what is better, while we're sitting here thinking we know good is better, or there's selfish people thinking evil's better, you know what I mean? And while it's still actually up in the air, it's still computing, it's still being tested, maybe.
Possibly. Yeah, no, morality's I think it's it's an interesting conversation, really.
Have you heard, I'm sure you've heard, you know, people if they don't have like feelings for other people or something, that, you know, people don't have feelings for other people, they're like whatever, like psycho or something, or whatever the word is.
Well, you're just blasé. Maybe you just don't really care, really. You know. Do I have feelings for other people? Or I would say if I'm not involved with them, no. Like I don't.
Right. And that's honest. You know, it's like people act like, you know, sometimes we got to be more like, I don't know, what is it? Good Samaritan or humanitarian or all this other nonsense.
You know, but if you ask, if you ask me a question, do I have feelings for my family or my friends and stuff like that? Well, it'd be a totally different situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, do I have feelings for my neighbours? Well, when I'm not interacting with them, no. But if they come around our place for a barbie, yes, sort of thing. You know, you don't. That's kind of just the way it is, really. I can't really, I can't really see anyone being any different. Really, I can't.
For me, it's hard to take yourself out of anything. You know, like I always see somehow a piece of yourself. It's always like, you know, that whole selfless thing is a myth, right? It's like, how can anything actually truly be selfless? If there wasn't some desire that you had to do the thing, you wouldn't be doing the thing.
Yeah, and like just before we were talking about capital punishment. Now, and this is where it gets tricky, Don. Like I would say for for everyone else, like I kind of disagree with it, but for me personally, like if you were to touch someone in my family, kill someone in my family, or do something horrendous to someone in my family, I would want it. I would want that revenge sort of thing. I think that's being honest, sort of thing. Because now I have an emotional involvement in it.
You really think you'd want that?
Yeah, I do. 100%, I do. Yeah, if you did something horrendous to one of my family members, or my loved ones, you know, or my family members, yeah, or if you were to kill them, yeah, 100%, and I'd probably want it to be as painful as possible, too. Really,
Okay.
pretty sick, I know. Pretty sick.
I've had few moments like that, but I can get rid of them.
Oh, look, I don't let it consume me at all. Like I'm only just thinking about it just now, Don. Like, you know, yeah. But like I said, if I'm being honest, you know, if you gave me a choice of what that punishment should be, that's probably what I would choose because I'd be emotionally involved.
I don't know. It seems like also maybe lazy. Like, don't you ever dream of like, okay, well, I would want to put a yoke around their neck for 100 years and get them to mine gold for me while I fuck them in the ass. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'm sure Bandsaw has that thought all the time, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see that's why I said too, Don. Right, if I was to choose something, it'd want to be the most painful possible way to go. Right.
uh,
So, maybe I'll keep that in the back of my head next time I'm thinking about a punishment.
right. You just want them done and over with, huh?
Well, I don't want it done and over with because you know what? Because I reckon that it's too quick. I only get, well, it depends what form of the execution is, but it's over way too quick. You know what I mean? Then I have to live with a lifetime of pain because of that.
Exactly. You
So,
gotta have them mining gold for you while you fucking whip them.
But at the same time, I wouldn't want them to die of a natural death either. Like so, oh no, you see now I'm sounding really creepy. Yeah. But yeah, no, for anything else, other than a horrendous sort of crime or murder, definitely let's put them on an island or send them to Antarctica or something. Like I said, we'll do the right thing. We'll give them a machete and a piece of flint. You give them a heads up and they can fend for themselves.
Have you ever seen the movie, old movie with, I believe, Ray Liotta called No Escape?
Oh God, no! I may have years ago. You'd have to refresh my memory on what it's.
They're prisoners. They get taken to an island, but they just get dropped off, and it's just Jungle Island. And
oh yeah, and it's like one by one they pick each other off. Is that the one you're talking about?
no, this one is the wild people will grab you, and now you're in the fucking chaos camp of savages, who go and grab the once a month helicopter rations that are dropped by the island prison. I mean, it's just a desert island that you can't get off of, or a jungle island you can't get off of, and there's like drones surveilling it. But right. But like there's also a good camp where it's like they decide to cooperate and not be savages, and they band together to defend themselves against the savages. And if you're bad in there, they put you out. You're out.
Wait, if you're bad in the Antarctica now?
Right. It's like if you're bad in Antarctica, then you get put out of the good bad guys of Antarctica.
Yeah.
Dude, the whole point of what I'm saying is strictly a discussion about the limits to the authority of the government, and so I don't think the government is. I don't think that it's we should require our government to be concerned with anyone or anything that's outside of our society. However, they can implore us to be, and we can ask them to be, and but we shouldn't expect them to be. Like if somebody, for instance, is I don't know, if kids are being raped in I don't know, Somalia or something. I don't think that. I think that we could ask our government to do something about it, and I think that our government could ask us if they could do something about it, something like that. But I don't think that it should be expected that our government does something regarding someone somewhere else. And so it's the same way. I don't think there's any reason to expect the government to be concerned with people that you just sent them to Antarctica. It's like that they're there because they're not allowed to be in our society anymore. If they can't survive for some reason, then that's on them. It's not resistance. It's not my concern anymore. It's not my concern to make it my government's concern.
I'm with you.
Yeah. But some sort of authority or some sort of body has to decide what consequences of your actions are going to to be, okay, Shay?
That's what I'm saying. I think those consequences extend to whether they're a participant in our society any longer or not. That's what our government's extent should be. It shouldn't reach to the extent that they're allowed to decide how to vengefully punish this person, like what sort of punishments this person now gets because they did the thing they did. Because that's a weird authority to give somebody. You know what I mean? That's not really a necessary authority.
Well, someone has to decide what the punishment's going to be.
Yeah, the person enacting it. The person who wants to enact punishment on somebody is responsible for doing it and responsible for the consequences, of course. And that should always be
Exactly
the case.
right. Exactly right. So now we have to have consequences. Who decides what those consequences are going to be?
No, that's at the liberty of the person who's going to do them. You know what I mean? I don't think that we should give that authority to anybody. I think that if somebody wants to take that authority upon themselves and find this person and do something vengeful to them, I'm not going to do anything about it if they don't get caught.
Then if the government catches you, you're banned.
If the government catches you, then you broke one of the rules of the government, which is we don't allow to kill people willingly. And if you're, I think there's murder in the first degree. There's some cases where it's not an unforgivable crime. So this is like reserved for people who are like serial rapists and serial killers and maybe multiple killers or just heinous killers, kitty diddlers, serial kitty diddlers, this kind of thing, serial kitty rapists. These people are doing unforgivable crimes. But someone who kills somebody, out of what's it called, a crime of passion or something like that, which is first degree murder, I think. I wouldn't say that they were to be removed from society. There probably would just be some sort of rehabilitation for them. So
but someone has to decide, though, Kosho, whether or not you are that person that gets the rehabilitation or that person that is going to be exiled to Antarctica. Now, who makes this decision? Like, you have to have a body, right, that makes this decision.
The courts.
Okay, the courts do. Did you say?
The courts would work exactly the same way. There would be no reason to have a different court system. It would just be the punishments are different. The punishments are less based in vengeance and more based in protecting the society from these people.
Yeah, but you still have to have someone decide what those punishments are going to be. Like, they just don't happen by themselves. Like, the court themselves isn't going to. What you're going to give the authority to one judge. Right?
No,
the judge needs guidelines that is set out by them. Okay, then this particular crime has been committed. Now, these are the options of the punishment that you get, A, B, C, and D, and you have to work within those guidelines. So now, who creates those guidelines?
No, but that's what I'm saying is those are already those are what we're discussing now. So the punishment for those unforgivable crimes would be banishment, and the punishment for thieving crimes would be equal to what you stole, right? You'd have to pay that back, stuff like that. If you're repeat offenders, might have restrictions placed on them. I don't think locking people in cages and then paying for them to eat is a necessary restriction. You may put them in their own house if they can't stop stealing from people. But those sort of crimes are different, and also drug-related crimes. I don't know. You can just fine them if they are selling or buying drugs. You just give them a bunch of fines.
I'm not disagreeing at all with how you're looking at what the punishment should be and for what people, Kosho, right? Now, what we have to do is, right, these penalties that we think are okay, right, have to now be implemented. You and I just cannot go to the court system and say, this is now your new guidelines. Like, they have to be implemented somehow.
Yeah, you're right. But it would be the same way they're decided now. Like, it'd have to be, maybe decided by some court, some Supreme Court. Somebody would have to make precedents for it in a higher court, I suppose.
Is it the court that actually determines what the punishment is going to be, or is it the government themselves?
I mean, I think on most cases it's the court, and I think on I don't know, it's usually written in law, so I guess there's I don't know. It probably depends on when the law was made. So I don't think it's the same for every law, but you know, the strict most courts, most jurisdictions in the United States have their own penal code, and I think those must be written up by the legislators, I suppose. But
yeah, which is the government. That's what I thought it was the actual government that determines the legislation and what the penalties are. Like the courts just is the place where that is heard and the punishments are dished out, and it's the government that gives them the guidelines.
let me see. I'm gonna let me find out. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because I know this is like my city, my county, or whatever. My county, we have like our own penal code, and their state, we have our own penal code and stuff. I'm not sure where that derives from.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. You might be right. It may be the courts. I don't know, but
I think it depends on the basis. So, for instance, like in a case that goes to the Supreme Court, or really in any time anything is ruled on, a court can use that ruling as precedence for whatever the details of that crime is. So it's like
yes,
yeah,
but a precedent is different to the punishment. A precedent just dictates things like what can and can't be used for a defence, or how a law is interpreted, so to speak, or how a law might be changed. These are what the precedents do, or precedents, however you want to
hold on.
pronounce it.
Okay, so I don't know if this is just for New York, or maybe this is just for California, but it says the New York Penal Code was drafted by Commissioner William Curtis Noyes, a former prosecutor. So I don't know what that means. I don't know if I don't know who they give the authority to write these. I honestly don't know. Let me see. This is actually an interesting question, Ben. This is interesting stuff, man. Because I never thought about because I don't know if you know how our government works in America, but we have like what the checks and balances and the judicial and legislation and the executive department, and there's the three legs of the government, and they keep each other in check. But exactly like you said, the legislation, maybe it works like that in Australia too, but the legislation, they write the law, and the courts, they oversee the law, and the executive branch executes the law. Supposedly, so it's supposed to work. Sometimes they swap places, but
So basically, here in Australia, it's done by our our federal government for the federal laws, and obviously our state government for our state laws, and then we have what is called bylaws, which I think are implemented by our councils.
okay. So
but it has to go through. They have to prepare a bill. They've got a passage of a bill through the House, so it goes through the different houses for debate, and all that sort of stuff.
An Australian debate sounds like a farce.
Ha 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 ha! Kangaroo court. That's what they call it.
Kangaroo court. Fucking.
Yeah.
God damn, I didn't miss that.
And then you have what else? And then you got the procedures after leaving the house, where it's written up in the legal terminology. Make sure all the full stops and commas are in the right place. So it is a government procedure in actually making the laws itself. So that's where you are.
It says here that at least I'm looking at just specific cases. So like for the California law, the penal code, it was written by the legislature, by the California legislature. So, but he was a prosecutor who wrote it, which is weird. But I guess actually that's a person like I could write a bill right now and send it to my governor, my representative, and he could just basically sponsor it and get a bunch of other people to agree with it or help sponsor it, and then they could just put it to vote. So I mean, really anybody could write a law, but they would have to, it would have to be, like I said, sponsored by the House of Representatives.
Exactly right. Yeah, and then you got to get has to go through all the procedures. So definitely anyone has the ability to approach their member, their representative member, try and implement something, and then it's up to the member can either take it to Parliament.
Maybe I should write my congressman, okay, and I should do it multiple times. I should write him a bill for the Antarctica thing, and then ask him if he's like, will you sponsor this? I think that we should start sending instead of, because we have the death penalty here in Texas, and so I was like, for all the people we're going to put on death row, let's instead just send them to Antarctica, and we'll save a lot of money doing this, a lot of money, and we can use some of that money to buy just 1 or 2 drones for $100 and control the border so that we can see if they're leaving Antarctica. That's it. We don't have to check that often. Just maybe the sensor to see if they're leaving, and that's it. And see what
you don't really need the drones, Kosho, because we already have the Antarctica Treaty, so they already have the drones down there patrolling everything.
Well, but we'll want to make sure that we don't, that we don't get caught with our pants down and assume something like that, and then that not be the case, right?
That's right. Made look like fools. We don't want that.
Exactly. Yeah, but the next thing you know, we got fucking all these murderers fucking coming back to Argentina on a raft, and they have a vengeful fucking look to them.
Yeah, a raft built out of penguins or something. That'd be tragic.
Exactly. We march the penguins too. No, but I mean that's actually not bad. Yeah, I wonder if I'd have to. I wonder. I'd probably get somebody like Issa to write that because he knows all the law jargon and shit.
There we go. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Would total American thing to do, dude. Because I mean, we all should be writing our congressmen because they consider a phone call. I think they say it's worth 10 votes, like from their perspectives, and they say a letter is worth 100 votes.
Oh damn!
So they actually take that shit serious. Like they if they got a lot of letters about a specific thing, they
ain't taking your phone calls. Come on, Harris. They taking
you never
your
called
phone
your congressman?
calls. They ain't taking your call.
I've called my congressman several times, dude.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it interesting though that 99.99999% of us just sit back and just go, yep, the government's got our best interests at heart, and they go along and they make all these laws and they implement all these things, and we just go, yep, thanks guys, you got our best at heart there. But you're right, Kosho. If a few more of us actually got off our ass and actually wrote a letter instead of an email, because emails just go in the spam box, but actually write a letter, some stuff might get done.
Yeah, that's why people do things like petitions, is because they realize that. I mean, the politicians realize that if there's a lot of people with the same opinion, that actually means a lot, because they know that when it comes to voting, for instance, like Austin, let's say we have a population of 2.5 million. They're not trying to speak to all 2.5 million people. They're trying to speak to the people who are going out to vote, which is significantly less. And they're so obviously the opinions of the people who are participating in like calling, writing, or going to vote, all that type of shit, they know that those people's opinions matter way more, well, at least to them, than anybody else's. They're the ones who are actually going to keep them in office or vote somebody else. This is why I said this in here before, but this is why I think that entire way of government is is stupid. Like to have professional politicians and then we vote for who we want. They should just make it. If we're gonna have a representative system, they should just make it to where it's like a jury duty, and where it's randomly chosen. And it's at a smaller. It's at a low. It's not. It's at a lower level, not at the highest level. Like there'll be levels.
Hey,
like community level, city, state, that kind of thing. But yeah, it'll be selected, but through random selection.
I don't know. I don't agree with the jury system just randomly selecting people, but I do think there should be like a maximum term. So there's not career politicians in place. Like there should be a maximum term, I think.
Absolutely that too. But why don't you think? By the way, so in order to be up for the selection, there will probably have to be a qualifying thing. Like you'll probably have to take a course, you'll have to, like a course that make sure you know your basic shit. But the thing about having random selection is that you'll have less corruption, and you'll have some incompetence, but you'll have people who balance out the incompetence.
Everybody who wants should be in there. It shouldn't even be. Everybody should be in there, and then you should. You know how you pick like your top 10, and you list. Oh, I want Coke first. If they don't have that, Pepsi. Like you give everybody else your numbers, and whoever's got the most power, like they should get a little bit more. Like there's always gonna be.
I think they do that in UK.
It's always Well, I heard they do like crazy shit over there in some of these Russian areas. But anyway, I don't know, man. Everybody should be involved. It's interesting that you're saying like you got to have kind of like a duty, but then at the same time you need to have the training. But then at the same time, it's like people, if they can back out of it if they want it, because they just won't go through the fucking training.
No, I don't think you can back out. I don't think you should back out of it. You should be able to back out of it.
I think there should be some sort of competency level. But having said that, you look at half the politicians anyway, and they probably wouldn't pass the competency test anyway. But yeah, like I think there should be some sort of you need some sort of degree of competency. I would think. How you actually screen for that? Well, that's a different kettle of fish. But see, I think there should be more practical people in Parliament, like carpenters and electricians and plumbers and factory workers. And
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that sort of thing. More practical people. Right?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what random selection gives you. That's why jury duty is randomly selected, because it's a random collection of people.
Yeah, but half the Parliament are full of bloody lawyers, doctors and stuff. That's a majority of them, really. Or career union people and stuff.
Those are exactly the people who do not need to be in government. But people who should be representatives. Like why would a lawyer be? A lawyer does represent you in court, but the people who would represent a certain amount of people, it should be a representation of those people. So yeah.
So you should have a lawyer, a carpenter, a plumber, a electrician, one of kind of every kind of different field in there, maybe. Do it like that.
That's why I think the random selection comes in, and I think that it's also, like I said, level based. So it's like you'll have a representative, all the way down to community level, the house level, and they'll just have less authorities and less abilities and stuff, and be able to vote on less stuff. But ultimately, they'll have some say in that. At the higher levels, they'll have more authority, more say, and shit like that. And maybe there's different. Like I said, there's courses you have to take in order to be qualified to do this, and they're free courses, something like that.
Yep. And this gerrymandering and shifting of boundaries should be bloody outlawed completely. The way they do that, trying to create safe seats, for their politicians and stuff.
Yeah, what you said though about people who are the term limits for representatives, yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
Unless there's a guy who's like really cool. Like, where's like a really awesome guy? And just like, dude, let's keep making this guy for a representative. Dude.
I think duty's the best word, like we always say. I think like registering to vote, you can just register an account online. All the issues should be there, and you can perpetually toggle them whenever you want. Everybody's votes should then be compiled. People should look at the representatives should look at the actual data of what people want. If they're going against a big majority, or in any case, whenever the issue is decided upon, it should be explained. It should be met with compromise for both sides. You know what I'm saying? It should be mitigated. You know,
that's why.
Yeah, involvement.
Saying that, dude. But in order to do that, you would need to implement something that was like a blockchain, but with communication. And
I thought you were doing it, bro. I thought we were taking over the world. What's going on?
Actually, I was thinking about doing that a few years ago, well, with a voting system and also with a like a way to elect, like, because there you can make a way where like let's say we just make an internet party, and whatever through the internet we select somebody to represent our party by this extremely transparent sort of this pro system where different people can promote different people. Anybody can ask them questions, and every single question, and every single response, and every single answer, it can be visible, just like on just like a blockchain transaction. It can be visible to anybody at all who wants to see that transaction. Nothing can ever be hidden or erased or changed. Yeah, so you know, you can actually see who people actually like who they actually prefer to.
Yeah, you have standing records, but in your case, we're just talking about who they prefer. I'm talking about you can look at the exact like legal and behavioral preferences that they prefer.
Oh, I'm saying both. I'm saying both those things.
Okay, both is great. Now, the people who represent us, really, they should just be speaking for us, because you know, like that's what representing should be. But it's like they decide. They should be speaking, not deciding. You see what I'm saying? That's what representation.
They do both.
Right, they shouldn't be deciding much at all. Okay,
but they have to do both because other people will you know put something up to vote, and so they have to vote for it in our behalf, right?
No, but I guess I mean like they should be speaking for us, and compromise should be the only decisions that's happening. How do you compromise? You know,
yeah, I mean, that's what a vote is, though. It's like somebody. It's like if I come up with that Antarctica thing, and my congressman decides to put that forth in law, right? Then the only thing everybody else is going to be able to do is vote on it and discuss why or why not to vote for it. But yeah, I mean they and they're gonna talk about it though. They talk about it in the like you know they try to argue for it.
Okay.
But what you just said, Don, there, you know, you put up the legislation to the people, and you know, the people need to vote on whether or not that is.
Yeah, they do that a lot in California. Really cool.
Yeah, and then all this stuff that they do with the gerrymandering and whatnot, moving of border lines and whatnot to make these safe seats, would get nullified too, because now you're putting it to the people. So you're going to get a true representation of exactly what legislation the people want in.
Yeah, but that's not. Honestly, I disagree. I think it's dangerous, man. Like
why is that dangerous to have the people actually vote?
Yeah, what the hell?
Because
yeah, how's that dangerous?
Wait. What?
Yeah. You never heard anybody argue why democracy is dangerous?
Yeah, but I guess the point is you kind of like agreed with it, but then because you maybe assuming an element, you're assuming maybe an element of there's no check and balance like leader, and it's just whatever the people vote, then Therefore, that's not what I'm saying.
Why would it? Wait a minute. Why would there be a vote then if they're not ultimately making a decision?
So that they can be held accountable, so that there can be, for reasons you were saying, more transparent and more, I don't know if faith is the best word, but there can be more expected from the representative because they have more true data on their constituents.
Okay, that's like a poll then. That's like a poll, but then, or like a, I mean, because basically then that doesn't. Basically, what you're saying is they can have a vote, but the vote doesn't really mean anything. It's just a good indicator of what the representative should do.
Right. That's the point. You keep worried about what person are you voting for, and it should constantly be what philosophies and behaviors and processes and programs.
Let's get specific, because I'm not just talking about people. I'm talking about, like, in California, they have a lot of propositions, laws that they put to the people to vote democratically over, and and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm disagreeing with. I'm disagreeing that you should put policies democratically to the people to vote on, yay or nay. If
you're ridiculous, because you could have it both ways. We could have it both ways. Here's what could happen: we could do that thing that you disagree with and let the people vote, but there still could be a check and balance where the representative steps up and is able to say, or the committee of representatives is able to step up and say, look, we've got the data. We see 87% of you want the bridge here, but look, we're going to talk about it. That bridge costs $99 million. We only got $100 million. We're going to use 2020. We're going to take a collection. There needs to be communication of compromise or consideration, right, to the people. You still can have your check and your smarter person keeping the herd in check, right?
But that renders renders what they're doing no more powerful than somebody taking a poll and telling them what the poll says.
Yeah, but that's the point. They're not taking polls and telling what the polls are. Like, that's my exact point. No, they don't. Not in this way, Kosho. People do not feel it. How common do you think it is for the people to call the representative like you did, Kosho?
That's what I'm saying to you, though. When people march on the Capitol, or when people protest, or when they get 1,000 phone calls a day about something, and so when they know that, yes, it is true that there's a large amount of people who want or don't want this bill to be passed.
Now you're agreeing with me.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what you're describing. What this vote would be, just basically be a official indication of what the position of the people are, regardless of whether or not if that is what the
well, that's a good thing. That's more. People aren't marching every day. It's not convenient to march every day. It's not convenient to call your representative.
I see what you're saying. It wouldn't really be a tool. It wouldn't really be a tool as far as the policy goes, but it would be a helpful aid, or it would be useful aid for the people actually writing and voting on the bill, to see where the people's position is.
Information is power. I mean, come on, like, it's more.
I'm saying it doesn't serve as any powerful part, any power in the government. It's not a power. So
it doesn't have to, sure, but like
that's different though than what I was talking about.
I have a question. I thought that the representatives are supposed to be servants to us. They're not supposed to lord around us. They're supposed to represent us and do what's best for us.
Right. I think we all agree with that. But in a democracy, there's no representatives. So
look, if 90% of you, if I'm the leader and there's 10 different colors, 10% red, 10% black, 10% white, brown, 10%, 10 different colors, and 90% of you say we want to kill one of the colors, you would hope that the leader says, well, look, what's best for everybody, guys, I know you want to do it, but what's best for everybody is we don't do it, because you could be the group turned on in the future, and we're going to promise we're never going to turn on each other. So I know 90% of y'all feel that way. I'm the leader, and can y'all join me? Can y'all second guess? Can y'all revote? And after hearing from the leader, can you change your mind? Can we compromise? See, that's what could be done for sure.
Yeah, no, but you just gave the perfect, simple argument for exactly why democracy democracy is not.
I understand. I was trying to exemplify that.
So that's a good example. Exactly. Yeah.
That's like a metaphor. That's not really an example.
But no, that is a perfect example. In a democracy, there's no reason why that would not be
in a democracy.
possible.
in a democracy, all the people go and sit down and vote on something, right?
Yeah.
There's not going to be an angry mob, and then they have official votes and shit.
Right.
Democracy wasn't just an angry mob. This was like the last time they had democracy was like in Greece, and it was just landowners sitting in like a big auditorium. It wasn't like mobs were going around and demanding people murdered.
No one's describing a mob. He's saying that there's just 90% of the people, all these different colors, 90% of them want to kill 10% of them. In democracy,
or be calm about
there'd
it.
be nobody to stop that.
Yeah, it could be a calm thing, but it's a 90-10. No matter how calm or violent it is, you'd be like, the leader would be like, what's better for everybody is we reconsider, we don't do it.
This is why I think a representative system works better, because but the important part is the representatives should be immediately accountable to the constituents. That's why it should be at a lower level, and there should be levels of it. But if you because then that way you have more of a body that is, like I said, responsible for something, rather than a collection of everybody who could vote for anything, and something could, anything heinous, and there's no one. It's not like you're going to appoint somebody to overturn heinous things.
Wouldn't you agree that the Hellenization and the Greek culture was not heinous in any way, and that their democracy was actually quite civilized compared to all the other nations around them at the time?
No, I mean, in any
we're talking about democracy, right? So I'm giving real examples of democracy, not scenarios. Like that was the last real democracy. So like, if we're gonna talk about examples, we talk about examples, or you can just make up metaphors,
Yeah, and those examples though, and the examples in Greece, it wasn't just pure democracy.
What do you mean?
Like a democracy where there isn't there's no central authority, there's no representative system, there's no Senate,
there's no president.
So I mean that's not even a real example. It's
I missed the last
one. Is there a president and politicians that make up laws?
Say what? I can't hear you.
Do you have leaders who make up laws and force you to follow them?
You say it one more time.
I said, in your democracy, do you have leaders that create laws and force you to follow them?
And what do you? I don't understand what you're at. Like, what example? Like, what government are you talking about? In my government? What are you talking about?
Yes.
I have a hard time. I'm not really following what you're saying. I don't know what you mean. Like, we were talking about a couple different things, man. So I'm just trying to. I don't know.
We're talking about representation or republic versus democracy, basically.
Okay, so then in that context, what are you asking again?
Right? So there's a difference between like a republic is where you vote for a human, that human then goes and makes the laws for you, and they vote on it. Whereas in a democracy, you directly vote on the laws that are getting passed. But when it comes to like a lot of these genocides and stuff, they weren't really passed in law. They were more executive orders, which could happen in either case. If you understand how the executive branch works versus the judiciary and legislative branch.
Yeah, which I don't think. I think things like executive orders should be scrutinized.
Well, that's neither democratic nor representational, right? No, they make fucking executive orders that nobody. Who's he representing? Yeah, apparently are the country, but ain't no one fucking agreeing with it, right? So I don't see it as representational or democratic, honestly.
Yeah, there's times though, like in like ancient Rome, there's times where the regular rule should be set aside, and you should elect a dictator who has a very different set of rules than normal. I think that there's sometimes emergency. I forget what they used to call it, like emergency whatever. But yeah, there's definitely times to do that sometimes, but I don't think that's all the time.
Emergency powers, martial law.
I'm gonna just throw out Magna Carta. We'll go with that since we're all saying wrong answers.
What about Magna Carta?
What's the question even, Don?
The question was, what is the phrase in ancient Rome called when they went to martial law, basically?
Yeah, well, there was a dictator. Magna Carta was in England.
Bro, I totally just wanted to say a funny name, okay? Like, you guys are saying all these cool Roman things, okay? Like, no one said
Cincinnati is named after Cincinnatus, who was the famous farmer guy who was made the dictator, and then he was a dictator, and right when whatever was happening, the war, whenever it was over, he went back to farming and gave up the powers. Seemed
cool.
as honorable.
That history show with the biggest boats ever, dude. That shit was awesome. Did you see these boats from back in like the Roman and Egyptian empires and shit? Holy fuck!
Some of them. They got bigger and bigger.
One Egyptian one. It was fucking huge. They have them in these museums in Egypt. I was like, what the fuck? Even, you know what I mean? Because the Roman people thought of the Egyptians as ancient. So even for us, like, that's even farther back.
But wait, which Egyptians had these big ships?
Let me go find it, bro. It's the fucking biggest thing. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
It's crazy. Well, how big? Well, yeah, I'm gonna see how big was the biggest ship back then, because
bigger than the ships of now.
That's not true.
Yes,
there's
it is.
No way that's true. This is not. There's no way that's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not.
They had 1,000 rowers.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, 5,000.
It takes 5,000 people to man.
I'm about to give you the name of the actual thing we're talking about. It's called the Khufu ship. It's called the Khufu ship, I believe. 2500 BC, fourth dynasty of ancient Egypt. 43.4 meters or 142 feet long. 5.9 meters wide or 19 feet wide.
No, that's not the one. That's a big one, but that ain't the one.
43 meters is fucking huge. What are you talking about? That's a fucking yacht, dude. That's an actual yacht.
This one was double. There was one with a double platform. Like, it was huge. That ain't shit.
I mean, let me compare that. Like, I think a U.S. aircraft carrier is like 1,000 feet, right? Something around that size, huh?
Well, I'm thinking container ship or aircraft carrier. That'd be big, but 43 meters aren't that.
Yeah, it's not
that big.
You got the Hellenistica. You got the Syracusa.
I think you're thinking about it's big because from like definitely there's eras where they had one certain ship size, and then a bigger ship at that time would have been crazy. But at today's age, you're not going to find bigger ships than we have today.
But back then, it was probably a ginormous back then. I would agree with that. Yeah.
There was times where we couldn't sail from Europe to America because of the limits of our ships.
The rowers.
I think that's actually a limitation of.
One of these things is supposedly bigger than a football field.
Yeah, bro, look at this one.
This one's like a Greek football field. Holy fucking shit. That's fucking. Well, this isn't Egyptians. These are Greek people, but either way, that's impressive.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, of course. Back then, 100%, it's impressive.
They had Archimedes. I forget who used Archimedes as he was a military engineer. They would build a bunch of shit.
It's a bloody catamaran. That's what that is. A bloody catamaran. Look at it. That's huge. What have they got? Three stories of rowers on there.
Bandsaw.
What?
Sorry, dude. I'm making this bow staff, right? And I was looking for you earlier, and
Okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah, well,
like a hidden blade in it or something?
Yeah, there's a hidden blade, and it turns.
No way.
Yeah, I'm making it like a cane, so it looks like a cane, and it's going to extend out to a bow staff, and so it's pretty cool. But I just I'm having to hollow out the main piece of it, that put the extender into. But I'm doing it by hand because well, for a couple of reasons, and I just don't know if there's maybe some tips with how to hollow out a piece of wood.
Oh god.
130 meters on one of these.
We can talk off. We talk a little. I don't want to bore, but I forgot to ask you.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a couple ideas, but
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool shit and stuff. You know, I heard a theory about the Great Pyramid, which is also called Khufu, right? Which was argued was a device or a it was supposed to be something so they could protect themselves from flooding. So I think the person who was arguing it was actually trying to compare it to the Ark, like Noah's Ark. Like it was made so that it could withstand the city with some great flood, something like that. Kind of makes sense, and also kind of doesn't. Kind of does too. I don't know.
yeah, that's a big boat, Don. That one. Crazy.
Man, I think people don't realize. Yeah, it is pretty big. It looks like a little city, but as I said, maybe aircraft carriers. I mean, they have Starbucks on them and McDonald's and cruise ships that have like giant. Yeah, maybe.
Damn.
See, that's some bullshit. Okay, that's some straight fucking that is bullshit right there.
That's a bullshit.
Okay, they can be undercover Starbucks and be U.S. Army, and the government can be profiting. You don't let no fucking. How in the fuck is there some third-party motherfuckers profiting on our warship, Kosho? What in the hell is going on? Now I get it, and it's cool, and it makes
to eat food
normal, but the sailors stopped cooking all of a sudden.
Yeah, we had to buy that food too.
So the staff that work in the Starbucks and McDonald's on the aircraft carriers and stuff, do they get paid like $7 an hour?
No, I think they're employed by Starbucks. So,
dude, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Y'all shouldn't be getting no third party. It should be government food. See, that's why I'm for this. Whatever words you want to put on it. Social.
And the Air Force Base, I stayed there for 6 months. And the Air Force Base, they have steak and lobster every single Wednesday, and they have I remember you can get a full size candy bar any time of the day. You can go to the galley on the Air Force Base, and you can get ice cream, soft served ice cream in a bucket, ice cream sandwiches, fucking any kind of ice cream you want, dude, all the time. So. Don't complain about anybody. Just complain about the Air Force, dude.
Wow.
I mean, you can go and get a full-size candy bar anytime you'd like.
That's some bullshit. Only the government should be making money. Until y'all lead a base, y'all should have to buy government issue everything.
I'm sure they get a lot of that stuff for cheap, though. Like, I know, like, we get fucking pallets of Girl Scout cookies. And I know we get those. Like when they show up, we just grab them for free. So I'm assuming we just get those for free. I mean, I would imagine. I mean, there's probably just excess or something like that.
How do you feel about like more government business though? Okay, like you know how in the little game, like let's say, I don't know, I don't like the little role playing game where you can, find the sword and then go sell the sword on the market, But
you're a RuneScape or WoW or something,
right? But like, if sometimes there's games where you have to wait for someone else to buy it. Sometimes there's games where the shop will just give you a default price for it.
Yeah,
I'm for the latter, and I think that also the shop or the government should be in the business of producing its own resources as well, and therefore offering some sort of a baseline price, for the supply and demand market. They should be like, look, we're steadily trying to grow as much corn as we can. This is what our corn costs, and then competitors will have more of a baseline to compete off of, and also it could,
that'd be something in a world where those sort of things were important, but Yeah, if the military is in the business of growing corn for whatever reason it is, they're probably going to need all the corn they're growing. They're probably not going to be interested in selling it. And they're probably not going to be doing it in the first place, in which case they're going to buy corn wherever they can if they need it. But if for some reason they are growing it,
well, y'all Army boys could be doing a lot more than hanging around playing video games and doing push-ups all day. Okay, like the push-ups could be hooked up to like electrical generators, and you could be like literally should be generating electricity with every push-up and pull-up and weight lifted. Second of all, I think that like
that same argument, couldn't the congressmen be doing that too?
They should be,
and also the post.
We should be, and the sidewalks and the road should all have generators on them. So let's go.
And you're slave government, okay? I'm
a slaver. That's right. And it's just that I'm gonna let the slaves in the house, and of course the government doesn't need to. The government doesn't need to like produce the corn, but there is something that they could maybe be producing. That they would be good at. Whatever they could find to be good at.
Yeah, but maybe. Yeah, that's just not the purpose of them. So it's like that. When we enacted the military, which is really the only reason, the only thing we're going to expect of them. Of course, that's not true. But regardless, the reason we have them has nothing to do with that. So there's no reason to make that a requirement of.
We could just decide that the reason to have them would, and then it would be.
Yeah, we could do that. We could also just recycle our shit and not buy food ever again. And
come on, they're two different things, dude. Recycle the shit or have like cooler soldiers. Like, come on, they're two totally different things.
I see. Okay, so if you're arguing we should use the soldiers for something more efficient, productive efficiency for the government, I guess if that's something that you think we need. But we have other people in the government also. We have a lot of government employees that can do a lot of things. And sure, if you can find a way to make that happen, make it more efficient, sure.
Yes. It's just, I don't know, man. We got this whole great nation, but, like everyone's saying, we were kind of saying earlier, man, I don't give a fuck about my neighbor unless they're coming over for the barbecue. You know what I mean?
Unless they're hot.
I'm terribly sorry, Don. That.
I agree with you. I'm just saying it's like, like with more.
Was Bandsaw the one who said that?
Yeah, I was, yeah. I was being honest. Okay, show.
Dog it out. What do you guys got? 1v1.
Hey, hold on.
I agree with them.
Show. Yeah, you agree with me because I speak the truth here.
So you agree with him, Don, and you're talking against him?
Bro, I agree with both sides of everything. It's
That's
how
true.
do you compromise them?
That's true.
Hey, Kosho, you've got a new dog in town trying to compete for your status of top dog globe defender.
I'm not the top dog globe defender, but or do I want to be?
Yeah,
but who's this person?
100%. You're self-proclaimed, I thought.
No, not self-proclaimed. You know what I said earlier verbatim? I said earlier verbatim. If I found out that there was an argument that was winning and people over to the globe, and flat earthers were quitting and becoming globers again over this argument, I would that day denounce the globe and become a flat earther and start arguing for the flat earth in order to build it back up.
You are a flat earther at heart.
Almost the least glober.
Yeah, no, leaky Sawyers is the new dog in town, trying to knock a few of you off your pedestal.
Is he Egyptian?
Oh no, he's a poor little misguided soul. Thought he had gravity all worked out and whatnot, and he's had to go home and do some homework.
Well, the only thing about this report that I'm having a hard time with is I guess I'd have to see it for myself, Bandsaw. You usually tell it like it is, Bandsaw. I can trust you, what you say on some things. That's why I asked you about the wood. But same with Don. Don, really anybody. I got to see this guy for myself. See what he's working with.
Yeah, well, he's a bit all over the place. But he did have a couple of people, reinforcements, come in and try and save the sinking ship, I must say.
And to be fair, you guys also say Newton and Einstein both need to have gravity wrong. So just say that this guy. I mean, that's why I got to see what he's saying.
Well, come on, look. Gravity is just, what is it, Kosho? It's just weight. That's all it is. Now you hijacked the term, right? Your side have hijacked the term, right, to make it mean something else. That's what you've done.
Well, if that were the last question, that's not even a question. That doesn't answer any questions. Just saying this is that. Well, the question is, why does this thing have weight? What gives what is it? What is it about this thing that gives it weight? That's the question.
What is it? What is it that gives it weight? Right?
Proportionate to its mass.
What is weight exactly?
Well, it's an acceleration due to your mass and some force. Then that's the next part of the investigation.
Now, are you sure about this?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, okay, because I hold on. I found something interesting before. Let me find it. Hold on. I have to go my history.
I do want to preface, just so we can save time, also that I do understand the equivalence principle Einstein had come up with, in which he states to be in an accelerating frame or to be in a gravitational field with gravitational force, this experience would be one that is indistinguishable from one another. In if you're in that from being inside that frame.
So you've hijacked something, right? Gravity, gravitas, right? Which just means weight, and you've turned it into some fictional force, right? Because all it is weight. We know this, right?
That's not true.
And in a bit of a slimy kind of way, you kind of hijack the word.
Hey.
Yeah, well, it is a little bit slimy. Because what are you doing, right? When you're measuring something, right? Measuring its weight. What are you actually doing?
We're measuring this force. There's some force impacting the scale, and we're using that to quantify what its weight is. Yeah.
Well, not exactly. You're not exactly doing that, Kosho.
That's exactly what's happening. The same sort of device you can use to weigh somebody, you could also use to measure any force in any direction, as long as it's pushing on it. Yeah, just push on it.
So you need pressure, right?
Not quite. No.
Well, of course you need pressure. How else do you register a weight on a scale unless you apply pressure?
Well, I'll tell you. If I took the Great Pyramid of Egypt and I turned it upside down, I put it on a scale, and I weighed it, right? And I put it right side up on a scale, and I weighed it. There would be no difference in the weight, and there would be an extreme difference in the amount of pressure on that scale. So,
really, but you're still registering the amount of pressure that applies to that scale.
That's incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect at all, because you can't register anything unless you apply a pressure, Kosho. Now, regardless of what the surface area of that pressure is neither here nor there, right? You're still applying pressure, right?
Well, it is here and there.
Well, no, it might be there, but it ain't here.
It's both here and there, and also It's everywhere, and also, I when you argue this whole thing with the pressure and the weight thing, I said it before. It's like there's ways in which you could say correctly that anytime you measure weight, you could you'd have to extend your description a little bit, but you could also measure a pressure, but not you wouldn't be able to do that without first identifying the surface area of what you're measuring over. But so that's why I said in the case of the pyramid, if we make it completely pointy with a perfect point at the top, and we measure it, it's going to have two totally different pressures.
Yeah. I'm not going to disagree that the surface area will read differently, but the weight's going to read the same. And all you're doing, Kosho, right, is you're just comparing a standard, right? So you've worked out what your standard is going to be, whether that's a kilogram, a pound, an ounce, a shekel, whatever the case may be, right? All you're doing is just comparing that in normal conditions, right? So
That doesn't give
I
you the weight.
want, of course it does, of course it does, because that scale, right, has been calibrated, right? If it's reading kilograms, right? So now you have your standard kilogram weight that you program into that scale, okay, then to register what another object, right, compares to that. And if I want and if I want the same, I keep on filling up that scale until it balances out, and bang, now I have the same as the other.
Yeah, but they use different weights in different places to.
Of course they do.
Well, I'm gonna say depending on the latitude. That's what the dude told me. The dude he makes weights in California for his expensive scale company. I mean, and he said that they have to calibrate them according to the latitude or the certain region. Basically, it was basically saying latitude. Because they're going to weigh differently, even though it's the same. You take the same object different places, and the you'd have different weights unless they were perfectly. But yeah, if you use the same scale,
it is still calibrated to that standard kilogram or that standard pound or whatever you want to measure, regardless of where you take it. Right, it is still calibrated against that initial standard that you have. So, what's the issue?
I get that, and that's why if you measure an object in different places using different scales, unique to those places, you probably wouldn't have a problem. But if you took the same scale to all those different places, you would have a problem, even though it was calibrated with the same object, and that's because a scale is not gonna. Well, this is turning into Jeremy's argument a little bit, but you're not arguing Jeremy's argument. But just scales measure net weight, so they really only measure a net force. But that's another story.
That's another story. I don't know if I've heard Jeremy.
They don't even they technically don't even measure weight on its own.
I'll argue my own argument.
All right, well,
you
saying it's pressure.
Right? Of course. Of course. 100% it is. The standard object that you have applies a certain amount of pressure on that scale. And now that's what you calibrate your scale to. Right, whatever scale that is, whether it's one of those tippy ones or an electronic one or whatever, that applies a certain amount of pressure on that scale, and bang, now you've calibrated it. Now you can bring out your box of carrots and go, I want a kilogram of carrots, and boom, you can put a kilogram of carrots on it, and every single day of the week you'll get a kilogram of carrots because you are now comparing it to something else.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on a second, please. right, let me level with you, Bandsaw. I had an epiphany the other day, and
I hope I wasn't in it.
kind of were, Bandsaw, and I spent a lot of time. I'm always late, and all the time I'm late. Why is that funny, dude?
Because you are.
Yeah, I know. I know I am, and because I'm. That's why I'm saying it, man. Jesus, hey, this.
You need to get a diary, right? And stick to your diary, right? And what you need to do, Kosho, is right. Okay, then I have 15 minutes to do this task, right? And then you need to look at your diary and look at your watch, right? And go, okay, then I am going to be committed to this 15 minutes. And
Listen to
bang.
me. I've thought about that years ago. Okay, I had an epiphany, dude. That means I already have a solution now. The idea you're saying is the first idea. The course, man. I tried that set a long time ago. I was in the military, even. I did all these different things. Nothing worked. Okay, but my idea is not very different from what you just described.
Okay, what are you going to do? Write an app or something?
Yeah, it has to be an app, and I have to set it the night before for the next day, and I have to put in I have to do everything timed and everything, all the breaks timed and everything. Because the thing is, like, you'll say something like, "Yeah, I want to see refraction and curved shit." I'm like, all right, I'm gonna make some shit. I'm gonna fucking, even though I'm doing 5 other things, I'm gonna make this for Bandsaw real quick. Spend an hour doing it, and I do a lot of shit, and I talk about kangaroos and fucking weighing pyramid of Egypt and stuff, and I have to stick to my timer thing. So you might start to see me abruptly leave in the middle of a conversation.
Okay.
Just
well, hopefully, Kosho, you don't ignore your app like you ignored your diary.
Yeah, I know, and all my notes and all my other. I know, dude. I have 2 smartwatches for that reason, also, dude. And I know that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm making that's the other part of my epiphany. I have to be committed to this structure, and I'm gonna make it so I get like shocked when the buzzer goes off.
Well, maybe you need to do that and get hypnotized. Do many different things to try and implement this new discipline that you want to bring into your life.
Yeah. Well, in doing this for the past couple of days, I've noticed that the number one problem is coming in here. Okay. Because I was like, okay, I'm being productive. I'm doing this. I'm setting time aside for that. That's cool. And then one of my breaks, I'm like, okay, I'm missing this break. I'm going to sit down and listen to Discord. And like 3 hours will go by. I'm like, dude, I was only supposed to take a break for 5 minutes.
You're addicted, Kosho. You need to take up a 12-step program or something, probably.
Kosho, the solution is to literally only ever come on Discord when you're doing something else. Just stick
you told me that.
Yeah, because right now I'm currently I'm trying to grind through FIFA 22. I've got to win a bunch of matches against the computer, and that's why I'm listening to FIFA. That's why I'm listening to this. And earlier when I was listening, it's because I was driving to a quiz night I was hosting. Like, I'm never ever on here if I'm not doing something else, because then you can't waste time because it's already being spent doing other stuff anyway.
And you're right about that, man. But the only problem with that is like I'm on the computer a lot, so I'm okay. I'd be on the computer, and I used to say that I could be on the computer and I could just listen here at the same time, but I can't do that because I'd have to not be participating. Basically, I'd have to just be listening. I could do that just listening. That would be cool, but yeah.
All right.
You should be whittling at the same time.
I am. I have to stop whittling to press push to talk, but that's what I'm doing right now. I'm making this bow staff. I'm drilling through it by hand.
I remember there was this thing about 2 weeks ago, maybe more like a month ago now, where I was playing FIFA, and Rumpus came on, and I was talking to him, and he was getting annoyed because I was playing FIFA while talking to him, and he thought I wasn't like focusing on the conversation or whatever. But I'm pretty good at doing 2 things at once, so for me, it's not really an issue. Like,
Rumpus thought it was very rude.
I'm not trying to shit on Rumpus. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to basically get from Kosho if he's good at multitasking or whatever.
No. Okay, can you hear me right now?
Yep.
Nah.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Well. I just want to make sure and it's not. There's no feedback from my speakers coming through.
Nah.
No. Fine.
Well, I'm gonna. I can keep drilling away. Tell me if it starts to bother. The noise might start to bother you. I don't know.
You can hear a little, very vague kind of scraping noise, but it's not annoying to me.
I could probably change my settings. Hold on.
No, it doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. I'm just telling you it's.
You know what bothers me? Every time Don talks with a bloody cookie in his mouth.
He always does that, man. I tried to push the button still, but he always fucking does that, dude.
I know.
He doesn't care. He says he doesn't care, so what can we do? In gems, it's a rule. You can't do that, but.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I forget if it's unspoken rule or it's basically a spoken rule. God damn it.
Are you whittling your mic or something?
Yes, I was moving my mic, man. I'm putting push to talk back on because I'm used to push to talk. So.
If you can only be on Discord when you're doing something else, you can't not eat the cookie. You gotta.
Yeah, you didn't hear what he said, Don. He didn't say you can only be. He didn't say you have to always be on Discord when you're doing anything else.
I mean,
very different.
Should I tell Kosho that last sentence didn't come through, or does someone else want to?
Stop being cruel.
Damn, dude, this is really trippy, dude. It's just a bandsaw. Just got a slow moment. I told you I have a 3 foot stick, and then insert joke or whatever. But and I have a thinner one, and insert another joke or whatever. But anyways, I'm gonna put that smaller one in the bigger one, and
this is not getting better for you.
I know. Gotta get past this part. Yeah, because it's supposed to. It makes it extend out into the bow staff, So all that aside, that's why I'm drilling by hand with a drill bit and a hand screwdriver thing through the thicker one. But I know at some point it's not going to. I gotta keep it. I have to keep it centered. You know what I mean? It's gonna be hard to make it not deviate. I just don't know if you know your tricks or something.
Well, you probably need to have it on a lathe or something for starters to get it true.
Right, let me look that
up. To do it by hand, are you using a normal drill bit, or are you using a auger bit?
I'm gonna have to research all these words.
Okay then. So instead of using a normal drill bit, you probably want to use an auger drill bit. It'll keep its path, its trajectory, a little bit truer.
Is it shaped like a flat thing with a point on?
Yes.
Yeah, I am using that.
You are? Okay, cool. Well, you got the right thing then. So it's just a matter of now just lining it up, I suppose, by eye, making sure that it takes the path that you want to take it. Like it can be done by hand. There's no reason why you can't do it. Like that's what they used to do.
Well, I am a baller, so it's pretty easy for me to eyeball things that are level. So I'll try to use my eyesight.
Oh, if you are going to be using horizontal and perpendicular, you'll probably end up coming out the side of it if you are a baller. But anyway.
Yeah, I've built a sort of foam thing that was the same thickness of the rod, and I put it around the drill bit or the thing that's the screwdriver, and I have an extender for the drill bit, and so hopefully that'll help me keep it guided in there. Hopefully, that'll work for so long.
Yeah. So you got to. I was going to say, like, you get say some skewers, right? You know, your skewers for your kebabs and stuff, the wooden skewers, and you could probably tape, I don't know, half a dozen of them around the shaft, so you know, 3/4 of them are higher than the end. So now you go through that tunnel, right? And now you've got a reference point of those skewers, which should continue all the way down.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I mean, kind of what I could do is this foam shit that I have around the outside. That's the same shape as the outside. I actually could cover the inside or the outside of the drill bit shaft thingy, but the inside of the shaft that I'm going through, I could just insert that all the way through almost as it's going through that. That actually, that's a good idea. That's kind of not what you said, but it's close to what you said.
Yeah. But yeah, you need to get some sort of reference point where you can constantly keep an eye on it.
Yeah, and I've wrapped a really tight rope. I don't know. I guess like 8 inches from the top all the way to the top, and so that's make sure it doesn't break. And I'm gonna tie rope through the whole thing. So this is gonna be a formidable weapon, dude. I mean, I'm worried for the people who come across.
I accept any form of cryptocurrency, PayPal, anything like that, Kosho.
Okay. I'll pay you in kangaroo dung. That's what I'll pay you.
Sounds like an idea.
I'm gonna send a picture. Hold on.
What do you think the richest men like to get paid in?
This man right now is Elon Musk.
What do you think he likes to get paid in?
In respect and accomplishment.
That's a good one. The first one was good. The second one's closer to the target answer I was going for.
Yeah, but that's just what that's why I people. There's a lot of people who don't like him, but I kind of do have admiration for him just because, like you always imagine what you would do if you won the lottery, and it's almost like if he had won the lottery, he's. I think his motivations are noble, in my opinion, rather than somebody who's spending money doing something else.
I think the richest men like to get paid in work.
Do you think Elon Musk's going to turn Twitter into a bastion of free speech?
No,
I don't think he's going to do much to it at all, really, except for maybe undo some of the weird shit that they've been banning people and taking away people's stuff like that just for being who they are basically, and off of Twitter sometimes. And so yeah, I think he's just going to undo that. But I'm sure he's probably not going to do much to it because I think that's why he bought it because he liked what it was.
But he's been talking about the fact that he sees the potential in it being a free speech platform, right? Which indicates that he doesn't think it currently is one.
All right, it's not. I mean, it's not.
That's what I'm saying. Then, so what do you like?
No, what it used to be, and also what it could be if they didn't do the things they're doing now, which is just banning people for the type of stuff they talk about and stuff like that. But ultimately, because it's such a popular avenue, like for back in the day when I used to use it, I would use it because if something big happened, it would definitely be the most talked about thing in the world, and so it would certainly be trending on Twitter, and that's a natural happening. And so yeah, when that naturally happens, it's good to. I think that's what we're doing is more the natural direction of where people's discussions are at.
I think that's the point I'm trying to make though is like if you stop banning people for basically having the wrong political opinions, you are making a very large difference to the platform, right?
Yeah, but I think it used to be a place. There used to be a place that was more like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. So that's what I'm asking then. Do you think that he's going to try and take it back there, where you can more or less say what you like in a political sense?
Yeah, as long as
you
you're
can't right
like,
now.
yeah. I mean, honestly, if you're offending somebody, they have the power to block you. Obviously,
Well, you can just not read what you have to say. I mean, it's...
yeah. I guess maybe what you might be asking also is he going to go in the direction of like YouTube or something like that, where like YouTube is like extremely policing certain topics. You know,
I think Twitter's worse than YouTube now.
Well, Twitter right now, yeah, I think Twitter, you know, but the state they were, yeah, I think that they are worse in the way that they do it and stuff like that. But I think that YouTube is also, they're pretty, it's pretty, they're quick to, you know, shut a video down for being about that topic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for me that's completely unacceptable. But to be fair, YouTube was actually a lot worse in 2010, 11 for that kind of thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's actually when I started
But yeah, because YouTube was fantastic for about 4 years, and then it got very censorious around 2010, 2011, and then they implemented a few changes, and it was okay for a few years, and now it's going back to being censorious again. Just seems strange. What I find very odd as well is that it never seems to be like, you know, radical right wingers taking over these platforms and banning left wing speech. You know, it always seems to be the other way around. I don't know why.
Well, yeah, I mean, right wing speech. Well, just by really, I mean, by the way I think of left wing and right wing, people have different expressions of it. But I think of less government and more government, and less less interference and more interference. And so it kind of makes sense because left wing is almost in the business of that sort of you know, central interference and all that kind of stuff. Whereas you would think the right wing would be more it's like free speech would be more of a thing of the right wing than it would be of the left. So, and that's at least that's the way I think about it in the most simplest terms: is less government and more government.
Maybe you're right. I think that's a very American understanding of it. Yeah, because I think, for instance, in England, we have like a national health service. Now, would you consider that to be like a left wing idea or a right wing idea?
No, I mean, I would consider I would consider it to be a government, but I wouldn't consider it to be like bad left wing or something. I do consider it to be a social program. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think using like good and bad is kind of emotive anyway, because like these, how do I even say? Like, it doesn't matter what individual people think. What matters is trying to set like objective standards for what a left wing idea could be. So, like centralized healthcare, is that left wing? I think so. I struggle to think of a meaningful difference between left and right where it wouldn't be left wing. But yeah, so it's good that we agree on that. But I think it's what I don't know. I guess what I find interesting is because freedom used to be like a left wing idea, and it's increasingly becoming a right wing idea. And I think it's because the left has this weird dichotomy of okay, let me give you an example. Right, in Dubai, people are very free to do virtually anything, apart from the very few narrow things that are absolutely not allowed and you'll be deported for. Right. So it depends, I guess, what your personal motivations are as to whether you consider Dubai to be a free country, because you'll never ever be robbed in Dubai. So is it freedom? Are you free because you'll never ever be robbed? Maybe, right? But it's not freeing for those people who would want to steal for whatever reason. You can't openly, like, you can't show affection openly in Dubai. Not allowed. You can't be gay in Dubai. Just not allowed. Can't have sex with someone you're not married to in Dubai. Not allowed. So, like, is it a free society? For me, it would be, because I know that I can I can leave my phone on the table for 3 hours and there's no way it'll get stolen. You know, I can go to the mall and I can buy lots of stuff and I know I'm not going to get harassed. I know I'm not going to get robbed. No, but I don't know that in some parts of England, you know, which is considered a freer country.
Yeah, you know, that's why I like the term. I like the term liberty versus freedom, because in a place with more liberty, for instance, yeah, your phone could get stolen. Like, you're at the liberty to steal someone's phone, I suppose, but you're also responsible for the consequences of doing that, whatever they may be. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, liberty is like somewhere like freedom, including the consequences. Like, I don't know how to word that the best, but
yeah, I get you. But I think maybe in a more narrow sense with Twitter, I think if Elon Musk does anything to it at all, then it'll be good, because right now it's absolute hellhole. Like, I remember once so if you go on Twitter and you just post a capital N, yeah, I don't know if you know what will happen, but do I need to explain, or?
No, I see where it's going.
Yeah.
You know,
literally, if you just post an N, someone else will post an I, and then someone else posts a G, whatever. You can get the letter N then became a hate symbol for which you can then get banned for. And the only reason I would ever type that was to wind up these people who wanted to censor me in the first place, right? Now, why are they turning a letter in the English language into a hate symbol?
Yeah, that's a bit bizarre. And I think if you understand his motivation as being because he has the same contempt that you're describing, I mean, do you believe that's his motivation? I honestly believe that, but I don't know. Is that where do you think that's where his motivation is?
I don't know what the motivation is, to be honest. I find it a bit weird because if someone has something to say that I don't like, I will just say, okay, well, that person's wrong, or they're maybe they don't understand it the way I do, or, you know, maybe you can start to look at some more objective sources. But when someone's literally giving you their opinion, they are uniquely qualified to give you their opinion because they are the holder of that opinion. So I don't understand how you can say, oh, you can't have that opinion. Well, no, I can. I'm, in fact, the only person who can hold my own opinion. It's weird that someone else... And then, obviously, saying something is an expression of that, right? So then telling someone they can't express themselves is like, well, you're actually denying my humanity at that point. You know?
You know how you see it... you know, I think, that is my opinion, I think he views Twitter as the open forum, like the town square sort of thing, and it makes it appealing, and maybe he wants it to be more like that. But I think a more useful town square is one where, you know, the most popular, the most appealing or popular voice, or the most sought after voice, or the voice that most people are listening to is going to be the loudest. I think that's fair. And that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to dictate which ones are louder and which ones are silenced, right? Because if there's something if somebody is doing something like what you're describing and people aren't wanting to see that or something, and they just block them, and they block them, they just don't see it anymore. So, yeah, I think that people, no matter what they're saying, if people want to hear what they're saying, there's no reason, just by virtue of the topic that they're talking about, that you should shut it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a very important distinction between an individual taking an individual action to block an account they don't like, which I think they should be free to do, because, you know, you should be free to listen to whatever you want. But the platform itself then deciding that you don't get to say it to anybody else is a massively different thing, isn't it? Like, okay, cool. So someone's speaking at the town square, to use your town square analogy. Cool. Well, I can just walk away from them as they're speaking, no issues. But if there's a very entirely different thing to say, well, you can't speak there at all. And I think the only thing that can possibly come from that is for some potentially good ideas to not come to the surface. You know, and you shouldn't really confuse like good ideas with nice ideas, because sometimes I think good ideas actually aren't nice ideas. I think that really is the issue that a lot of these people have is that, you know, they think that all good ideas should be nice, and if they're not nice, then they shouldn't be said. Well, sometimes good ideas aren't nice.
Right, like if you sorry, go ahead, Vanson.
I was going to say, did you guys hear Benjamin got banned from Rockfin? Which I thought was
I
a
don't
bit
know who that
sort
is
of
or what that is.
Benjamin Bratt? Who are you talking about?
No, Owen Benjamin. God, haven't you guys?
Oh, Owen Benjamin. He got a ban from what?
Rockfin.
What's Rockfin?
Is that a comedy center or comedy tour?
No, Rockfin is like another platform that's supposed to be.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's
real,
one of yeah.
Real free speech. You can pretty much say
Banned from
anything on
there,
Rockfin and get away with it. But he got banned from it.
He's the kind of dude that would push the limit, though, dude.
Oh
Yeah, but you should be allowed to.
Yeah, I don't.
Sure, he should be allowed to. But I bet you he. I mean, I could be wrong, but I bet you he searched for the limit. You know what I mean? Which could be the case. I don't know.
There shouldn't be one. If you're talking about free speech, there shouldn't be one. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, even with free speech, I mean, there is limits though, like the whole yelling fire in a crowded theater and stuff like that. Like, that's an appropriate restriction on free speech. So something along those lines. You know what I mean? Like,
well, no, you still can shout fire in a crowded theater. Well, no one is stopping you from doing that, but there are consequences for that speech.
Yeah.
So no one is stopping you doing it.
Yeah, but what if they don't allow you to go to movie theaters anymore?
Sorry.
The consequences: you can't go to movie theaters anymore because you're in prison.
Movies are all propaganda anyway. Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. But anyone that says you can't say anything is actually just wrong. Now, you can disagree with the consequences, but you're still allowed to say these things, or do whatever. But freedom of speech has never been taken away. It may be governed. Right?
Yeah, but in some cases it is taken away when it's governed.
Oh.
Like they used to cut out your tongue.
Well, are they going to do that on Antarctica when we send them away there? Is that going to be one
That's
of the
their. I told you, that's their rules, dude. Not my concern.
Yeah.
But
Get away from the point, though. Cool.
Yeah. Freedom of speech thing. The thing about Twitter, right, is if it's just like I was saying, like if they have a way, like that's what's cool about him being a computer programmer is he's pretty clever when it comes to making something like that work the way it's supposed to work, and it does. I mean, like I said, that's why I liked going to it back in the days, because I knew that if there was a topic that was a big deal, it would be in the trending. If everybody would be, because if it's something that's everybody's talking about, it's going to be in the trending thing of it, as long as they're not hushing it. And I would hope that that's his goal, is to set that forum up so it was doing that again in an accurate way, you know?
Yeah, an organic way rather than a. Yeah, because there was legitimate concern about a few different things that have happened where certain things were trending that were not as popular as certain other things that weren't trending, and it started getting very suspicious. Like, because then trending became like a self-fulfilling prophecy, almost like it's like, oh, if it's trending, then it will trend, sort of thing. And then it's a bit like sometimes I look on YouTube videos and I wonder if the videos have actually got that many views, because Simon Dan's a fantastic example of this. I just don't think he's that popular. But there's a lot of just like music videos that you see, like some rapper that no one's ever heard of, and his first music video's got like 3 million views in like 2 weeks or something. And you're just like, nah, I don't believe that's like this complete nobody has got millions of views out of nowhere. It doesn't make any sense, you know? And that happens fairly often. But I think what's happening is that once this unknown rapper has 3 million views, then people go, oh, this unknown rapper's got 3 million views, now he's got 6, now he's got 10, now he's got 50, you know?
Well, it may depend on how it's being pushed, though, crypto. Like if this unknown rapper, right? You know, he's got a contract with whatever company. Is it possible that that is then now pushed onto a particular demographic so that that video is the first thing in their feed, so they may actually click on it? You know,
That's kind of what I mean, though. Like that's not all good. So I guess I wasn't really being clear. So there's two or three different ways of faking popularity. One of them is kind of, gaming the algorithm to favor certain videos, which absolutely must happen. As we can see, whenever I search up Eric Dubay's 200 proofs the Earth's flat or whatever, it's not the first video that comes up anymore.
Never.
Right?
No.
Used to be, isn't now. So clearly there's some kind of algorithm manipulation going on there. But then there's like the other thing that I said is like if you just give it a higher view count than it actually has, then that gives it credibility that it probably it gives it fake credibility as well. So there's two, and it must be probably 10 or 15 different ways they can do this, but and they're probably all set up as like strategies now. So so I used to know a guy who worked in the iGaming industry, and he used to have regular meetings with Google AdWords, Facebook, and there's one other company they did a lot of business with, and they would spend something like £100,000 a month on AdWords. And once you reach a certain threshold, you get to have meetings with somebody from Google, and they would tell them what to do to get to get more business, basically. I'll do this, do this, do this, do that. And people like ordinary people like us don't have access to that kind of information. So there's even just this being told how the system works and how to have maximum efficiency within their system is also another advantage that the average person just doesn't have access to.
Oh, exactly right.
I was thinking more about this Elon Musk thing, and just assuming that his motivations is along the lines of what we described. It's also strange that like he bought the company for $43 billion, and I think that he felt like he had to do that. Like why? I don't think there's any way that he did that because he thought he wanted to make money from doing that or anything. I think he thought he has the money, and that's just what he wants to do. You know what I mean? Because there's something that is out there like that he thinks could work better, or work in whatever way he wants it to work, whatever that may be, whatever you think is better or not better. But I'm sort of just thinking about like that. If all those things are true and his motivations are the same as what we're describing, then I don't think there's any reason to suggest that he's not going to do what we described because he's not. It's not in his. He's not interested in the profits or whatever. Like I don't think he would have been if he buying it for that amount of money. It's not worth $43 billion. So.
Well, I definitely think he's interested in profit. He's a businessman through and through, so he's definitely interested in profit.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, if he's not interested in profit, right? It's either A, notoriety, or B, he could have given $43 billion away to the homeless people if he's not interested in money.
Yeah, but he actually wanted to do something that was useful, and so I think that's all of his companies are like that. It's like he wouldn't just make electric cars because he thought it'd be a good way to make money, or make rockets because it was a good way to make money. He wanted something to be done, and he wanted, he thought that someone needed to do it, and he could do it, and it could be done if he did it. So I think it's one of those kind of things. I think making a profit is a cool, it's a cool consequence of that, but it's I don't think that is the forethought.
Well, if he didn't make money, Kosho, he wouldn't have the ability to be buying things like Twitter if he wasn't making profit.
Yeah, but I think he could do what we were just describing with Twitter, with only just breaking even. Like not making end over year over year profits, just sort of staying stagnant. I think he could totally do that and still get by having the successful companies he has.
All right. I personally think it's a little bit naive myself to think that he's not interested in in the bottom line. But that's just me.
Why would you buy Twitter for $43 billion because you thought that there was some I mean, that's it's not worth $43 billion. I mean,
Well, maybe not today, but maybe next year it will be, and maybe in 10 years' time when he goes to sell it, it might be worth 100 billion. Like, who knows?
But that's what I'm saying, though. If we're staying consistent with the motivation to buy something for that price would not be because you thought you were going to get profit. The motivation would have to be something else, and that's why I'm arguing that his motivation must be similar to what we're saying, which is that he just thinks it's a powerful platform which has the potential to be better than what it is, and it just needs to be, set up the way, to do that. So if that's his motivation, I'm not sure that that he's going to sacrifice that motivation for profits. You know what I mean?
Look,
Same way they're doing now.
If he does turn the platform into, true free speech and all that sort of stuff, I'll change my opinion on him. 100% I will. Right, but until the proof's in the pudding. At the end of the day, Coach.
Well, I'll be interested to test the limits of that, and I think I've got a few topics that will will be good for that up my sleeve.
Well, it really depends on the execution of what we're talking about, because if you can talk about Google and you can talk about YouTube and you can talk about Netflix and you can talk about Twitter, and I know you guys don't code really, but there's something in all those codes is called like a ranking. So it's like a way to rank things and stuff like that. And ultimately, that's what Twitter is doing too. It's like, so if you're just looking on your Twitter, it's going to be the people that you are following. And then, you go to trending. That's probably going to be a, whatever the most trending things are. But I don't know if they're going to be specific to you or if it's going to be specific to, because obviously, there's nuances that go into it, which is what makes things like Google and YouTube fuck it up a little bit. It's like they cater to specific people, things not to see and things to see and shit like that.
Did you just say that we don't code, Kosho?
Well, I don't mean like that. I'm just maybe you guys do know. I think you did say something about you code. I'm sorry. Yeah,
I swear we've had this conversation before.
Yeah. Well, I was just assuming. I was assuming because I didn't want to bring something up and you guys don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I was just talking about ranking.
No, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, my first qualification was as software development.
Okay, fair enough.
Before I went into music production, which is also kind of software based, although it's not coding. So I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but that's kind of what we're talking about, though. Is like all the like when it comes to YouTube searches, for example, like the sort of way in which the algorithms are ranking what they're going to show to you. That really is what comes down to was how is what is it going to be the same way it is now, where trending, the things that are trending are going to be based on maybe the most popular, maybe the things that's talked about the most or something like that.
Yeah. No, but Google was always about links, wasn't it? So it was like you'd have links that would give a certain amount of they would call it link juice. It's not really what I don't know what the technical term is. And you would have to get a certain amount of links from other relevant websites in order to rank well. But I think links are less relevant nowadays. I'm not sure exactly how SEO works, because I haven't looked at it in a while. And I think Google's quite secretive with their updates now. Anyway, they used to be less secretive. I think they're like hyper secretive now.
Yeah, I mean, but there's ways for Google Business and all that to because that's what me and my brother's company does now. Is we try to get people who don't have online presence online and like SEO stuff. And so there's probably behind the doors stuff, behind the scenes stuff. But there's a couple of simple tricks that still work. Yeah, you're right with that that's how they link pages together to show them to you and all that. But there's also so much shit. Like I'm actually unhappy even when I use like Google search terms and use like the syntax that lets you go into deep searches in Google. Even then, it's still they don't want to show you search. Like you have to like really fucking dig deep to actually find shit that you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's now ideological, which is such a shame. That you must have done the whole if you just search up like American inventor or something and like happy white woman and stuff like this, and it's like it's all ideology stuff now. So you'll see like happy white woman and they're all with like black men or on their own. It's like that isn't like a normal average search. You wouldn't expect that, you know? So obviously there's someone in YouTube, sorry, someone in Google who has decided this is the appropriate response for this search term, based on their own politics. I'm not asking for their politics. I'm asking for, like, I mean, if it's meant to be curated search, like, I just don't understand why that is coming up, you know?
You know, it's crazy. I was just thinking, I got a little high the other day. I was thinking about, that's why I like getting high only once in a while, because then I actually have cool thoughts. Anyways, I was having this thought, because I got access to GPT-3. It's like the AI, OpenAI's thing, and it has Codex and all these other platforms on there. And there's a beta for it, and they just kind of want to see what people are using with it, like what they're using it for. And there's cool stuff you can do with it. You get to write code that you can just give it plain text, and it'll write a program for you. But I was thinking this weekend, I was like, it'd be cool, because like, you know how like it's sometimes you have a question and you just try to ask Google, but Google doesn't really answer questions. If somebody else asks that exact question, that'll come up. If the search terms, are in the sentence that you're asking, but it's like, you have to sift through and see if it's what you're asking. But it'd be cool if I could train this AI to actually answer questions in a way that that you're like, it's to first understand what you're asking of it, and for it to actually find where the answer on the internet is. You know what I mean? Rather than doing what Google does, which is basically like, we were saying, like a ranking sort of database.
I think the problem is as well, like, I mean, with Alexa, you can ask it questions, but often it'll be like, I don't know, like it's contentious answers based on what the person who's written the program thinks is true, Yeah,
Alexa's retarded though.
Yeah, I know.
It's Alexa, but I mean, I like asking it questions, but I just get bored sometimes, because I'll ask it. You start asking it questions and it just starts not answering me, and it's like, I don't know how to answer that, dude. Just stop at like, okay, whatever, dude. Like, so you want it to answer something every single time, and like at least understand that, like at least give you an answer, even if it's not a generic one. Like you can tell Alexa all it did was it go and like use the first search it found and then answer you with the text that it gave you on Google or something.
Yeah.
OpenAI is pretty sophisticated. They use the internet. They use the entire internet to train it, and so you can, like I said, you can get it to and make a picture for you from scratch, or you can get it to write a program for you from scratch, and write a story, write a song for you. I was thinking about getting it to write a screenplay and seeing if it could do that.
You can write programs.
Yeah, that's what I have access to now is Codex, but I'm having a hard time getting it to do useful things for me. I got to learn how to use it properly. But I've seen videos where like this dude, he just wrote write or use. What did he say? He said use using Python. No, it says import. Okay, I forgot exactly what he said. He said something specific, like using Python, this specific Python library, make a game that is exactly like the Snake game, classic Snake game, and then he just said, and print the home page or the main lobby page to my screen, and then it wrote the entire code for it, and he could play Snake. But it's easier to do much simpler things than that, and then you can also write it piece by piece, so it doesn't just have to write the whole thing out for you. Because when you try to get it to do something complicated, it usually fails. Well, at least what I'm doing, I'm still getting used to using it.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, because at the moment I'm looking for what I think is quite simple actually. I can tell you my frustration if you want. So I've got a business, number of parts to it, so all entertainment based stuff really. But the most lucrative part of my business by far is the children's entertainment side of things. I think we talked about this before. I can't seem to find Yeah. I can't seem to find like an entertainment, sorry, like a booking software that will actually calculate my travel time between jobs, and then only allow a customer to book if I actually have the availability online, because at the moment it's a very kind of laborious process, and I can only do it like physically myself. But if a customer wants to book when I'm not around, or if I'm doing something else and whatnot, obviously it's, I lose a lot of work that way.
What are the names of some of the platforms that you use?
Oh, do you mean like for booking software?
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I'm not familiar with them.
I don't really use any because none of them offer what I want.
Oh, okay, fair.
You know what I mean? So like there are some out there, but and what's really frustrating, I found one that has the functionality, but he refuses to put it in the booking software. So he'll have it my side, so I can work out the travel times, but he won't put it directly in the form because he wants to tell me that he doesn't think it'll be useful for me. I'm like, I'm the customer.
He wants to act as an agent, basically.
No, not even that. He's just a software developer. He just thinks that it's a bad idea, so he doesn't want to put it in the form for me.
Oh wow. Well, I had this friend. She was a hooker, and
well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah, well, she did sell us sex for money, and I would sometimes drive her to the place, the hotel, or whatever. And anyways, she told me a lot of stories, and showed me this one story. Okay, so she goes to this website called Our Home 2. This is where a lot of the prostitution is transacted, I suppose. Like, so they meet on there. But I was like thinking about it, and it's a very like a private. Like, you have to be invited by somebody to get to this website, and so there's some vetting that's done. But regardless, I was thinking like, I wonder if there'd be like a useful way to do like an Uber sort of thing with prostitutes. And actually, I was kind of thinking about how to make it. It's the same thing as what you're describing, except for just there's not sex involved what you're describing. But it would be the same sort of thing where it's like people can hire you.
Kosher, I had the exact same idea with my friend. We were saying like instead of DoorDash, we'd call it Whoredash.
Whoredash is pretty funny. The thing is that it's illegal. Yeah, that's how you go. Horse smash. Yeah. But it's illegal, so I was gonna say that like
we also
we could sell teddy bears. Like you sell like different items, and it's like keywords for what you're.
We had a second name too. Like the second name was like instead of skip the dishes, skip the kisses.
Oh yeah, right. That's pretty. I mean, honestly, if you could do that and get away with it, and but like I said, you'd have to kind of mask what you're selling. And most prostitute websites, they don't mask it. They're like BJJ. They tell people what they offer. It's all these fucking acronyms or these abbreviations for obvious things. Like everyone knows what a BJ is. Yeah, if you just had like items that you were selling, and then you actually went and actually brought the item, like a teddy bear or a T-shirt, whatever the fuck. I don't think they would be illegal. Like they make prostitution legal in porn. I mean, you just say, "Hey, we're gonna film it, and then we're gonna delete the footage afterward." Anyway, I didn't mean to take it into prostitution. It's just I was thinking about the same functions that you were describing, though. Crypto, just with a different profession.
Yeah, it's funny because obviously these scheduling tools have been around for a few years now. Like, if you want to book an airline, it's basically all done through this kind of method now. Like, you don't really go into a travel agent or you don't phone someone now. You get your app out, you book online, and that's how the travel industry is done now. So obviously it's doable. It's just, I don't know. For me, it's like the one key difference is the travel time between, because I'm a traveling, not in that way, but like a traveling entertainer. So I might be in one city and then like 2 hours later I've got to be in a different town or whatever. Calculating all that stuff on the fly is very simple, and no one seems to want to do it, which is really weird.
That's what I'm saying.
The other thing to mention is that there's a lot of money in it, because there's literally thousands of people in my industry who will take that up, and you could probably charge them £20-30 a month each, you know, 2,000, 3,000 people took that up. You're looking at 45 grand a month, which, you know.
How would the customers know about this app, or know to use it or something?
Oh, trust me, the second you make something this useful, everyone in my industry would be on it straight away, because we all talk quite a lot.
And all you're talking about, let's just lay down the function of this. You're just talking about something where it's kind of like, I don't know, you could say it's like any of those other, any app that, name any app that has items you're selling or whatever it is. So people can scroll through and see different whatever entertainers, and then they can see the page about. They click on them, see their page with their prices, their estimated availability or whatever, and then they can try and book them and see. I guess the next page would probably be like, name the location of where you want this to be, and then it will go into a Google Maps thing or whatever, you somehow get the distance from wherever you're booked currently at that time that they put before that. And to see if if there's any possibility that at the end of your last booking thing, with the estimated time that you're booked, and the time it takes you to get from that place or to where they are, or to where you put as your home place, like where you usually stay, to where they are, as long as you're not booked in that time, then they have the ability to book you, right? And that's all.
Yeah, literally, yeah. So what would then happen is, probably, let's just say that you were working a 2-hour show, 11 till 1 somewhere. Someone wanted to book you 3 o'clock. Well, it may be that actually you could do earlier, and maybe they want earlier. So they might type in the thing, and it turns out it's only 20 minutes up the road. So let's just say you got 20 minutes packed down, 20 minutes set up at the new one, 20 minutes in the middle. If you're finishing at 1 o'clock, then you can be available from 2. So then it could offer just like half-hour slots, 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, whatever. So that's how I would ideally want it to be done. And it's actually fairly simple. I could probably do it myself if I wanted to relearn the old code that I learned 20 years ago. But I don't know. I kind of just want I think what you get with like a lot of these slicker, newer software platforms is you get the regular updates, and for me, I wouldn't want to be constantly updating my own piece of software. I don't know. I just find it frustrating that it hasn't been done.
I'm getting ready to make this app for myself on Android Studio, which is a timer thing. But at least it'll get me familiar again with. I haven't made an app in a couple of years, so at least get me familiar with using Android Studio again. And I could see how, because I don't think it's that complicated what you're describing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, I think it's probably more complicated in the back end than what I'm describing. Like, that specific feature is the feature that I want. But there's other stuff that you'd need to do, like you'd need to be able to send contracts out when they're booked, and you'd need to be able to maybe take deposits online. Sorry?
What do you mean by contracts?
Also, like when they book you, they pay a deposit, and then you're effectively guaranteeing that, say, on Saturday Saturday the 32nd of November, you're going to turn up.
Oh, so you just payment involved in what you're describing then? Okay.
I mean, I don't really give a crap about that, but some people like to take deposits up front. For me, I'm so busy, I don't really care about deposits because I don't need the money ahead of time anyway. But some people, they think that it's, I don't know.
Sometimes you'll
never really understood why
get to work more often if you don't ask for a deposit.
Well, that's how I see it. I think, but some people like to pay deposits because they feel like they've booked something, and they don't feel like they've booked anything if they didn't pay. But for me, I'd rather be working more, and I'll take the money when it comes.
Yeah, my girlfriend just lost a $5,000 deposit.
Really? What for?
Her house, like $400,000 house.
Fuck me.
Take him to court?
No, she lost it because she decided not to buy it.
Oh, well, I suppose, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, maybe I should just relearn Python and stop being lazy.
Yeah, or you could apply for that OpenAI Codex thing and just ask it to make the program for you. All right, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna actually see. I'm gonna see if I can. I've barely gotten it to make me any useful functions. I gotta learn. I'm trying to learn the nuance of how to, because there's a subtle way to communicate with it that it responds to in a useful way versus the ways I'm getting it to respond. So you can look on YouTube and see people using Codex and just like making it write full code with just a couple lines of plain English. But it's actually in reality it's harder to do that without knowing exactly the subtleties of how it likes to be spoken to.
Gotta treat her real nice.
Say what?
Gotta treat her real nice. Gotta talk to her sweet.
Oh yeah. Funny, man. You guys are on here now. We're not even talking about the flat Earth, but Don was asking earlier about maps. I don't know what he's saying. Something about a map. Maybe he's still. No, you still here, Don? I don't know if you're still here and you want to bring up your map question.
Did you bring the map?
Maybe he's not. I just thought, I don't know if you guys been talking about lately. I haven't been here in a few days, but we don't talk about the maps that much, and I think the maps get neglected sometimes.
My map works perfectly well every single day. Don't know about yours.
Now, mine works better than yours, so.
Bet you it doesn't.
It does, dude. Okay.
We had a vote yesterday. You said you weren't here for a few days. We had a vote yesterday as to whether the Earth was flat or a ball, and it's flat. So democracy wins.
Oh shit! That's what I'm talking about. This is why democracy's got some problems, man. I don't want to get back. We were talking about that a whole bunch. You probably listened, but we were talking about it earlier.
I'm not a big fan of democracy at all.
Yeah, but as I said, a lot of times when it's talked about in a way in which it is not actually it's actually what it is. Like they talk about democracy in America or something like that. We don't have democracy in America. Not for many, not except for voting for president, and even then, it's not really done democratically. But it's not a useful. It's very easy to be. It's probably the easiest to be corrupted.
Well, it's corrupted by its nature. Like, I think the reason people like the idea of democracy is because they think it is what it isn't. They think that they all get to have a say, but actually democracy is the idea of negating everyone's opinion. Because you're always going to have a certain amount of people who disagree with each other on virtually everything. So you just go, oh, well, you can all have a say. Oh, okay, well, now nobody has said anything. We can just do what we like. And that tends to be what happens.
Right. I don't mind a representative system. I don't want to get into a whole one of us earlier because there's a lot of ways it could be better. But what a representative system does is, when done correctly, the person is responsible. There's people are responsible for a certain amount of people and representing their position and representing it correctly in a qualified and well thought out. They're not going to be swayed by emotion of the moment. Or maybe they might, but whereas an entire populace of people at any given moment is going to vote on the wrong decision based on most people just being stupid or most people not being aware of what the right thing to do is or something like that. So yeah, just a democracy. It's more dangerous than it is useful, in my opinion. I said that I don't think that our systems work the way that I'm talking idealistically, because even though the representative systems, they are also they're corrupt because of other reasons, of course.
Well, I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but I like to argue for dictatorships, just as a thought experiment / exercise in critical thinking. And there's one key way in which a dictatorship is much better than a democracy is that if you don't like them, you just overthrow them.
That's
true. How do you overthrow a democracy?
Yeah, it's true. They're much more powerful. A mob is much more powerful than one dude. But that's actually a good point. But that's why I'm not against there being some democracy type of things in the government. I'm not like there currently is, and I'm also not against there being emergency powers granted to somebody in the time that is necessary to be a dictator. You know, as long as there's checks in place to make sure that doesn't get abused as it easily could. But still, that's very difficult. That's very difficult in practice, I'm sure. But
well, definitionally, it's actually difficult to even define. I'll give an example. Let's just say that Democrats somehow, I don't know, I'm not even saying that this is on their agenda, but it might be. Democrats managed to make paedophilia legal, right? And now all this disgusting stuff's happening. And then someone comes in, like a dictator who wants to undo it, and they then obstruct it through the checks and balances. So, we're gonna stop you from cancelling this because we think you're a dictator and you're dangerous, right? Which absolutely they would do because it was their political will that set that thing into law in the first place. So the point I'm trying to make is that definitionally speaking, it like, what are you checking and balancing? It actually matters.
This is
surprising. It wouldn't be the
surprising.
mob that checks them, though. Let's talk about them.
I was just saying that sounds like a surprisingly realistic scenario.
Well, in practice, I brought up Cincinnatus earlier, and Cincinnatus famously, he was dictator, then he when he was finished, he went back to farming, and he was respected for that. And in comparison, Julius Caesar, he perpetuated his dictatorship by favoring the people, like doing things that the populace he'd be in their good graces for, and so he would basically be able to sustain that power. And so I think that if the people aren't behind you for one reason or the other, then it's not going to be sustained one way or the other. And I think the only thing it has to be protected against is that second scenario, is like where you can just get the people to like you, and then basically because there was checks in order to for him, like he had the triumvirate or whatever, but he was able to gain powers because he had the people's he had the people behind him, basically. So yeah, you just have to protect from that. That's what I'm saying. So you have to have like a behind the scenes government checks and balances. I don't know how that would work, though. I'm saying that without having a solution for it, because you want to be able to have a dictator, but also be able to trust that he will lay down his power when it's not needed anymore.
Well, I mean, this is the evolution of that thought as well. Is that I've often, when I was younger, I wondered why the word nationalist was seen as such a bad, naughty word, because everyone lives in a nation. People like their national sports team, and they like their flag, and they like people like them. But then this term nationalist got bandied around all the time as if it was some sort of negative. And I realised as I got older, it's because these people see themselves as the rulers of the inter-nation, as in that they rule everyone, right? So you can't have all of these different nations if you want to rule over everyone. So then the nations have to be done away with, and you can then be king of everything, right? That's really why they shit on nationalists all the time, not because they care about any of the wrongs that nationalists have committed, because internationalists have done the same shit, just under different flavors. What's really going on is that kind of element of control. They want to be ruling everybody.
I would actually say it's actually maybe not the destruction of nations, but the weakening and subservience of other nations, which would be the greatest goal, because Rome's main goal was not to conquer land, it was to extract tax, right? To get money and resources from people. So if you had some sort of super international conglomerate, I don't know if you would want to destroy the entire nation, because then you'd have to like rebuild the infrastructure and like, you'd have to do a lot of work and get the people working. Whereas if you just left their government in place and then, just tapped in and just kind of just funneled out money, and then if anyone figured out, just whacked them, that'd be much more effective than trying to create your whole new own nation. But I could see like a world empire, but I just feel like it's better to work with what you have.
I think that's what crypto. When you talk about the globalism and stuff like that, and the nationalism, globalism. I was thinking about like, for example, United States and the Civil War, and I don't think there's any desire to destroy any nation when it comes to globalism. I think it's just just having a central government that actually has ultimate rule over these separate places.
Yeah.
Not destroying them.
Destruction, subservience, slavery, not killing, obviously.
I think that's what he means. He means like the destruction of the idea that you are a sovereign nation. I think that's what he means.
That's been ever since the fucking like Rome, basically. Yeah, that's been the Pope the whole time. That's been everything.
Sure, but the point I'm trying to make is that whether that exists now or not doesn't really matter. The fact is that they kind of want to destroy the idea that it could exist in the future, or ever existed in the past. And so going back to my dictator point, and this is really what I wanted to marry these 2 points together. A dictatorship can only really work if that dictator is of those people and cares for those people.
Yeah.
If you have a dictator that doesn't give a monkeys about those people, then obviously atrocities will occur. It's inevitable. So then in order, and the problem is like a dictator that really cares and loves for their people is going to massively benefit those people far more than any democracy would.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So then you have this issue for people who are pro-democracy. They don't want that to come about. And that is, in my opinion, why people like Gaddafi were eliminated. Because, I mean, I was around, I was in Saudi Arabia when I was younger. And I tell you, a lot of these Middle Eastern dictators were very popular, right? We're told in the West that they were awful people and everyone hated them. Not true. When you were actually in that area, like, sure, people had varied opinions. They were different people, but a lot of people were a lot of people liked Saddam Hussein in Iraq, A lot of people said, well, he's a little bit serious, but he keeps all of the dickheads in check, and the country's moving forwards. And ever since he went, the country's gone in backwards direction. The same could be said for Libya. The same could be said for a number of those other Arab states. So, yeah, I guess that's just what I'm saying. Is like, you have this internationalist groupthink where they think that nationalists must be just dealt with, just gotten rid of, because actually a nationalist dictator who cares for his people is, in my opinion, the best form of government, and they don't want people to see it.
Well, something to what you said. I mean, I got to bring up my point I said earlier about how representatives should be selected, and it should be randomly selected, and it would be treated more as a duty than as a something that they are seeking after, for some other reason, some personal reason. And I think that what you said about the dictator is, I think that's why it worked for Cincinnatus, is because when it was a duty for him, and there was a purpose to that duty, and and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's a very different thing than somebody who's seeking power and then given power. There's a very different motivation altogether. And so, yeah, I mean, definitely the duty that's what I would say about the whole thing you said is if it was a duty for them, then yeah, it would be a very different thing.
Yep, 100%. And I think like what you said about them seeking power is people say like, oh, why would they lie? And it's like, well, because they're inherently power seeking. Like they'll tell you whatever they need to hold on to power. Like, and that's obvious whether you're talking about the shape of the earth or a number of different things. Like people who are inherently power seeking and probably lied to get to the position they're in, they're going to lie to your face. And they're going to tell you whatever they have to.
True that. Earlier, as I'll say about this, but I had a great idea when you were talking earlier. There'd be a good screenplay, but it's also just an interesting idea. If what if like, and this will probably happen, but what if like we have a normal government, but we also have a emergency thing, just like in Rome, they had the emergency dictator that they would give that duty to, and he would be supposed to give it up. But we had a emergency dictator, so we have a representative government, and only in a time of extreme emergency where we need executive decisions given to us, immediately because we're in emergency status, we have this AI dictator, and automatically when the problem is solved, the AI shuts off, so it can't even keep power longer than it needs to.
I would speculate that in the future, most governmental positions, including lawmaking positions, will be automated.
But then, like, who programs it?
I don't know, fucking Mossad.
Well, wouldn't make any difference then, would it really?
I told you at this point, we have it's computer program. The Codex computer programs are programming programs now.
Dude, you're basically all your fake news stories are probably just written by an AI.
I wonder how people would respond to something like that, or how you'd have to have a fail safe in place. I don't know what that fail safe would be, but like you have a normal government usually, and then you could have a fucking dictator, AI that is making executive decisions that are based purely on getting that problem dealt with as fast as possible.
Is this when we find out that Kosho is in fact an AI?
I have a shitty AI then. Most AIs are shitty. I was working on an AI. I can't do it anymore because they took the text off. Well, I can still do it, but it's based off the text from. So I took all the text from Gem Server a year and a half ago, or maybe 2 years ago. So it was all the text from his server up until 2 years ago. Anyway, I was going to use it all to train an AI that was like a chat bot based on all the chat in that server, but I haven't gotten to that yet. Still in the works.
Did you call it humorlessnortherner.exe?
Say what?
Did you call it humorlessnortherner.exe?
Wow. Is that based on Gem?
Just random name.
That's fine. But did you say Northerner? I thought he was from London.
Oh, it might be. He's got a strange accent. I don't think he's from London, actually.
I got news for you, dude. I'm not really. I like you guys know all y'all's accents pretty good, and I can tell London versus like Welsh, I guess, and Northern, really Northern. But you guys can hear like all the the subtle differences, which I can't tell, obviously.
I'd have to listen to him more. I'm not sure I want to though.
You said you're from London, though, right?
Close enough. Yeah. I mean, I'm from one of the home counties which borders London.
And you got fucking people like Brummy, dude. His name's because he's from Birmingham, is that right?
Yeah, but we don't say it like ham. We say so Birmingham.
I guess. You also say Worcestershire sauce and stuff like that, right?
We don't say Worcestershire. We say Worcestershire.
Yeah, you say that. I said it the right way. You guys say it weird. I'm hoping that in the future, because we don't have, you guys have the English. You guys aren't really called England anymore, for that matter. But regardless, I think we Americans need to take over the language once and for all, dude, because there's so many words that we are still spelling incorrectly. Like you guys still have the use and a bunch of the dumb words that don't need using them. So we took them out. But there's so many other words we need to fix, like psychology, pterodactyl. There's no reason there's a P in pterodactyl.
Yeah, there is.
Well, not
it
in English language.
When you guys learn how to spell color, you might be on the right track.
Have you guys learned how to say the letter H?
H.
Oh, okay,
H,
man.
yeah.
So yeah, that was a fucking fake H that you just gave me.
You know, it's quite funny. Have you heard of this? Have you guys heard of the latest SJW talking point, which is well, maybe it's not latest, but it's fairly late to the game. It's the idea of cultural appropriation.
Yeah, it's not late. I mean, it's like,
No,
it's,
okay, fair.
yeah.
So I was having a disagreement with a leftist online in English. So an American is telling me about cultural appropriation in English. It was only a matter of time before I mentioned the fact that they were using my language.
That's fine, yeah.
And then, like, suddenly the excuses come out. Like, oh no, it's different. Oh, how is it different? Because we've got a different dialect, right? Okay, still my language. But obviously, the difference is that I don't give a shit that people speak English. Like, you're welcome to it if you want it. You know, it's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I just think we just do it more correctly. That's all.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, you borrowed English, Kosho, but then you bastardized it.
We raped it is what we did. We raped it into submission, and we did that because it had to be done. And also, you, Van saw the Australians have the most. Ironically, you guys are the laziest talkers. You abbreviate every even if it's already one syllable word, you'll abbreviate it to be less of a word than that. And then, yeah, except for you say things like H, which is just making the letter more complicated. There's weird
I
shit
don't
like
understand that. But people in England say H, and I'm just like, why are you saying H?
Yeah, but you guys in England also do the other thing, which we're probably gonna have to stop, and that's you guys say Z.
Oh, Z is the best letter of the alphabet. Sure.
Well, in America, it's not even a letter of the alphabet. So.
Hello, Harry. Hello, Harry. Fuck.
Well, I don't, like I said, Australians really can't talk, man, because you guys, everybody's name has an abbreviation, and every single word, like you can't even say afternoon. You can't even say chicken. You can't even say the word chicken because it's too hard to say or takes too long or something.
Hey, Kosho, we are time efficient. Yeah, all right.
How many syllables does chicken have, and how many syllables does chaka have, or whatever you call it?
Look, don't let him talk. I mean, you know, my country, we've exported many wonderful things, including our language. The only thing that America exports is diabetes.
Like I said, we raped it into submission.
Doesn't America basically protect the UK? It's like the UK's sword, basically. What are you talking about? We export violence.
You're definitely not the only country who does. I think that this is the thing that I actually get a little bit upset with Americans about. It's like, Americans love shitting on America. They love talking about how all of the little faults that America's got. They ignore the fact that there are 200 other countries that are just as shit or worse. You know? I know that the foreign policy is fucked, and I know that you've got some, you know, some small hats in government who run the policy for a different country rather than your country and all the rest. But, you know, would you really rather live in Somalia?
Not particularly.
No, would you rather live in the Central African Republic or, you know, Haiti?
I was not shitting on my country. I was just you just said, what do you guys export? And we export protecting your ass.
Oh, I mean, the UK's got the fourth largest military budget in the world. I don't think we need anyone's protection.
I doubt. Okay, whatever you say.
It's the fourth largest military budget in the world. I mean,
I gotta say, I did see. I
What
watched
happened in World War II again?
Well, no, I'll tell you. That's what I'm about to say. I watched recently. Well, not
Okay.
recently. It was this thing about the Battle of Britain,
Who saved
and
who?
I gained a lot of respect for those guys. Even in some hard decisions that had to be made, but they impressed the Germans a fair bit, and being a very tiny country, something that seemed very easy to do for Hitler, which is they had a much bigger air force even, and they couldn't take Britain, man. They would win battles, and even though the Germans started out with more planes, they would leave with less planes and stuff like that. So, like I said, I was impressed by that. Although, like I said, they did. I saw this one part where, like, after Germany took France, Neville Churchill fucking he blew up like a bunch of French ships. They killed like 2,000 people or something like that, even though they were allies with them. But I mean, he kind of had to though. But I still think that was kind of one of those hard decisions. Like, you blow up the ships of your ally.
yeah, and that. What's funny is the French never ever mention that. Really, they don't talk
Nobody
about
does.
it. Sorry.
Nobody does. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What do you guys
There's a
think
lot
of the whole theory that World War I was kind of propagated to keep Eastern and Central Europe from uniting? Because if they did, they would have posed a credible threat to the Anglo-American power structure.
I mean, I've never heard that, so
Right, like if you have right England who's dominant, right, America who's dominant, and then you have Germany and Russia coming up. If Germany and Russia were to combine forces, they would have actually overtaken England and America, and thus American England starts a lot of espionage and basically pops off World War One, and then reaps the spoils of that war.
I don't really think America was that powerful until that war. It seems powerful, but regardless, I mean, that wasn't even the outcome, because didn't the Allied powers gain access to like all of the Levant and all the air, but they gained a lot of. They basically consolidated a lot of the Ottoman Empire, and then obviously the Soviet Union consolidated all that area.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Instead of having a Russian-German country or like a Russian-German whatever, instead of having them trade, you have them war at each other so they don't pose a threat to you. If you're England and America, right, you're pretty powerful at the fucking end of the Industrial Revolution. You see that there's a lot of labor in Russia and there's a lot of manufacturing in Germany, and if they combine together, they could make a super empire that would challenge your Western Empire. And so basically what you do is you start World War One so that Germany and Russia do not ever fucking unite.
I don't think there's any danger of that. If you know any actual Germans and any actual Russians, they don't like each other very much.
Yeah, well, this would have had to been planned out and executed over 150, 120 years ago. So obviously anyone I know today wouldn't be able to have been alive back then.
Yeah, but the cultures aren't too dissimilar, and I think there's a certain element to this that's, if the cultures don't gel, then they're not really gonna work together. So obviously I don't know either, but it doesn't seem to me to be a natural like partnership. Just from the people that I know, they just have very different ways of seeing the world. But like, for instance, Germany and Austria, or
the people you know lived and grew up in a modern context. I'm speaking historically 120 years plus in the past. So like, you talking about your friends and their cultural views today and how they interact with each other today has no bearing on pre-World War I Europe.
What do you think today's culture came from?
What do you mean from the past?
Yeah, so you don't just discard the past cultural context. in every generation it develops.
You didn't bring up a past cultural context. You're bringing up a present cultural context and trying to make inferences about the past.
I don't understand how you've not understood what I've said.
I understood what you said, and I said I had a refutation, not really a refutation, but like a additional comment to it.
And I think what Crypto's saying though is a product of that relationship, and regardless, I don't know if that's even the case though, because during post World War II or World War One, we were in the Europeans. We were all doing business with Germany, very much so, up until we weren't allowed to because we were going to war with them. But before that, everybody was doing business with them. So we had manufacturing plants in Germany and all that kind of stuff. I don't think they were seen as like an enemy until they made themselves an enemy militarily.
I wouldn't say enemy. I would just say competition, right? If you got the monopoly on the block, you're the richest guy on the block, and the young up and comer is coming up, right? And it's him, right? If you put him down and keep him from taking yours, you successfully retained your status.
We were doing business in Germany, is what I'm saying. So we had plants there, and up until we were going to war with them, we didn't have any. There wasn't any. There were only incentives to do that. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know. I just never. Maybe I have to see something about that theory. And there could be something to it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be interested to read something on it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying I'd be interested to read something if you've got some assault on it.
Well, it's basically the theory that, like, if you are the world power at the time and you see another world power coming up at a fast and alarming rate, you could basically then, if you have someone they could come into conflict with, you could cause both sides to come into conflict and then profit from their war with each other while retaining your power. Because we do know that British espionage was involved in the whole communist revolution. That's why all the gems of the czars were taken back to the what is it, the royal British people. They're involved in that. There was obviously British espionage in Germany pre and post World War One, right? So
I think this is the standard, honestly, story. Also, I don't think this strays from the standard story, but in my opinion, I think that it was obviously based on alliances of this place and that place. That's why they got into war, and ultimately, it was seen and it was executed in a way to consolidate these governments, and it was of the interest of the people who wanted to be the the one who actually gained that government, so it'd be under their umbrella. They wanted to win the war, for that reason in that region, and that's exactly what happened. So I think it was just a means of consolidating powers. Same happened with the Second World War, and it's been happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that a lot of people forget is that the Second World War effectively ended 4 different empires.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you were the British Empire, you know how well you did, like how much of a basically Britain, America, and Israel are the ultimate winners of the world wars, and not Russia didn't win, right? Because
the British Empire was one of the 4 to full casualty to the war.
Excuse me?
The British Empire effectively ended at the end of the Second World War.
Oh, right. No, yeah, the Empire, but not like they didn't get fucking, like, it's not the same as what happened to the other countries. They still retain their government and stuff. Like Britain is still still operates under the same law, the same things as it was before World War One and whatever, right? Whereas there's whole places that just don't exist, like the Russia as it used to be. Russia as it used to be doesn't exist. Whereas Britain is still pretty British. I mean, I don't know about today with all your immigration, but up until about 40 years ago, it was pretty British.
The British Empire though was in many more places than it is today. So it's like those places are no longer under British rule.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a couple of islands here and there that are kind of protectorates or in some way associated with the British Isles. But yeah, I mean, like in 1900, yeah, let's just say take an empire map of 1900. Virtually the entire map was either British, French. Well, not maybe the entire map, but a lot of the map was either British, French, Japanese, or I don't know if the Belgian Empire was still around back then actually, but it was British, French. There was technically an American empire as well at some point, but that didn't last very long at all. And that was, I think, at the end of the Second World War, because I'm trying to think what it was. America found itself in charge of a bunch of countries that it didn't really want, and so it just gave them all sovereignty. I'm trying to think what was it? I'll have to look it up. I'll look it up anyway. It doesn't matter. But yeah, effectively the British, Japanese, and French empires were ended by that. And the Japanese Empire was fairly significant. I think people forget that it was quite a brutal and effective empire. You know, one of these things that just people don't talk about because, I guess, they want to talk about the evils of American history or the evils of British history. Like, people forget that the Japanese were pretty bad as well.
What do you mean bad?
I mean, they're brutal. They ruled over.
Oh yeah, savages. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Pretty
I have the tapes from like Iwo Jima and shit. They're horrible quality. Obviously copies, not the original. I'm not fucking rich, but you know, watch those videos and shit, man. When they walk up, they fucking when they get the flamethrower and they just smoke the whole. Like, you would have to fucking hate. So, like, they would have had to do some fucked up shit for you to flamethrow their ass. You know what I mean? Because that flamethrower shit is fucking, like, that could actually be the worst way to go out. And I don't understand why they didn't use that against their Osama bin Laden with all those caves. Flamethrower is perfect for caves. So that's why I don't understand why they don't implement it. But it might be against Geneva Code or whatever it's called.
Well, I mean, he ultimately, by the current record, wasn't even in a cave. And two, I don't think that he even was where they said he was either. But regardless, the other thing is Afghanistan, if you look at history, it's actually never even been beaten because it's actually the hardest terrain to fight in is the mountains. And so if you're fighting people who live in the mountains on their turf, they're extremely difficult to be defeated.
Starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist there, Kosho.
Oh, about his death? No, dude. I said this the other day. Somebody, I say it all the time whenever it comes up, but it's just funny because like my friend was on the USS. I want to say Kitty Hawk, but it might also be the Eisenhower. I think it was Eisenhower. That was a ship that he was supposedly on, Osama bin Laden. And then they dumped him at sea, like he was Megatron from fucking. I don't know if you've seen the first Transformers movie. That's exactly what they did to Megatron. Megatron just fucking dumped him in the middle of the sea, like, oh, that's what we do to bad guys. We just dumped him at sea.
Let me stop you there. Did you just say the first Transformers movie?
Yeah.
You need to wash your
all right.
Wash your mouth out with soap.
All right. The first Transformer movie that Michael Bay made, okay? Not the 80s one.
Thank you. I forgive you.
Yeah. My bad, dude. My bad. I was just for context, the Transformer movie that Michael Bay made, the first one, okay? Anyways, they dump him at sea in the middle of the ocean, like that's what they do to bad guys or something. And that's what they told us they did to Osama bin Laden. And my friend said he was on that ship. He said he never saw him. It's not like they had a ceremony or anything. So he asked me. I don't believe that happened, but that's what they tell us. So.
Has anyone here ever seen the very first Transformers movie, like the one from '86?
Oh yeah.
It's really good. If you haven't seen it, it's good.
I don't want to spoil it, but someone dies.
A lot of people die.
I know, but doesn't Optimus Prime die at the beginning?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Sad. At first, I didn't think Michael Bay was going to do a bad job because like some of the action was okay, but he Michael Bayed it up too much, man. It was cool to see the live action version of it, but it got old very quickly. What are you guys talking to Doofus about? Leaky Soyaz. He's the guy you guys are talking about. This is your hero now, right? Bansal was saying.
I don't know who he is.
I'm trying to read the chat. It's just a conversation between a bunch of people who aren't even here.
Yeah.
I have a
ban them
question.
all for chat skanking.
For the Brit in the chat.
I'm not British. I'm English.
All right, so I guess I'll start out with that question. What makes you say that?
Well, I'm not.
I love your guys' history. The whole I've been getting into it. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, you probably got the clue from the fact that I'm bigging up nationalists. I believe in self-determination, and I would quite like to see England be separate from Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. I don't really believe in a union between the four countries. I think they can be friends without being in a political union. So that's my.
So you're trying to go all the way back to what is it, King James or something? That fucking.
I'm not going back anywhere. I'm not going back anywhere. That's what I would like to see today.
Well, as in going back, as in like if it was in a certain state in the past and then it went to a different state and now you're going back to that old original state, it would be kind of like going back. I'm not saying like digressing. I'm not saying it's a perverse political view. I'm just saying like temporally wise, time wise, going back to like before the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, people don't need to get rid of their iPhones and start lighting their houses with candles again. So everything else can stay the same. It's just that I don't believe in the political union between separate countries that don't see themselves as the same identity, you know. So like when the whole Scottish independence thing was up, I was kind of thinking, well, why don't we get to vote whether they stay in as well? Like, you know, it doesn't. And it's yeah, whatever. Doesn't really matter. That wasn't your question, was it? So go on.
I was just gonna ask, like, do you think your country is going a little too far with the whole immigration thing? I've heard that's like an issue.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I think that there's this very weird conflation between being, let's just say, pro yourself and your people, and that being conflated with being anti other people, you know. And for me, that the two things don't make any sense. Like I'm a white British person. I'm very happy, very proud of my people, and I think that we deserve a chance to exist and to survive. I don't think our government sees it that way. I think our government only cares about money, not about the people. And I don't think anti-immigration means that like you hate those people. I don't blame people for wanting to move to England because England is a much more prosperous country than they come from, but that doesn't mean they should be allowed to do it just because they want to. I hope that answers your question.
Oh yeah.
To be honest, I think it's quite a lazy criticism to call someone named because they don't want unlimited numbers of other people coming to where they live.
Well, you're basically a racist, bigot, xenophobe. So
Exactly, yeah. I'm a
Yeah.
racist, bigot, xenophobe who's lived in more countries than most people who would call me that, which is quite interesting.
Well, you're trying to conquer your
Normally,
fears.
when someone calls me names, sorry, go on.
So you're trying to conquer your fears, man.
Yeah,
Trying to conquer my fears. You know what's funny is like often when someone calls me a name like that, I'll say to them, "So where have you lived?" And they'll be like, "Oh, I've just always lived here," right? So that's the kind of thing a small-minded, comfortable person says. Is you're a xenophobe or whatever. Like they say it seriously. Obviously, you're not saying it. But having because I spent a lot of my youth outside of England. I spent a couple of years in Saudi Arabia. I spent a lot of time in Africa. And when you exposed to that as you grow up, you realize, oh shit, actually, yeah, people are different. And if they want to live separately from me, because I'm not like them, they should be allowed to. That just slaps you in the face when you live somewhere else.
Hey, Mr. Numpty, are you a racist xenophobe?
What? Define your terms. There's a lot of different definitions of racism.
Have you ever called a black man?
I heard that you can only be. I heard you can only be racist if you're white. Which I mean, if that's your definition, then I guess.
Absolutely. Are you? That's what I'm asking. Are you white?
Yeah, I'm white.
All right, fair enough.
Well, I'm kind of pinky brown. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, wait. Actually, I'm more of a butterscotch. Actually,
butterscotch. All right, fair enough. You passed.
Yeah.
You can't be racist then.
Yeah.
But I'm not. I'm a Caucasian, but I just live in a tropical environment, so
Well,
I just get a lot of sun exposure.
So it kind of reminds me of the whole what I was saying earlier about capital punishment.
The whole test is if you pull like my pants up, my thighs will show my real color.
That's what I was saying about the capital punishment thing and being kind of paradoxical because like you're given a government authority to enact justice on doing something that they're about to do. It's like a paradox a little bit, but it's also kind of like a paradox when you call all white people racist because it's like it's like you're sort of being racist by doing it.
Well, that's the thing is they are not using the same definition. Their definition in their head is like apparently the leftist view of racism is that if you are like in a better position socially, then you're a racist, basically. Which sounds very communist to me. But you can't be racist if you're in a lower social position is how they put it. But that still doesn't make sense because like say if I fucking, I don't know, do something to an NBA player, they're obviously in a better position socially than me. So it doesn't even make sense.
Actually, I've had people argue this before. Like, so someone was saying, because I was saying, so there's a footballer in the UK called Raheem Sterling, and he's one of the best players in the world. Makes about £250,000 a week, and I was arguing that, like, cool, yeah, I guess. I actually think that when you're a famous footballer or you're a famous hockey player or you're a famous whatever, like if you're making a lot of money and you know you're in that position, abuse is part of the job, right? People call you names because they want to put you off your game. Maybe they don't like you because they support the other team, and they're going to abuse you in any way that they know how to, right? And some of that will be racial abuse because that's the position you've put yourself in. Now, I was making the argument that I would probably rather be Raheem Sterling than 99.9% of white people in England because he has a much more comfortable life than they do. And the argument I was met with was, oh, it's unacceptable that he's subjected to this abuse. Well, Unfortunately, that's the position that they're all in because they're all famous, like sports people. And that's just what happens when you're in that position. So you've only really got two choices. You can either take the 250 grand a week and just shrug off the comments you don't like, or you can cry about it and go and work in Tesco. I mean, that's the only, or sorry, Walmart or whatever. There's the only two choices that you've got. Obviously, Raheem Sterling has decided that he wants to make £1 million a month, and have all the nice trappings that come with that. So I don't know. Like, it seems like a weird thing that people are complaining. They're complaining on his behalf. Kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the globalist international corporations are on some sort of like genocidal view of white people for some reason at this point. Not really sure why.
That's not really fair though.
They can't really outright murder us with guns and shit, so they have to use their like soft tactics on us, basically.
Well, hold on though. It's very. It would be lazy of me not to correct this conflation. And somebody did it the other day with slavery, and what they say, slavery and coercion. Somehow using them as they were the same thing, but yeah, using what word did you use with the genocide to describe something that's happening to white people because of these discussions? I don't think that's a necessary term to use. Nobody's being killed, right? So I wouldn't even call it a soft genocide. It's just more of something else. But I wouldn't conflate genocide with it.
Well, there's 5 different definitions for genocide. You know that, right?
Okay, so by the third and fourth definition of genocide by the UN, I'll just read out. There's 5 definitions. I'm going to read out the third and fourth, just because I actually do believe that these things are happening deliberately. So it says deliberately inflicting on a group conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction in whole or in part. That's 3. And then number 4 is imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group. So yeah, I would say it kind of does. What these corporations are doing kind of do fit those two.
Now give examples of how those things are happening.
Be less white, dude. Come on.
But yeah, but that's what I'm saying is Coke making that commercial, which is retarded and really stupid. That is in no way preventing white people from having new white babies. You know what I mean?
Oh no.
So that's why you're making a joke, but I'm saying what he's saying. That I wouldn't call that genocide.
Do you really want me to send you like BitChute links or like?
I'd like you to send me an example of when 2 white people were prevented from having a baby by these same forces. I don't have one. That's not. There's no genocide is not really happening.
Wait. You said 2 white people being prevented from having a baby. So that you would have to match that to meet your qualifications of genocide?
Well, based on the example,
legalized abortion. Well, one legal abortion would fit that criteria, but regardless, we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about entire groups of people.
Well, no, it would have to be specific groups of people. Because it's like if you use that example,
Osho, it says imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group. So that does
it doesn't satisfy that argument, because then you can use that same exact argument on any race. Like if a Filipino person had an abortion last week, you could say that there's a genocide on Filipinos.
Well, I've been making that
argument. Discussion isn't Filipino
for a long time.
Yeah, right? But none of this actually matters because it's not the subject of discussion
in those neighborhoods constantly.
But none of this matters because it's not the subject of discussion.
Why not?
Because it's not the subject of discussion.
Why not?
You can ask Numpy Noah what the
subject of discussion we need to know what the subject is before we can ask why and why not. What's the subject then?
Okay. If somebody's saying that,
the point was rhetorical because people, getting their lives taken should always, you know what I mean? Like always be a subject to speak on. Like that's why I mean, like, why not?
If he's using that as an argument for genocide, though, If he's saying that
No.
that is an example of genocide because it's abortions they're a way of preventing white people from having babies. It's not exclusive to
I don't
white
see an
people.
argument in that.
I'll
Yeah, I
just say,
agree.
I'll just say it like, I'll just say it like
okay,
this.
so I feel like
I'll just
Kosho,
say it-
you're
wait.
ignoring the chronology of the discussion, right? So Numpty Noah said a thing, you then said a thing, and then I said a thing to your thing, right? But the original statement by Numpty Noah was never actually rebutted by you in the first place.
Right, but okay. So what I said was,
I would just like to say,
what I said was that's not genocide, and they said here's an example. These are the definitions for genocide.
Can I? Yeah.
Race.
Okay, I'll address that directly, Kosho. Basically, every population on Earth, is like going up, except for two populations: white Western populations and the population of Japan. They're actually below replacement, and thus, if continued on this path forward, will go extinct.
Oh, that's okay. That makes more sense.
You're saying the population is declining due to this abortion thing you described?
Not
I
particularly.
wouldn't say only that. I would say a lot of social factors. But if you just look at it, every other population on Earth is actually increasing. There's only two populations on Earth that are below replacement.
Will you read the definition again, please? Because
white Western nations or like societies and Japan. Those are the only two ones that are basically bound for extinction unless something changes.
Will you read your definition again, please? The third and fourth one. Do you still have it open or something?
Do you want the link?
Sure, yeah. But I mean, I'm just trying because I'm trying to see how this would fit that definition, but I don't remember what it was. But let me see. Okay, here. I found it. The C and D, that's what you're talking about. So it says deliberately inflicting on a group conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction, whole or part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. Right. So those two both, there's two parts of both those that you're missing, and one is inflicting on the group and preventing births within the group. Now, if you're going to include something that's happening on the whole, then that's not that doesn't count with that. And if you're going to say something happening to the group that is not being inflicted on them, but it's just happening to them, then I wouldn't include that either. So if a population is declining for some reason, but that reason is not
the deliverance, like if it's deliberate or not, that's one issue. That's what caught me was about when he said a deliberate action, right? So like right, how do we prove what's deliberate? That's the problem, right? It seems like through proxy you can get away with doing a lot of things deliberately, and they could all look unconnected. But see, that would be what you would want to look for. I think would be those connections that enable you to determine whether or not if these are deliberate actions.
Yeah, you have to somehow show that. Yeah, that A was deliberate and it caused B.
Yeah.
I do see the arguments going, but that's what I don't think genocide, even in these definitions, I don't think it qualifies as what's going on with.
Genocide seems to single out one race or another. I would just say depopulation over the broad board. Like enough programs.
The problem is
you can get 1% of the people, turn them gay. You know what I mean, or whatever. I'm just saying, if like you're just promoting this thing and confuse just even 2%, well, then that's a big number across the board, 2%. And then you get this other little mechanism you'll do, and then that's another little 1% or something across the board. And I mean, it seems like if you impart a bunch of little mechanisms that take 1 or 2% off the board, then you can never really tell who's the main culprit or which one thing is doing anything when maybe all of these different things are actually in place in unison or whatever. And that would be something you might want to look into if you're concerned. You know what I mean? Like if those are connected in any way.
Yeah, but here's the thing, dude. You could say it's depopulation in general, except for the fact that every other population on Earth is increasing. So, yeah. I mean,
they're increasing, but
is increasing. It means something specific is happening in this population. Populations
Right.
don't ever really normally decrease up and into fucking extinction without outside forces acting on them. It doesn't really ever happen. People don't just fucking stop producing and die. That's not a
Well,
natural thing.
a lot of it is because
Well,
that
if people are not
white folks
producing
are
and
actually
dying out,
misbreeding.
something not natural is happening.
Yeah, we're breeding with a lot of other people because it's being hyper inflated that white bad, other colors good. So people have self shame and they go and they breed and you know what I mean. It seems
Is that
as
not
if
deliberate?
maybe some self pride has been lost or something like that, or it's just time to evolve and move on, and we're not that worried about it.
Why
Or
wouldn't you be worried
devolve,
about
however
it?
you want to look at it, but you know what I mean. Like it
Well, I would
doesn't
just say it like this. Every other peoples on planet Earth thinks of
be
themselves
worried
as a
about.
people, and oh my god, other people on Earth thinks of each other as peoples, like together, collectively, and kind of collectively put themselves ahead of others. You go to Pakistanis, they think of themselves as Pakistanis. Go to
Are you
Indians, they
scared to
think of
be
themselves as
a race?
Indians and
Are
shit like
you
that.
scared
You go any fucking population on Earth, but you go to fucking white nations and they just want to kill themselves. They want to fucking end their own fucking civilization for some marketed to corporate reason.
Is that an accurate description?
I don't know. I think that sounds like a pretty depressed situation to me. In a lot of cases, I think that we've just evolved out of that old, separatist idea that it doesn't really matter that much
Not
which race
Chinese people.
they in
Not
or
Chinese
out of,
people. Chinese
right?
people
Chinese
think of
people are more
themselves
racist,
as one
right? They still
nation. They work for each
like
other.
to cling to their own, don't they? They like to cling to their own still a lot, and I think white people don't mind not clinging to their own as much as they used to. It doesn't matter. This shit don't
I
matter.
don't think that's true. I think that's
Worry
conditioned.
about save the white race or save the Japanese. So what? Just move on, evolve, dude. This shit don't
Yeah,
matter.
man. Go extinct.
Yeah, I don't think that having this kind of blasé attitude towards extinction level events is particularly moral. I think it's
What do you
actually
mean extinction?
there's this one interesting facet of European populations, and I agree with Numpty Noah on this. They're completely incapable of thinking of themselves as victims in any way at a racial level. Maybe they can at some kind of individual level, or maybe feminists can think of themselves as victims on a collective level. But and I don't really know what's caused this, but whites just seem completely incapable of thinking of themselves as victims in any kind of racial context, and I think that's what's really
Right. As
being
you're
caused.
talking to an anti-vaxxer, fucking anti-government, anti-big pharma, anti-big,
What's
the
any of
biggest
that got to
victim
do
in the
with a
room,
racial
and all of a sudden
context?
I have a problem being a victim because I won't be a personal victim. Like it won't be like I'm not going to be an identity victim.
You do
So I
realize that you just proved my point with what you just said, right?
right, because I'm not an identity victim because I don't see that I'm
No,
actually being attacked just
you
because
just
I'm
named about
white.
4 identities that you have.
Oh my God, dude.
What do you mean?
I'm
Oh my
not a
God!
victim in those identities is my point.
So then you're not speaking to what I said. I don't understand what your point is.
Of course you don't.
We'll make a point and I'll understand it.
What would make you feel good about me wanting to feel good about being a victim?
What? Who said anything about feeling good or bad?
Well, what kind of pleasure are you taking in trying to discover what kind of a victim I must be as a white person? I don't understand why I'm supposed to feel like I'm
This seems
being
completely
attacked in the
irrelevant and has nothing to do with what was stated.
If I see that we as human beings across the board are being attacked, and just because our numbers are different or lower, they have been for a very long time. They have almost always been lower, white folks' numbers, right?
No,
Because
the
we got
white
better at
population
realizing
of
we had
the
other
world.
countries. We didn't include those other countries. We were the only people in the world until we got somewhere else and realized that these other countries were bigger than our little white country and had a lot more people in them. So
That's just factually incorrect. I actually don't understand what you're even trying to do. It feels like we've got a certain topic, and you want to talk about everything but the topic. If you want to talk about the population, say the white population of the world 150 years ago was about a third of the world population. Now it's about a tenth. So that is a marked decrease. With regards to
You know, there's a couple
whether I
theories as
actually
to
want
why,
to,
as to how naturally that
with regards
happens.
to whether I actually want you to feel pleasure or whether I feel pleasure. No, I'm just here to talk about facts. We can discuss facts, and then we can get to some kind of conclusion.
Right, and it's the same thing as in, like, if the populations are going down, that means something is doing that.
Well, I mean,
Populations don't naturally go down unless there's some sort of outside influence
Listen,
pressuring
guys,
it.
you're limiting yourself. You're not even realizing that just because the person isn't white anymore doesn't mean that their family has lost a member.
Right, and that's what I want to ask. Let me ask this question real quick, Grim, because it's right in that regard, and that's what I want to ask you too, Crypto and Numpty. And this is just think about it. Just think about it before you answer. But we were because I'm looking at the population, and I'm not going to describe what I'm seeing here, but let's say that every single white person is alive today, all has a kid, and the person they have a kid with is an Indian, a brown Indian. Okay. Okay, so the next population, 20, 30 years from now, you might read that the numbers are down or this or that, but would you say that qualifies as fitting the definition for what you read earlier with the genocide thing, that there's preventing births of certain people? Because those people still having kids, but those kids aren't the same race, I guess, at that point.
That's the point. It's somebody's
Yes,
just
me or
worried about
Noah?
the color of the kid, not worried about if they had a kid or not. They keep claiming that these people aren't having kids, and I keep saying, yes, the fuck they are. Have you not been to Walmart?
That's kind of what that's sort of the distinction I'm making is exactly that is between them being prevented from having kids, them being that I understand what you're saying about that identity being lost, but is that what ultimately is being pressed, I suppose, and not necessarily the people themselves though, because those people are still allowed to procreate. Just
Somebody's faster to breed with our women than we are. That's all it is. Just like that. Relax. You better get on the ball a little quicker, man. That's all I'm saying. If you're worried about it, stop being on Discord and go get a girlfriend.
Yeah, I mean, none of these are actually competent rebuttals to what Numpty Noah said. I don't really understand why.
I'm trying to ask about the
Listen, if white
go
people
get a
were known
girlfriend.
as the glorious best people for so very long, and everybody was told psychology-wise, and it was just conditioned for them to think that white people were the best, and the blue eyes and the features and the
No one
blonde
cares
hair.
about any of that.
But then other people would want to date those women. They would want to be with the best, the wonderful. So everybody and from outside the white race wants to be into the white race, and vice versa in some cases. But so therefore, there's a lot of breeding that goes out, and so those white ladies, they still had babies. They just didn't turn out to be white babies. Relax. The population isn't dying off because of it. It's just the way the world works, man.
It is, though. It is dying off. It is in literal biological terms going extinct.
Well, that's my specific question, it's based on what you said about the genocide, the definition for genocide. Would the example I gave about every single white person having a kid with an Indian person, but every white person alive today does this, and the numbers went down, later on because of this, would that satisfy that definition of genocide, in your opinion?
You asking me or Noah?
No, Noah, because he brought it up as a definition. I was asking both of you.
Sorry, what? Sorry, I missed the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's in regards to your definition for genocide. You were describing genocide as using that definition of preventing births and this and that. And I'm asking if the population goes down, not because these people are being prevented to birth babies, but because they're maybe birthing them with people who are Indian, for example. Would that still satisfy that definition that there's a genocide? Am I not making it clear, or?
Aha!
I don't know if you're still there. No, but I'm just saying, you're saying that it's genocide. Use this definition. I'm asking this example because this example seems to be what's happening. I don't know if any white people are actually being prevented from having kids, but I think maybe they're having kids with other races, and maybe this could be the reason why
It's basically the same thing.
down. But that's what I'm asking you. Is that the same thing? Is that still satisfying that definition?
Yeah, I'd say so. If they're not producing the same race anymore, then
Well, that wasn't part of
then
the
they're not
definition,
fucking
was
producing
it?
any children of that fucking
It was
that
off.
stock. If you're not producing children of that stock, you're not producing children of that stock. No matter how it's achieved, how you prevent those children from being born, doesn't matter the way you do it. The end goal is still the same.
Well, then you might want to talk to your women, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I
again,
don't have
just
any.
not a
I don't have
comfortable.
a. I don't have a wife. I don't own
Otherwise,
any women.
you know,
I
less
live in
white.
a socialist. I live in a socialist country where women have rights, more rights than me actually, and the state
Okay,
owns them.
so
You got to go talk to the state who owns them, not me.
can I ask Mr. Grimm a question? If I go out and smash 10 women and I have 100 babies, does that change anything?
What?
No, I'm asking Mr. Grimm.
I'm just laughing. You have to have
Yeah,
one
okay. The
woman.
answer is no. It doesn't make. So your kind of lazy rebuttals about go and get a girlfriend, they don't actually address anything that Noah's saying, and they don't address anything I'm saying. So I don't know why you keep kind of throwing them in
It's
there.
kind of like, well, it's just like he doesn't have like an actual argument, so it's kind of like not an argument.
don't have as much fear about
He's just
racist.
saying shit. He's not arguing.
Yeah, it's just dumb shit. It's like they assume that because you're worried about the fate of your people, that it's because you can't get a girlfriend, or because your women are busy.
I don't think you understand how. Do you realize how evolution even works? So this shit's okay, man. You don't have to be scared, dude.
It's not about being scared, my guy. It's about trying to discuss facts. But your lazy rhetoric. What's annoying me is that your lazy rhetoric is distracting from the actual subject, and we can't even discuss it because you want to accuse Numpty Noah of not having a girlfriend. It's lazy.
Hey, wait. I'll just say this, dude. I've already had children that are white, so just because I don't have a girlfriend right now, it doesn't mean I can't, dude. It's not the fact that I'm like fat or like jerking off or something. It's just I have a lot of other shit in my life that I need to focus on, not a fucking girlfriend.
Speak for yourself.
I don't know why the fuck you're insulting me about a girlfriend, bro. I probably get way more chicks at the nightclub than you.
Worrying about
I probably get way more chicks than you. Any
without
nightclub. Where you at?
realizing.
What city you at? Let's go to a nightclub together and see who gets more chicks. If you really want to make it about
I'm
that.
married,
But it's
man.
not about that.
Roxbury.
Yeah, obviously you've already had babies. You're still, but you want to still go out and get chicks, but you're not married. I mean, a lot of the problem here is the lack of the family unit in the first place.
I don't want to go out and pick up chicks. That's what I just fucking said. I said the reason I don't have a girlfriend is because I'm not doing that shit. Because I got more important things to do. You're the one who brought up the whole thing. Why don't you get a girlfriend? Yeah, boy, I could get a girlfriend. I got bigger problems in my life than getting a fucking girlfriend. What does that have to do with the argument at hand, dude? You saying I should go out and get a girlfriend has no fucking relevance to the argument at hand. That has nothing. Ad hom attack, bro.
If you can't talk about the actual subject matter, Grim, why don't you put yourself on mute and we can talk to Kosho?
It doesn't seem like you guys are talking about the subject matter either, really. You're just people all fired up about something, but you don't have any real reason. And when somebody gives you good logic about how there are reasons
okay, then
why.
What's my position?
Fine, interrupt me one more time. Interrupt me again.
What's my position?
Interrupt me again.
Yeah, I will. I'll keep interrupting you until you tell me what my position is. I will. What's my position?
I bet you'll get your ass muted in here in a second.
What's my position?
There's going to be no fucking tug of war where you just yell over people and all that bullshit.
I'm not yelling. I'm asking you what you think my position is because you've stated.
I didn't say anything about your position.
Yeah, you did.
Crypto and also Graham. So we got to do this together, but there is a position specifically I was hoping we could speak on because it was made clear a minute ago, and that's why I have disagreed with it. But it was when Noah had said that when describing a race of people who's alive today, every one of them is not prevented from having a baby. They have a baby with someone from a different race. The baby turns out to be some mixture of the two, and so no longer just either. So race by the nature of that declines for this reason. And I think, Noah, you'd agree that satisfies your description of genocide, and I disagree with that. And I'm wondering if I don't know if you.
I think the difference. I think the difference is that I see evidence for genocide, but I don't have the cause to present to you. And since you cannot see the cause, you cannot actually ascribe genocide to it. You just think it's a natural decline of a people and that they're just dying out and going extinct naturally.
I'm going to say, even if it's not, even if there is a directed motivation and it's being exacted, and this is actually the cause of every single white person making babies with an Indian person, even if that were completely a known motivation and an actual thing happening, even still, I would not consider that genocide. Because that isn't. There's nobody having a baby.
We just have to disagree on our definitions, Kosho, and
evolution, dude.
There are lots of these different. There are lots of these different. No, just 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Please, can I get in? There are lots of different things being thrown around that are completely separate, and they're being thrown around like they're the same. Okay. First of all, you have the concept of race mixing, right? It is objective that if you take two different things, mix them together, they will not be the same as either of those parents, right? So however you see that is however you see that. Doesn't matter. There's a second concept, which is the idea that the second concept is the idea that whites are replacing their own populations at below replacement level. Okay. Now, the first one may contribute to the second one, but the first one isn't the second one, and the second one is actually the topic of discussion. Now, is the second one being forced, or is it being coerced, or is it being suggested by some authoritarian figure? My suggestion is that I would put it in the coercion or possibly in the suggestion bracket, not in the forced bracket. Now, does that constitute a genocide? To be honest, I don't really care. I don't care because I didn't use the term genocide.
Show me like a law on the books
Didn't finish. I don't care if it's the genocide because my concern isn't with the definition of the word genocide. My concern is with the survival of my people. And so that, I feel, should be the discussion. Do my people have a right to enforce their own existence? And if that's the case, how are they going to go about doing it?
I think that was
that's a you problem.
I think that it was appropriate though to identify positions. I agree. That was I was asking both you guys, but I was honestly responding to Numpty's thing, and so I didn't mean to. I'm not trying to put you guys like you shared the opinion on that one. So yeah, I guess it's important to make each of our positions distinct and all that kind of shit. Having said that, yeah, okay. So what you said though about the your people like so I understand your incentive or your what's the word I understand how you feel about it, but I'm wondering how would that be exacted? Like how if this was a concern of yours, how what would be something that you could do to protect that from happening?
Well, I mean, the actual mechanics of it are irrelevant. What I'm trying to understand from you guys is, do I have a right to do that in the first place?
Yeah, because I would start by building internment camps.
See this again. You get strawmanned and you get told all sorts of silliness. Like the point I want to drill down to is if people actually think that I have a right to do that myself, right? And if my group has that right. Because a lot of people say that I don't and that Noah doesn't have that right in the first place. After that, you can start discussing mechanics, what's appropriate, what's inappropriate.
Choice,
but whether you have the right in the first place is the subject of discussion.
Have sex with any Indian people if you don't
want
to.
No, but
whether I'm fucking anyone isn't the subject of discussion, Grim.
Well, I think it's about outbreeding, isn't it? That seems to be your major concern or your distractory concern.
But
like
you're
turning
it into
an actual factor because it hurts your feelings that it's happening.
But
so
again, you're talking about me
just killing you off instead of actually your ladies are just fucking other people. That's the ugly truth.
But they're not. The thing again is you are trying to hurt me by making it about me. This isn't
No, it's
about
about me
me.
too. What do you mean?
This is about a people
my thing
group.
too. That's why it doesn't. You can't force people to do things. If they want to go outside their race, that's fine with me. Why? What's? Are we supposed to stop that?
I've already
How
addressed
dare
this,
you?
Grim.
How dare you?
I've
Don't
already
scare
addressed
me.
this. Were you not listening?
Okay. Well, then why are you crying? You're acting as if breeding
I'm
out
not
isn't the
crying.
reason why we're
I'm getting
losing
irritated
our
by the
white
constant
numbers.
straw man and red herrings.
No, you're really, but you're listing the data as this, as the white people are actually dying off instead of breeding out.
I never said
And you're
that
making
once.
that's fear porn, dude. The way you're
Never said that once.
describing the situation, it doesn't matter what you said. It matters how you're describing the
Oh,
situation.
it doesn't matter what I said. Okay.
Yeah.
This isn't a
You did
discussion
say,
then.
you did say they're dying
Real
off.
quick though, crypto.
Didn't say that.
Twice. You and your buddies said it, and you backed them
Okay.
up.
So you are determined to straw man the point because you don't want to understand it. Put yourself on
Still
mute.
man it for me. Still man it for me. And put yourself on mute when you're done.
I've already made the thing is I've made my position crystal clear. Coach understands it. You don't. That's fine.
Absolutely wrong, because I agree exactly with Kosho. And I think he understands my position better than you think that he does.
Well, I want to ask. I gotta call my. Oh fuck! I just poked myself with my saw. But I want to just ask a question based on what you said, crypto. God damn it! That's why I asked what I asked, crypto. That's why I asked. How would you enact, or how would you go about satisfying this desire? Because I think what you're asking, what you said is, should I be allowed to do this? And that question then strikes my question. That's why I would ask, do what? But I think if you're asking, am I allowed to desire this? I think, of course, I think absolutely. I think if you have a desire that's you wish that to be the case, absolutely. But if you want to go about or not enforcing, but in executing that desire, I then ask, how are you doing? What are you doing to execute that desire? Like to keep your race present or whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, again, for me, it's not a race thing. It's about my people group. So that's the English people, right? So maybe Noah might consider his people to be white Americans, or maybe some other. I don't know how he would define his group. My group are the white English, right? So, the white Scots aren't my people. Like they're a different people, and if they wish to be separate, then they should have that right. No, nothing against them at all, but they're not my people. Whatever. The point I'm trying to get to is that a lot of people, they want to. Sorry, hold on.
Hey, while we're waiting,
Sorry, give me 1 sec.
Go ahead. Yeah, I just fucked my face, dude. I was fucking. Oh my god! I was trying to drill into this fucking thing, and I don't know what I did. I fucking poked the drill into my lip. It really hurts.
You're right.
I looked at it, the napkin, and I thought I wasn't bleeding, but I'm bleeding a lot. So, hold on.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so
you might have to put some super glue on it.
That's a good idea. Hold on. I told my girlfriend I'd call her at 10:15, so I'm a little late. So I'll be back.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yo.
All my messages are getting deleted.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what that's about.
Yo, the live stream on YouTube wasn't loading.
Yeah, I think Kosho busted his lip. Well, now that Grimm's actually fucked off, I do find it very frustrating when you have these conversations and you state your position multiple times and just get strawmanned over and over. It's just really, really irritating.
So we know what you think the problem is. What do you suggest the solutions could be?
Yeah, again, like as I already described to Kosho, like the mechanisms can be discussed at a later date. We haven't established yet that you agree that this is something that's
Why
morally
would I have to
acceptable.
agree? What is
Because
it that
we're
you
part
want
of a
to do that would be
discussion.
morally acceptable?
The survival of a group of people is morally acceptable. Do you accept that, or?
Well, if they naturally want to survive as a color of people, but what if they survive as a different color of people?
Why does it
Right?
matter?
What if that doesn't matter to them so much anymore?
The color
Which color
isn't the
they
point.
are anymore? Yeah, why isn't
So
it?
color is a straw
What's the
man.
point then? Okay, what's the real point then? If it's not
Well,
about
because
the
groups of
color of
people
their
aren't
skin,
based on the color of their skin. That's
do you
an
want to
important
always be an
distinction.
Englishman? Yeah, right. Does everyone always want to be an Englishman?
I don't care if other people want to be English. That's
Well,
down to them.
okay. Well, I mean, it's other people that you're crying about, not you. You haven't changed.
I'm not crying. I think you
Well,
might be crying though.
How about you know, you I don't know, you're virtuous. What are you doing? I mean, who do you want to help other than other people? Because it can't be you, right? Because you're not going to change. So it's not yourself that you're trying to change. You're trying to change the behaviors of other people. What gives
No,
you the
I'm
right to change the
actually
behaviors of other people?
no. I actually think that the behaviors of other people are being directly influenced by propaganda, which is affecting their decision making, and I want that to stop.
That's always been the truth. We know that.
Okay.
So get at it. I mean, help people stop that shit. What are we going to do
But
for
people
that?
need to be aware that they're being propagandized first.
We have to prove that they're doing it in the first place. So that's like I
You just
said.
have to turn on the TV, bro.
That's not proving it, though.
Okay, so if the actual thing
it's not about that it's
happening
happening.
isn't
It's about
proof,
the intent and who's doing it for the direct intended purpose. Remember, that was like it has to be.
that was part of a genocide definition that I didn't care about and didn't bring in.
What?
Well, I mean, in any case, there has to be intent. I mean, I
For what?
agree that there's a lot of weird intent going on, but we have to prove that this intent is about a particular thing. I mean, even
You're
the
mixing
Disney
Noah's
school-
argument with my argument. I never defined.
No, I'm talking about multiple different things. I mean, I hope we can just get past the idea that your special argument isn't really the case of what the problem is. There's more to it than your very special compartmentalized part of the argument, right? So that when we start branching out to those other areas of the argument, don't get offended and thinking that this is all about debunking
not
you
offended.
personally. Nobody's really thinking about you. They're thinking about the ideas involved in all of this that not everybody is very aware of. I am aware of some of the ideas involved in this, right? And I might even agree with you on some level, but it's the way that you're bringing this argument to the table without any care in the world to discuss what you would like to do about it. It seems like you're like motivated just to fuel and anger a mob before you're ready to explain, some of the things, maybe prove some of the stuff that you have to talk about. Otherwise, it's just like causing just feeble noises. We're just not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, this is all just rhetoric. Your entire last 4 sentences were just rhetoric.
That's all.
My
Everything
argument
is
is quite
propaganda and
because
rhetoric.
you want to talk about how I'm not special. I didn't say I was special. You want to talk
Well, no, your
about how
specialized
I'm
argument,
defining
not
things
you.
that I'm not trying to define.
Nobody said you were
Yeah, now you're
special.
talking over me because you don't want
Nobody
me to
said you
actually.
weren't special or
You don't
anything. I'm
actually
sure
want
you're
me
very
to
special.
respond to what you said, which is why you're talking over me.
Well, first off, when you respond to
Can
what
I
I said,
respond?
make sure that you don't paraphrase me outside of the context of what it was I actually said. Because I didn't say anything about you being special. I said your specialized argument.
You talked about me specifically.
Yeah, I said your specialized
No,
argument.
you did. You know,
Yeah,
this is
I don't
recorded,
know,
right?
dude. I'm just mad about the fact that we were discussing something and I just got ad hommed out of fucking nowhere, inaccurately too. By the
Oh
way,
no, so did everybody else. I'm glad you noticed when it happens to you back. I mean, what is this talk about laziness and this
yeah,
all this
dude.
other shit?
Here's the thing, though.
That's not ad hom?
I don't know who you are. I never ad hommed you before in my life, but you ad hommed me. You started it. So
I'm not even talking to you.
whatever you want to say, you ad hommed me and was like, "Ooh, well, can't get a girlfriend." Blah blah. Has nothing to do with the conversation. I
That
never
isn't what
ad
I
hommed you
said.
before in
I
my
said
life. I don't
that's
know
not
who
what I
you are.
said. I said if
You
you're
ad
that
hommed
worried
me.
about
I
it,
don't know who
get
you
a
are.
girlfriend. Otherwise, you can't change other people's behaviors. That was my point by that. Change what you do. If you did something right, good for you. But the point isn't always just at you. It's about the situation. So these other guys, if good thing you did your job, good boy, got a white boy girlfriend, whatever. That's good. But these other guys obviously aren't doing it, and they're not keeping their white girls underneath their wings, or somebody's not respecting white men, or something like this is along those lines. That might have something to do with other people's behaviors, not yours, right?
All of this
So
has
why
got
get
nothing to
personally
do with the
offended
original.
when we're talking
Man,
about behaviors and situations, scenarios, and you're taking it personally and acting like right
no,
that you
no
have
one's
these.
taking it personally. See, this is the
Well,
thing:
no,
is you
no,
keep on
seriously.
making
Why
these
would you
silly
say that I called
statements
you
that aren't
special when I
true.
said your
You keep on
specialized
making these silly
argument?
statements that aren't
You're
true, and then when
this
you're called
arguing
out
your
for it,
specialized
when you're
argument.
called out for it, you just talk over the criticism. Yeah, stop all of this
It just
shit
sounds
because
like
it's
that's.
really boring.
It just
Really
sounds like you're
boring.
scared,
You
man,
initially
of
said,
evolution,
bro. You initially said that
bro.
Noah should go and get a girlfriend if he's worried about it. You did say that. I was there because I called you out for it then. I'm now calling you out for it again.
And
It's not
have some
about how
babies.
much sex. And
Good
why are you
job.
talking over me?
Yeah, because I've heard you say this 4 times already. You're virtue
Then why
signaling
didn't you
now.
listen the first time?
Oh, everybody heard you. What the fuck? You just
Then
feel
why
really
didn't you
special,
listen?
don't you? I might call you special now because you really think you're special. You have to keep repeating yourself over the same shit
You
over and over
didn't
again.
listen is the issue. It's got nothing to do with me. It's got
How the
everything to
fuck
do with
would
you
you
not
know if I
listening.
listened or not? How the fuck would you know?
Because
How
you're
would you
not
know?
responding as if you did.
Oh, but I am. You just don't understand that my responses go above your table.
No, they don't, because you're not very
Oh, man.
clever. The problem is that you ad homed
Who
Noah,
here doesn't
and
think
what
that
you
this guy
said
sounds like he's
doesn't
scared
respond to what he said.
and he
That's
wants
what the
other
issue
people to
is.
be scared of genocide, because you're using those words, of white
He's
people.
using those words.
Oh, well, you know what? You guys come in with your little ping pong ball selling the same shit, but pretending like you're talking about different shit. How about fuck you both? That's bullshit.
Oh yeah,
You're both little
I know
scared
that
ass
this
white
is. I know
boys.
this
You don't know
hurts
how to
you.
fucking deal
I
with
know
your
that
fucking
for some
shit.
reason
So you like to be a
this
victim.
issue hurts you,
You know
which
what?
is
And you
why
like
you're
to be a
acting like a
little
wounded
victim with your
animal. But I
problems,
don't care about
right?
you.
And you
I
want to
care about the
blame other
issue.
people and all this other shit, and you don't even, because you're scared, and you don't even
Who am I
realize that
blaming? Who
people
have I
just breed
blamed?
outside of their
Who have I
race,
blamed?
and it's
Who
a
have I
lot of
blamed?
times it's the white folks' fault, right? We
Who have I
told
blamed?
everybody we were
You
the
guys hold on
best.
for a second. This is kind of chaotic. I'm not sure exactly. I didn't hear this
Well,
whole.
it sounds like some
Hold
neo-Nazi
on. Just
bullshit to
all right.
me,
Instead of
Gio.
Yeah, see, this is the problem, Gio.
Instead
Gio,
of
you and I have
interrupting
talked.
me, hold on. Okay, just hold on. Instead of interrupting me, let me just say: is there some way that you two can reset and get into some kind of something productive?
Probably
No,
not.
because
I
he's
mean,
already discussed.
I've tried.
Like, first of all,
He keeps
Gio.
coming back with the same thing to start the shit up again.
So
You
again, he's
strawmanned
talking over
me and
me again
this and
because he
that.
wants priority.
But
The
then he
reason
won't
I'm
stillman
talking over him
himself.
All right. Well,
is
hold on.
because
As a very
he
minimum
never
thing,
yields when other
Yeah, when
people
I'm
are
talking to
talking, and it's
Gio, dude, you need
frustrating.
to shut your
No,
fucking
because you
mouth, man.
started doing it. The problem is that I was being very respectful and letting you talk, and then every time I started talking, you talked over me, and I got sick of it.
all right. So, Graham, I just muted you so he could speak for 20 seconds. Now you can speak. Crypto, don't interrupt him. At least just speak one at a time. That's all. And if it's only going to be a fight, maybe just we could move on.
Well, no, actually, Gio, I would like
Well,
to tell you
okay, this
what
is
I'd like
my
to say,
20
and then I want
seconds
to
that
leave
you'll
because I
continue
should have been in
talking
bed half
through
an
while
hour
you
ago.
blame me for interrupting you again. I'm sure.
Jesus Christ.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Why don't you just
Every
fuck
time I
off?
try to talk, this guy's running his mouth, and then he continues to sit there and lie to you, Gio. All you gotta do is rewind it and listen to him talk through me every time I tried to make the same fucking point. And then he repeats himself to start over again, as if we haven't already been around the corner of him trying to justify his bullshit.
Yeah, what a load of bollocks. Gio, you already know my position on this, so there's no point in telling you again my position, right? The point is that Noah actually brought this up. We were talking with Kosho about it, and then Grim came in, all hot, started making accusations, ad homs, straw man, taking... Not bullshit, it's all
You're a liar,
recorded.
dude.
Then
You're a
go
liar.
and
It
listen
is
to the recording.
recorded. That's a
Gio
good
is
thing
more than
for it,
welcome to
too.
go and listen to the recording.
Yeah, it
Go
is
and listen to the
recorded.
recording. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, absolutely. He started calling people because I gave my opinion that it couldn't be that we're breeding out into another, and I came in very genuinely with that just one question, and he gave my opinion about how my lazy fucking ass or my lazy fucking, would you say something about my lazy something?
I said it was a lazy argument.
Right, exactly.
It's a
And so
lazy
who's the
argument.
ad homer? Right, so you started that shit, dude. So
No,
go
ad
back and
hom-
suck your toes. How about go back and suck your toes for a little while?
No, ad hom means
You're
to
a
the
liar.
person. It's recorded, so anyone can listen to it.
Shut up and go listen
Anyone
to the
could listen
recording
to
and
it,
stop
bro.
lying, dude. You can't just talk your way out of
This
everything.
is really
man.
sad.
I'm not your mother.
All right,
This is
relax,
really sad.
guys. Maybe we should just move
There's
on.
no guys.
You're not gonna bullshit
He's
your way out of
lying.
this.
There's
We have
no
the
guys
recording, you
about
fuck
it,
face. We have the recording. Quit lying.
Cool.
What are
Anyone
you,
can go and
stupid?
listen to it. Yeah, anyone can go listen to it, and you're going to
Yeah,
get
you
fucked
are
anytime
stupid.
someone goes
What were
back.
you guys talking about?
Well, this is the problem: is that he doesn't want to stick to topic, right? That Noah
What
brought
was
up.
the topic? What was the
That's what
initial
I'm trying to
topic?
do.
Topic.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Genocide of white people.
That wasn't my claim.
Yeah, but it was the other guy's claim. So you keep dancing around each other. My argument then was to the other guy with the genocide of the white people. And then you
Right.
came in and started defending your argument as if I'm strawmanning you when I wasn't even talking about your dumb ass in the first place.
Yeah,
how about
see,
back the
I think
fuck up
everyone can
before you
tell
get
who the
smacked
ad
the fuck
homer
up?
is here, because I haven't said anything about you.
It's a genocide of the white people.
Oh, you didn't say anything about my
All
lazy
white
argument?
people.
You didn't say I had a
Yeah.
lazy argument. Start fucking saying I had a lazy argument because I
That's
was
not
saying
an
that
ad hom.
you think you call it genocide when if you aren't factoring the numbers in that the women are actually breeding? Is it genocide when they actually have a baby? Those were all very valid questions that you could not pose a good answer to. I'm not satisfied with
You
your
didn't
bullshit.
ask me. Noah was
Bullshit.
answering
Well, I
all
sure
the
tried, but
questions
you kept
then.
running your mouth.
Jesus Christ, man, you are really,
It's
really
all on the
lost.
recording, dude.
I know it is. That's why this is
So-
going to be so embarrassing for you.
I don't get it. Who's gonna genocide all the white people? That sounds like a Mission Impossible right there.
The thing is, dude, Jeremy,
They're
Noah
doing it to
started
themselves,
this
and he's mad about it.
conversation. I'm not mad. It's like you
Then why
keep
am
on
I
calling
supposed
me
to be
mad.
energized
You
because of
tried
your
to
problem?
talk about some neo-Nazi shit. No one here's a neo-Nazi. You started trying to accuse me of thinking I was special. Don't think I'm special. None of this shit's true. You're
Yeah,
just
you
trying to
converted
throw
this
shit at
whole
a wall
conversation
and hoping
all
that
the
some of
way
it
to
sticks.
you when we already had
Nothing to do
another
with me.
person who is not talking anymore in this conversation, who I
I
was
don't want to
talking
be the
about,
subject
who
of
was
discussion, Grim.
listen, but you've made yourself the center of this discussion.
No, you
when
made
in
me
fact-
the discussion.
No,
I don't
you
care
did,
about
because you
me.
keep on talking about your argument. This wasn't about your argument. Remember, I clearly just said that. You keep trying to bring everybody about how we're talking about your argument, that you didn't say this, and you're not that. Quit trying to justify yourself. Shut the fuck up. I was talking
You're
about the other
strawmanning
gentleman's
me.
argument. No, we weren't even talking about you. You
Let's get
strawman
back to
yourself
the
by
topic.
bringing
You were
yourself into the
strawmanning me.
conversation,
That's
knucklehead.
why I was bringing that
No,
up.
you have that's why I said your special argument is clearly different than the other argument. And then you came in with some bullshit about how I'm calling you special. Obviously, you have a different argument than the first gentleman I was talking to. So therefore, obviously, you're not going to be the one that we're talking about when we're talking about his fucking argument. You
What
shithead.
was Noah's
Breathe,
argument?
man,
What
breathe.
was Noah's
Well,
argument?
this is
Relax.
also in the
People are
recording where
stupid,
I
man.
said to you, that you're confusing my argument and Noah's argument, and I asked you to clarify which one you
No, I
wanted to
clearly
address.
said I wasn't. We weren't even talking about your argument.
You just
What
admitted
is
that you were.
Your argument. Then I started explaining your argument.
Oh my god!
Guys,
I'm done. You guys have fun.
He doesn't even have an argument. That's the whole point. He came in here and did that before.
The thing is is that
the English
Grim
white
is
people that
so
are his
he's
group.
so
He doesn't care that
emotional
they can get
about this
together.
topic
English
that he
white
has
people.
to
That's it.
distract. He
Listen,
has
let
to
me
talk
steel man
over.
your argument. Do you
He has
mind?
to
Do you mind if I steel man your argument so you can just show everybody how stupid I am? So I'll be wrong. I'll be wrong, right? So I can clearly I
Go
can't
ahead.
steel man it. So
What is my
let's
position
give me
then?
the chance to do it.
Because
How
I
about
asked
shut
you
your
earlier
mouth?
what my position
Yeah.
was, and you couldn't tell me.
His
So
stupid
maybe you
little
can tell me
position
now.
is that he's worried about the Englishman, the English white people, the group that he as his people, the English white, not the Scottish whites, not the fucking Dutch white, not the any other white, the English whites. Those are his people. He's worried about those people, right? And that he won't give us any examples about how he wants to help and save those people from their extinction, but he's just really, really worried about those people. Am I right? Is that it?
Not really.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah, that's not it in a nutshell, you fucking liar.
Not really.
Come on, Grim.
Yeah,
Let's all
right.
settle down, take a deep breath or
So,
something.
tell us what your position is then.
Well, I'm so glad you asked because I've told you about 4 times. That the point is that you need to be able to either say whether it's morally justified to protect a group of people from extinction. That is what really matters in this discussion. The answer is either yes or it's no.
Are they
Really, it's
being
that simple.
extinct?
I'm
So
not going
why
to
is
get a
that
yes or no
question if
answer,
they're not being
but it is the
extinct?
question.
Okay, so you're not really
Sorry?
concerned about them being extinct then. Is that your case? Is that your new statement?
Again, you're not answering the question.
Well, are they being extinct? Why would I have to worry about the question? Why is that a question? Nobody's supposed to be extinct.
Why is it a
as
question?
being killed extinct? But you're using these words like we need to clarify what these words mean to you.
Extinction has a very specific definition.
Yeah, sure
It
it
means the
does.
death.
Evolve? Can you
It does.
call it evolve?
It means
'Cause
the
if they evolve,
population. Extinction means the population reaches 0, basically.
right. So if they're really not, the population is evolving. Is it really extinct? If it's by choice evolving?
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
What?
breeding with
Who is
other. Yeah,
evolving? Who is
yeah. If
evolving?
let's say
Hold
any
on,
Indian,
Grim.
Indian breeds with a white girl, and then you get a half Indian baby. That's no longer a white baby, but you have a person there that still human exists, but you fear the extinction of the white people. I don't think that's a valid concern, to be honest.
No, that is wait.
If that white person
Because
didn't
people
die,
divide
he had a
themselves.
baby.
People,
Oh my
people
god, do I
divide
gotta
them.
pull over to mod this, guys? Come on.
What are you talking about? I was just fucking talking.
I know, I'm telling Grim to take a breath, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Dude, I muted myself.
Yeah, I was about to say, people organize into nations, tribes, peoples, and if your people goes to 0, I would say that's an issue.
Well, I agree. I think everyone has the right to just, if they want to, protect their own race.
Guys,
Like
it's
that,
it's just not a problem. It's not
if
gonna
they want to
happen.
bring it
There's too
up,
many.
yeah.
There's too
If they
many
want to
white
bring it
people.
up to their own
It's not gonna
family,
that whole extinction thing is not even an argument.
yeah, I don't think that I think that's a personal,
What's not
like
an
family
argument?
matter, right? Like a
That white
family.
people are gonna become extinct anytime soon.
But
if you've got an issue with
that
that.
is actually an argument. You can't just declare it's not an argument and then leave like you're king of
But
fucking debate or something.
but it's been said. It's being said as if they are being murdered. They're just killed off. Like they're not living on through just with a different color of skin now. It doesn't. It's not. That's an issue that you like. If you would like to preserve that, and you have group of like-minded people who would like to do that, then they already exist and they do it, right?
Hey, so let me see if I can get this straight. You're
It's
saying
actually
the
not
white man.
allowed. Just
You're
to
saying
let
the
you know.
white.
Sorry, go on,
You're
Jeremy.
saying the white man's going to be extinct because we're all breeding with a white guy has sex with an Indian woman. They have a little half Indian, half white kid, and then a black person, a white person
Well,
has a baby, and
No,
everyone's got to be
that was
brown.
one of Grimm's.
They
Let me
weren't
just say
saying
that was
that
one of
actually.
Grimm's first
They
straw
weren't
men
saying
that no
that.
one
That
cared
was
about.
something I interjected into the situation.
Wait. I'm saying white people are going to go extinct because their population is going to equal 0. So when a population of individuals goes to 0, that population is now extinct. It doesn't exist anymore.
From breeding with black people, from white people breeding with black people, and Chinese
No one
people.
was talking about
And
Jeremy, can I just confirm? Can I just clarify?
No, he's trying to make you think
I'm saying that's part of it.
he didn't
But I'm
even
not saying
mention
that's the
that.
whole. That's not the whole argument.
The whole
He didn't
argument,
even mention
the most
that, Jeremy.
overall base version of the argument is that the trajectory of white individuals of Caucasian phenotype, are on a trajectory towards zero within like 3 generations. And yeah, that's the fucking argument. It has nothing to do with whatever else. I don't know. I don't understand how what I say then goes into your imagination and becomes something it's not. You understand?
Well, because
I mean, I don't.
well, I'm
and
just
I
looking
hear
at it
you. I
from
just don't.
different.
Hold on, Grim. I hear you. I just don't know any other way we become extinct other than us breeding with other races. Like no one's
well,
no
breeding with
one's
other
running around
races
killing
and
all the
not.
white people.
Wait, Jeremy, let me explain then. Yes, that's part of it. Interbreeding is part of it, but a bigger part of it is not meeting replacement rates of your own birthing. Basically, if you have an average of less than like 1.7 per couple, something like that, there's basically like a really good chance that your population is going to go extinct. So yes, interbreeding has somewhat to do with it, but also more so it's just the sheer ratio of children to mothers in the society itself.
Yeah, I would say I don't think interbreeding is an issue at all because very few people actually do it. It does occur, and you know those people should be free to do that. It's not the argument either, which is what's annoying me, is that no one here cares about race mixing. No one cares. It's not the argument. I don't know why we're talking about it.
Yeah, my bad. No, my bad. I thought that was the reason why white people were going extinct because I didn't realize like no one's right. You're saying it's just because we're not breeding enough?
Basically, for every like
Not enough English people.
Holy
is
fuck.
his problem.
Who's gets ass is fucking on the shit now.
Oh God,
Listen,
Judge, he just says one word, and all of a sudden, the end of the world.
Basically, to stay steady, you need like 0.21 children for every mother for the population to basically stay steady. So for every white woman on Earth, and ratio of how many white children on Earth, you take that ratio. If it's at 2.1, you're at a sustainable amount. If it's below 1.7, it's on a trajectory towards extinction. If it's between
white people.
So Noah, let's be clear. Noah, you're claiming. Hold on, wait. Jeremy, give me a second. Noah, to be clear, the difference between you and him is he's just worried about white Englishmen, but you're worried about across the board white folks.
No, I'm saying yes. So we're the Caucasian.
So in a sense, we are talking about a race of phenotype, right? So every time that we say something about your argument, do you think it's fair for him to jump in and say, you're strawmanning it? And it's not, my argument is different. Do you think his argument is a special, different argument than yours?
So we're saying white people are going to go extinct.
Here's the thing is that no one's actually fucking refuted my argument. I'm just stating facts. I was just coming here with the facts to see your guys' opinion on it. That's it. Because it is a fact that it is the ratio of white women to white children is at a ratio that indicates extinction soon, basically.
Okay, so this is all because
evolution.
So this is all
right?
because we're not breeding enough. Hold on, Grim. So this is all because we're not breeding enough. We're gonna go. Hold on, Grim.
Yeah, I am.
So this is all because we're not This is all because we're not breeding enough, and we're gonna go extinct. That's why.
Yeah, basically. What happens is like the white people don't have enough of a replacement rate. So what the politicians do is that they just import people from like, okay, I'm gonna use an American example. So if you're in Europe, this example does not apply to you. Maybe it does, but basically, like because white people are not at a replacement rate, they're trying to import as many people as possible from fucking South America and other countries to replace that labor force that isn't there, basically, because there's not enough people physically to be there. They're importing people in. So yeah, that's why like the population of America hasn't actually gone down, but the population of white people in America has actually gone down, because simultaneously as the white population is decreasing, these corporations and governments are simultaneously replacing them with other populations.
Like I said before, just go to Walmart, look around in there, you'll see all the little mixed babies, and you'll understand.
Well, Matt.
It's fine. It's happening. It's fine. It's just natural evolution, dude.
Who even knows what that? Wait, what babies where in Walmart? I don't go to
Well, I'm trying
Walmart,
to.
but
Well,
what?
yeah, I don't either. But my point is, you can go to a Walmart because that's where a lower income families shop, right? And you'll see that and those will be in like metropolitan areas, and you'll see that there are a lot of mixed babies in there, and it's good, it's fine, it's
No one
natural. They're
cares.
not. It
This
didn't
isn't the
mean the
original.
white lady didn't have a
Vuelvan.
baby. She had a baby.
Wait, what's good
She
about
had several babies.
you just made a statement. You just made a positive claim. You just said you see a bunch of mixed babies and it's good. What is good? Like what qualifies mixed babies as good as opposed to pure babies? What makes a
Because
mixed
there are
baby?
babies that are alive. There are babies that were not. And what do you mean pure babies? They're all pure babies.
I
They're
mean,
not
like
part baby, part adult.
one pure like
Pure, like in which way? What do you
known
consider pure?
Oh,
That's a really a good question. Right.
phenotypical.
human babies.
What's your idea
You
of
could have
pure,
like
my man?
Saying
Caucasian
pure
people.
white.
You could have
Yeah.
Caucasian people. You could talk about
Ain't no pure white
particular
people, dude.
Asian people. But what
You
makes
mean have
what
sequel?
makes a mixed race baby
You
good?
tell me.
Why would you make a statement,
What
a
makes one
positive
not
statement about
good?
your man?
The better question would be, what makes a
Talk,
baby
guys.
not good?
Grim, hold on, man. Let's all slow down, take a deep breath. We're talking all over each other. Just slow down for a second.
Yeah, think about your
I did
next
not
fucking couple
claim.
of statements, dude.
I did not claim that they're not good. I actually didn't claim anything. I'm neutral. I am the no response. You are the one who claimed that it is good. So my question is, why do you think it's good?
Why wouldn't it be? They're not dead. The lady had a baby. You were worried that
That's not
the
a
white
reason. I
person
asked a
was
question.
being stopped from
I asked a
having a
question,
baby.
and instead of
No,
I
your
asked a question,
question
instead of
was
giving
that
me an answer, you gave me
your concern is
you need
with
to
if the
answer the
white
question
lady
correctly.
was stopped from having a baby. That was the initial concern. If it was stop the white woman from procreating, she procreated, and that makes it good because she did procreate. No one stopped her from procreating, right? That's good,
What?
right?
It's
There's
good that
another
people
human,
procreate.
so we're not going to depopulate ourselves. At least the humanity is building population, right? So that's what makes it good. You're concerned with the color of the skin or the
Here's what I
nationality and
would
all
say.
that.
I would say
I'm not. I'm worried
here's
about the
how I would say
overall
it.
humanitarian of the
Schizo.
situation.
Schizo. Here's how I would say it. I
Thanks
would
for
walk into the
interrupting me in
clinic.
almost every corner of that statement I tried to make.
Well, okay, here. Let's say this. I would walk into the clinic and I'd say, "Oh, it's a baby. It's good." I would not go, "Oh, it's a mixed race baby. It's good." That's the difference between me and you. I'm neutral. You're attributing positivity to a mixed race. That's the difference. I'm not saying bad race. I'm not saying good mixed race. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, "Oh, baby, it's good."
I
You're
already
saying,
clearly
"Oh,
made my I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to separate my context from itself. I'm talking about the fact that the white lady had a baby at all. You're giving me the data that she didn't have a baby, and so that would be bad. But the
When did I
good
say?
part is that
Wait,
she did have
now
a
you're
baby, even though it's not a
all you
white
said was you
baby.
walked
It's
into a
still
clinic.
good that she had a baby. How about shut up when I'm trying to explain myself?
But you haven't made sense once.
Well, because you can't stop talking through it. You can't stop long enough to think about what I'm actually saying, and because you're too busy fumbling over what you want to say next in your mind. How about slow down a bit and listen to why I said baby good, right? The fact that the lady had a baby at all is why it's good, not the fact that it has to be mixed or white or whatever color it may be. That's not the part that made it good. So my clear statement in saying that the lady had a baby and that's good is because we didn't have a depopulation situation going on overall. You shut the fuck up.
You just lied.
I'm clarifying my statement. We don't have a depopulation system going on overall. We just have you're not getting your color preference. How about shut up? I'm almost done. We don't have your exact because I'm almost done, dude. Can somebody you want to go ahead and mute him then? I'm almost done. Yeah, I don't lie, dude. There's no reason for you to even say that bullshit.
I'm
You're
trying to
the one who's
clarify.
hyper.
And instead of letting me
You don't
clarify,
need to interrupt me while I'm still
you said you're
clarifying my
clarifying, but you're
position.
not.
Oh,
You said you're
absolutely, I
clarifying.
am.
clarify, but you're not.
I'm clarifying my own position, and you're repeating yourself and interrupting it over and over and
No,
over and over
I didn't
again,
repeat
like a
myself once.
distracted pigeon in front of its
All right,
nest, because
well,
you
I
know
think,
you're about to
hold
get your
on.
eggs eaten.
All right, I think one of the things is that when there's personal attacks going on, it's harder to not interrupt because once someone starts doing that, just to give them the floor to do that. So if you just not do the personal attacks and stick with the actual ideas, and then hopefully, just give each other 20, 30 seconds to each speak. So we can at least hear both sides of what are being said.
All right.
Okay,
So
well,
anyway, when he's trying to demonize me and saying that I'm specializing a mixed baby over a pure blood baby, he calls it, that's fine. He can think that all he wants. But my issue was that the lady had a baby at all. Good thing, right? That's what was good about it. And so it wasn't that it would be a depopulation situation going on. It would just be an unfavorable to him and his subjective preference of this color of the baby's skin. Thank
not
you.
at all. Not at all. Okay, I'm going to respond now. You originally stated that you walked into the clinic, and this is the words you used. You said, I walked into a clinic and I saw mixed race babies.
Clinic?
And that I thought that it was good, or whatever you were walking into.
You said Walmart. Yeah, whatever.
You specifically said you saw mixed race babies and that it was good. Right? Oh, that's what you said. Now you changed your claim now to that you went in and you just saw babies.
Excuse me.
Now
Somebody muted me for a second.
I muted you because you started interrupting him. It's just
right.
Everything
He lied right away, like literally right away. He goes, "I'm going to tell you exactly what you said," and you welcome to a clinic, and nobody said clinic. I mean, that was why I was like, "What? And you're going to just start talking about? You're going to give me exactly what I said? Then why don't you remember exactly what I said?"
You are majoring in the minors and
Copy,
not getting the
motherfucker.
point.
Yeah,
Majoring in the
interrupt me
minors,
while
not
I'm
getting my point.
making my point, because you know it stings.
Why you're majoring in the minors, going on about a clinic that has no relevance. See, this is a tactic. You're obfuscating. You're listen. It's not even on the topic. See, here's the thing. I made a mistake about a minor mistake while getting the major details correct.
That's not the only mistake,
Instead of
though.
going
Okay.
with the major details, you went with the minor thing and tried to correct the minor thing while
No,
the
it was the
major
first
idea
thing you
was
said.
correct.
It was a bad start. It was the very first thing you said. You started off really on a bad start, right? You started off on a bad start. Got to agree. You got to agree, dude. Hey, calm down a little bit, man.
More interruptions. What I'm saying, and then you're just taking a small detail out of context that might be incorrect and picking on that. When the fucking point is that you said mixed race babies is good. My question is, why is it inherently that they're mixed that makes them good? That's it. That was all my question. Everything since and outside of that is
isn't even
all
what I
your
said. And that was good. It doesn't matter which color they are. I said, you see that they're mixed, and that's good because they had babies. They didn't not have babies. They had the choice. They weren't stopped from procreating. They just didn't procreate with who you wanted them to procreate with.
So
that was my
population.
point.
Can I get in here?
Now you're putting
Maybe
words
me
in
and
my
Awaken
mouth.
can get in at some point.
Wait. Hold up. This guy just put fucking words in my mouth saying that I want to go around and tell someone else whose fucking children they're going to have with someone else. You just fucking ad-hommed and put words in my mouth right there in that statement. Right there. Good job.
Does Awaken want to get in, and maybe I can get in at
That
some
was
point?
just way off the mark. Go ahead, man.
No, that is not way off the mark. You just said that
I
said that they're
I know
not having
I
babies
wasn't.
who I want. Not once did I say
What
I
Grim
want
meant, what Grim meant is that it's good that they had babies. That's all. That's all.
Jesus
it's a good thing
Christ,
that they
dude.
had babies. Doesn't matter
You're
what
just
they're
mad.
mixed or not. That's all. That's all he meant. That's all Grim meant.
And you ain't got to get mad about it, dude.
At least that's
Yeah,
what
no,
I got. That's what I got from it as a bystander.
I got that point. No, I got that point. Right? I got that. But now here's the thing. Now he's changed his fucking what he said multiple times, and every time he basically makes up some shit about what I said, attacks that, and then changes what he says when I accurately attack what you're saying. That's the problem.
Well, here's the thing. When I said whatever I said, I said, let me clarify what I said, my meaning.
Can I get in?
Right? So when I clarify my
Please,
meaning,
can I get
stop
in, Gio?
interrupting. I heard you. I'm responding to you. What's wrong with
Can I
you?
get in at any point?
Stop.
Any chance of that?
God damn it. Like what I said was, what you took
No,
wrongly
okay.
was, I said, let me clarify so that you could further understand, giving more words and meaning to the thing I had previously said. And you, for some reason, thought I was supposed to be repeating exactly word for word what I'd previously said. Let me give you more insight as to my opinion, more clarity as to my position. is what I was saying I would give you. Not, let me rephrase, let me tell you exactly what I said word for word, as if that even mattered. We already know that you didn't understand that. So let me clarify. That's what I meant by that. And then you're going to call me a liar and say I'm changing what I've said. Well, obviously, because I told you I was going to clarify with more detail as to what I meant. That would mean I would say different words than what I had originally said, obviously. So to point that out and call me a liar just makes you a weirdo.
Okay, I think Grim was finished there. He did kind of, I know Crypto you wanted to get in, but he did kind of like say a bunch of stuff about Noah personally, so I don't think it's fair to leave Noah muted. But Noah, if you have a response, cool. But if it's going to be another personal attack, please don't, because I think Crypto wanted to get in. And
Oh yeah, I'll keep it quick. Yeah, okay, I get it. I understand the clarification. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't think that you correctly assessed anything that I said. You kind of strawmanned me quite a bit, because like the things you were saying that I said didn't come out of my mouth, so I don't know where you got them from. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention for the 5th or 6th time, like, no one cares about race mixing. Like, Grim is obsessed with bringing race mixing up. It wasn't Noah's point, it wasn't my point. It's actually his point. He's effectively talking about his own point that no one cares about. Like, Noah's point was always about numbers. My point was different but similar enough to that the numbers are declining, right? No one cares about race mixing. I don't know why it keeps coming up. Maybe Grim's just obsessed with it. Who knows? Nobody cares. I think that we should move on from that topic, because it isn't the topic of discussion. It wasn't what Noah talked about initially. It's not what I talked about initially. And as far as I can tell, it's only me and Noah who actually want to talk about this subject on this side. So can we please move on from that subsection of this topic?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Yeah, that we didn't even bring up race mixing, which is the funniest part. We're not the ones who brought that up. That was you, Grim.
Yeah, I know. And I pointed that out because you were trying to ignore that as one of the possible causes of your numbers going down, as if we were being killed. You were trying to fucking fear porn people with your bullshit. That's what I pointed out in the first place. That of course I would be the one to bring it up because it was somehow invisible to you as a reason as to cause why that the white population would go down for some weird reason.
That is an alternative explanation for the declining numbers, other than something like
genocide, like he called it. I said my whole premise was, is genocide and evolution the same thing? Are you using the word for evolution? You're calling it genocide? Because to me, I think that it might be more of an evolutionary issue than a genocidal issue. That was the whole premise to my argument.
Maybe we can get a black man's perspective on this. So what do you think, Lemon?
About what, the declining numbers of whites? Probably because they're not shipping and having children.
What do you think? What do you think could be? Well, yeah, that was the initial
with each other. Yeah,
but with that's what we're saying. So so you agree with us then, Grim, that that's not happening. So then why do you think that's the case, Lemon?
Probably because of media marketing. There's this narrative that's out that says to climb the corporate ladder, to be successful, you can't have too many children, preferably no more than one or two. And it looks like, I guess, white people buy into that narrative the most and tend to have the least children because of that and other stuff. That's what I would tend to assume.
So do you think we have a? Do you think we have a? Sorry, just quickly, Noah. Do you think, Lemon, that we have a right to reject that forcefully and maybe go in a different direction?
Yeah. I think people are afraid that you'll have to have a traditional family or go on the farm or something, or not have corporate money or something like that to do so. But yeah, that's up to them or whoever.
So far, it just seems like a natural consequence of choice. But if we have any arguments to to counter the natural consequence of choice.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, go on, Lemon.
It just depends. I mean, the idea that you have to give your kid economic opportunity is going to tend to make you focus on one kid to, lavish daycare and economic resources on. If you reject even that part of the narrative that you need to be able to financially support a child, you'll have as many kids as you want, no matter your economic station, be it upper class, middle class, or lower class. So I think the lower class, quote unquote, people who don't have as much money tend to reject that narrative and say, we'll just have them and figure it out, whether we're rich or not, or whether we can economically provide for them or not. So that's a narrative, white, black, or whatever, that tends to lead to more children. If you think that you have to send your kid to Yale or Stanford or whatever and spend, $50,000 per kid, that's going to tend to limit the number of kids you feel comfortable having, if you have any at all.
You mean per year per kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those schools.
Yeah. It's a combination of things: the narrative, the lack of stay-at-home mothers, who say, okay, dude, go out and work and I'll stay at home, or vice versa, or someone's going to take care of these kids and take care of these daycare costs. That, along with abortion, liberal me values that say I don't have to have a family. I can just, actualize myself and, put off a family for like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. There's a combination of things.
Right. But and even though they might be like, swayed by things that they've watched and things like that, it's still by default, like all the way to, to the fundamental level, a choice, because they didn't have to sit there and look at their phone all day and want to be like Mike. You know what I mean? That was something that a lifestyle they chose, even though someone gave them all of that at their fingertips. They didn't force them to do it, And I think a lot of people are just like, oh, well, since it's here, I'm kind of being forced to do it. And it's like, well, no, you're not really. As I write you a paper check from my checkbook and hand it to you for payment. Oh, you don't have Venmo? Oh, you don't got that? Thank you for the roof. It's not like you can't just deposit it with your app in 2 seconds like I do on my own bank app, deposit a check.
Yeah.
But I still write you a check.
Rich enough to earn all this money, but no time for a family, or poor, but you got a lot of time for your kids, or potentially a lot of time for your kids if you're not a deadbeat dad or a deadbeat mom.
Yeah. Seems like the poor, though, man, when growing, because you don't have a lot of time. You gotta take your kids to work and shit. And sometimes, you know what I mean? Like sometimes it was, as a single dad, coming up when I was younger, man, that shit would be rough.
Speaking of time, it's only 10 days until start of Bahamas Sail GP season 3. I know you guys are all big fans. Who's your bet on?
I just heard words. I don't even know what was just said.
Bahamas GP, I don't know what that is.
What the hell is that?
Yeah. Sail GP is
gross
like
product?
a Grand Prix. They travel all over and they have sailboat races. Season 3 is in Bahamas this year. Starts in 10 days. This is like Formula 1 for sailboat racing.
Yeah, I've seen this. They do it in the Antarctic too, right? Or there's a race that's similar to that?
Not these boats. These boats are designed for staying in the harbor and going as fast as humanly possible.
How fast do they go?
I've not been able to find a flat out test for them, but it's not uncommon to see them breaking 80, 85 kilometers an hour. So I would say probably max speed is 90 to 95.
Isn't it crazy how a sailboat
for a
can
sailboat.
go faster than the actual wind by reverting some of its other wind onto another sail to give it more pull. It's crazy.
Yep.
It took me like I don't know, 30 minutes straight of trying to figure out how exactly that works before I could wrap my mind around it. It's like, wait a minute, that's like an overage, over unity.
Getting fact checked by my girlfriend, and now I'm having to debate it. Holy shit.
What's crazy is that looking this up, I mean, they're saying that it was invented in 4000 BCE. So just to like imagine that they came up with like that long ago.
With the high levels like this, the boats are all the same design. It's the same hull, and you can modify a few things on the boat, and it's amazing. Even though all the boats are identical, how different all the boats are. I know that did make sense, but
Apparently, ancient Egypt is the one that invented the sailboat.
Mhm. Ancient technology that is still the best way to get around.
Well, that was quite a whirlwind, whatever that conversation you guys were having. The guy was away and kind of came back, and then boom, like yeah, it was. But it makes sense. Makes sense that topic could get heated.
All right, so I just looked it up for whoever asked me the top speed of those boats. It is 65 knots or 110 kilometers an hour. 120. I can do math.
Did someone ask that, Kool-Aid?
Yes, somebody did, but I don't know who it was.
By the way, are you into other boats? Like, are you into like fucking just all kinds of other boats, or only is it sailboats? Because I love all boats. Like, I love all like the motor boats, all different sizes. Are you into those too, or is it mostly just sailboats that you like?
Mostly just sailboats. There some of the smaller ones I can get behind, but you put a big, powerful engine and you make a bunch of noise, I'm just going to make fun of you.
Okay. I just like all boats. I think they're cool. The physics have always fascinated me. I just love all the vortexes like the propellers make, and the wakes, like the wakes behind them are really cool. They're like sacred geometrical formations. And I just like boats in general. It's just on the water. The physics is really, it's just fun. And I've always enjoyed them.
When I was in college, we participated in what's known as the Human Torpedo Lab, and it's a competition that we were actually lucky enough to go national. And you have a human-powered torpedo, and you have to get it down the pool the fastest, and that was a lot of fun to design. Got to go show off for the Navy in one of their big testing tanks. The only problem about talking about boats is it always kills the chat. What's up, Cyber Blitz? How are you? I don't believe I've ever spoken with you before. It's a pleasure.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I haven't talked in here very much. I just been listening. And it's not boring in here. I'll give it that. It's quite interesting. Lots of good conversation.
I can agree with that. So, what brings you into this world? Are you like?
Oh,
how'd you find flat Earth, or are you a flat Earther? I guess I don't
yeah.
want to.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I've been into it seriously for a few years now, and I guess the more I listen to Globers, the more I'm certain that it's not a globe. I mean, because they don't really bring much to the table. They like, hey, look at this satellite photo. Look at this. I mean, they don't have any measurements of Earth curve. Um, really no verification of the claims that the globe has. So, yeah, it's a slam dunk at this point. So,
because Globers aren't able to provide you with the measurements you're looking for.
well, yeah, really no way to verify that I'm on what they say it is. And it's it just comes down to another belief system. Because like every time I talk to Globers, it's like they use the word believe a lot, and they're like, trust the experts. They know more than we do. We're not going to overturn like 500 years of science. And I don't know. It's like it's not it's not scientific in my opinion. That's a belief system. So, but
Interesting.
I like hearing the arguments though.
So I'm just going to be straight up with you. I'm not going to give you what you're looking for. The only thing I do is talk about boats. But do you have these measurements that you require of flatness?
That's not true, Kool-Aid. You talk about the shape of the Earth all the time. I mean, you do have you are very into sailboats, but I mean, we've talked about hundreds of topics involving cosmology and curvature and all kinds of things.
You're right, but I always try to bring it back to boats.
You do, but I feel like you're selling yourself short. I think you
Do you live on a boat?
you guys both have a depth of knowledge, a lot of knowledge on these topics.
I don't anymore, Cyber. I used to when I was a kid. I went to high school on a sailboat, but I currently live in the middle of the United States.
Okay. Well, so like what's your angle as far as I mean, do you look at boats prove globe or what's your angle on it?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I would say that the boat races that are conducted every year, and if you want, I can get into specific races, give great evidence for the shape and the size of the Earth that we're on, but I wouldn't say proof.
Okay.
So the go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the two that I usually reference when we're talking shape is the Vendée Globe Race, which is a boat race that starts in Vendée, France, ends in Vendée, France, after traveling around the circumference of Antarctica. The other one is the Antarctic Yacht Race, which starts in either Australia or Antarctica, depending which year you're looking at, and ends in wherever it started, but goes around Antarctica.
Okay.
Yeah. And we know how fast boats sail, and we know how long it took them. So once you have speed over time, you can determine distance. And the distances work on an oblate spheroid and nautical charts, but they don't work on any map I've ever been presented or possible map that I've ever been presented for the flat Earth.
Okay.
The closest one, just so you know, the closest one with those two races is actually a southern polar projection map. They get pretty close.
Yeah. Well, so what's your take on lighthouses? I mean, because ships can see lighthouses further away than they should on a sphere. I mean, so
I don't know about that. Most lighthouses are raised up high, so their light can be seen over the curvature of the Earth, and then you have a lot of refraction. I wouldn't say that you've ever been able to see, say, the lighthouse in Alexandria from New York Harbor.
well, no, but I mean, if you've ever seen the Earth curve calculator, you know, I mean, if the Earth is a physical sphere, it should have a physical horizon.
Right.
And
couple questions. Does the Earth have an atmosphere?
Yes.
Does the atmosphere refract light?
To a degree, it does, yeah.
On your curve calculator, is that the refraction of light accounted for?
From what I know, yeah. I mean, there's no amount of refraction that's going to make a sphere, a physical horizon, straighten out into a flat plane. I mean, that's not going to happen.
Are you trying to argue left to right curvature while standing at the beach? Yeah, you're tiny, dude. You don't have the perspective.
It's in all directions. It's 8 inches per mile squared. So
no, it's not. Whoever told you that lied to you. 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, not an oblate spheroid. Sorry, whoever told you that formula lied to you.
wait, so you're saying it's a what?
Yeah. Graph the formula, 8 inch per mile squared. When you graph it, you get a parabola.
So the Earth curve calculator is wrong then.
If you're the one you're looking at is using the formula 8 inches per mile squared, yes, it is very wrong. That doesn't make us a circle, dude. That formula just doesn't.
Okay, so what's the correct way to do it then? Because flat earthers didn't make up those numbers.
Actually, they did. That number was originally in Robotham's book, where he misread it from a surveying manual, so it was flat earthers who actually originally came up with that. I don't know the exact formula offhand. It's not something that I store in my brain because it doesn't matter.
You know enough to refute it, so come on,
Well, yeah.
help me out here. Like,
right.
If 3959 is the radius, how does that work out per mile?
If that's the radius, how does that work out? I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, you just told me that 8 inches per mile squared is wrong.
Right. Do you know how to do that formula?
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead. Pull up a graph of 8 inches per mile squared. Pull up the graph. And if the graph is honest, it will be a parabola, because that's what that function does.
What difference does that make when we're actually measuring curvature at observable distances that we're doing? And I would say it makes zero difference. That parabola doesn't matter because you're trying to measure curvature of a sphere within a local area to see if the curvature is there. The amount that it continues to parabolize, even though it's probably not a word, the amount that it parabolizes around the entire sphere is only relevant if you're going to be, trying to do thousands of miles at that point. You'd have to get above 1,000 miles for that to start to be important. So like possibly in some of the Jay Tolan ones where he's seeing like over 1,000 miles, could be argued that you'd have
What do you
to
mean the-
do some additional calculations to get the exact amount of curvature, rather than if we're going, like, let's say the world's long distance photography of like 275 miles, the 8 inches per mile squared is sufficient.
8
So-
inches per mile square is an okay approximation for short distances, but that's about it.
Yeah, but the amount that should be there at on a 3959 radius Earth is significant. I mean, it's not a tiny amount like some people try to say. It's also not massive, but it is significant, if that's the right word. I mean, the 8 inches per mile squared. I mean, it's only 3,959 miles in radius, and it's not. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us have driven 4,000 miles. I mean, it takes a while, but it's not that far. We're not talking about light years. Like, you could make a 4,000 mile trek on foot if you really had to, and that's to the center of the Earth. So clearly, just a ball of that size is going to have appreciable curvature, and the 8 inches per mile squared is quite accurate for all the distances that we are measuring the lack of curvature.
Where is the actual formula? It's something cosine of. I can't remember.
So what is do you have a formula? I mean, because you were trying to deny when he was talking about 8 inches per mile squared and saying that it was a parabola. Which, Cyber, you've probably heard of that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he conceded over short distances, it's fine. So, I mean, which is it?
It's an approximation that works over short distances, but with increasing distances gets increasingly inaccurate.
What do you call a short distance, though? Can you be specific?
I would. Geo gave it 1,000 miles. I would say probably 500. You're going to start noticing major deviations. It's never correct, but it's not. It's not far enough off.
We don't even need a distance that long. Like, the longest distance observation is less than 300 miles. So
I thought the world record photography was 500 and something. That infrared shot.
It's like 270 from what I understand. 270 something. So, like, I mean, you're seeing stuff you shouldn't be able to see, but I keep hearing, oh, it's because of refraction. I mean, yeah, there's refraction there, but there's not that much that it's now a flat plane. I mean, but I don't know. That's just my take on it. But you mainly do boats, so I mean, you're in the water.
Right. Yeah. And refraction is something that is loved to be talked about on here, and I usually stay out of those conversations because they're boring and I don't understand them.
Yeah, I don't think hardly anybody understands refraction. Well, I mean, it's like, because I keep hearing, flat earthers bring out the black swan, and then Globers are like, refraction. And then flat earthers are like, well, what kind of refraction? And then Globers are like, I don't know, but they just point to the platform that has that, distortion. And they're like,
right, that structural steel beam that looks like spaghetti noodles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, but the flat earthers are like, no. Those are just distance markers. There's no refraction at 1.22 miles where the horizon is supposed to be. There's no refraction.
Isn't that silly? Those those completely straight structural steel beams look like spaghetti, and then they claim there's no refraction going on. I mean, let's be serious for just a second.
Why isn't there refraction on the other platform as well? I
There
would
is.
agree with you if there was refraction on the other one as well, but there's not.
There is.
There's not like there is on the one that everybody points to.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, look at both platforms. There's
what
only
you're saying
one
is
that
there's
Gilbert's
only
pointing.
refraction on one side of the photograph? This is new. I will give you that.
So
it's silly,
if
but it's
they're,
new.
yeah, if they're claiming refraction, I mean, you're gonna have to explain why it's only on one platform.
Except it's not.
It's
Right?
not.
It's more
Well,
noticeable on one than the other, but it's apparent on both. Remember, structural steel is straight, doesn't look like spaghetti noodles, but it does on both platforms. Mm-hmm. So, cool claim.
well, you're still whistling past why the horizon is not at 1.22 miles.
Because you have a refraction with a coefficient of greater than 1.
No, there's no refraction that can stretch a horizon that far out.
There's no refraction, but we see spaghetti. We see spaghetti rather than structural steel. Do you
On both
realize how
platforms, you're seeing spaghetti on both platforms?
Yep.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna have to show me.
This is your black swan. Remember, you were the one who brought this up. I think these are really bad evidences, which is why I talk about known distances, boat races. So I'm sorry you can't provide evidence for your claim. Would you like to talk about boat races?
Well, boat races are you yourself said it's not proof.
No,
So
it's not. It's strong evidence.
well, you say it is. I mean, you still haven't shown any curve, so I mean, it's kind of like you're just spinning your wheels.
So, do you agree time over distance gives it, or I'm sorry, speed over distance gives it? Why can I not do the formula? Speed over time equals distance. Do you agree to that statement?
Yeah, but like, unless you're tracking the boats
Which
and
we do.
showing that they're, that they're going around a sphere.
Here, why don't we actually look at the boats we track? Might help you with what I'm trying to say. Give me 1 second. I'll post the link for you.
All right. So Left Lane posted the Black Swan. So there's the one in the top that has the so-called refraction. But the bottom one is still
refracted. I agree.
No, it's still a black swan because there's no horizon at 1.2 miles.
Okay, cool.
And you still can't point to the crazy refraction in the second. It's
right.
Man. But y'all aren't even looking at the curve, where the curve is supposed to be.
So, right. Do you want to try addressing my sailboats, or should we just whistle past them? it's fine. Most flat earthers do.
It kind of seems like you're actually whistling past the refraction curvature and just trying to go back to boats without actually addressing what Cyber's, presenting.
Right. He's saying he doesn't understand refraction. I acknowledge that. I don't understand it well enough to explain it. So, what would you like to do now?
Well,
I'm not saying I don't understand it. I'm saying I don't understand that there's a terrestrial refraction that's able to pull a horizon 10 times further out than it's supposed to be.
I agree. You don't understand refraction. Would you like to continue on this, or should we move on to something else?
No, because you're saying that I don't understand it, so you would need to show me the refraction that can pull a horizon 10 miles further out than it should be to make it look flat.
I do apologize. You thought I was a refraction expert. I'm not. That's not my bag of wax. I talk about sailboats, not
Why are
refraction.
you telling me that I don't understand it if you
said it? You said it 3 times. I don't understand refraction, so I keep repeating what you said.
No, I think he was saying that I think
he.
he's saying he doesn't understand a type of refraction that is claimed that would bring the actual horizon. I think he said terrestrial horizon, but geometric horizon, the different names that are used for it, that would move that. What did you say? How many miles back?
10 times further out than it should be.
Right, and I agreed with him. He doesn't understand. I, however, don't have the skill set to explain it.
Okay, so you don't understand. You don't understand
Right.
that is what it sounds like. And
I
then
don't.
you have no reason
don't
as
have
to
the
what
skill-
could cause that to happen that would make a planar Earth observation somehow fit a sphere.
Yeah. So I still am not the refraction. Oh, here's Mailman, go ahead. You're a refraction guy.
No, I'm not a refraction. I'm just wondering, like, why did Geo say that a planar Earth observation? I mean, that's begging the question, obviously.
No, that's not, because what we're actually observing is a planar Earth geometry.
No, not in the bottom picture, because the oil rigs are obstructed by water.
No? Because the horizon is still further out than it should be, even on the bottom photo.
No. How far should it be? Yeah, how far should it be on a flat Earth?
Yeah, and how
We're
can
not
you
talking about the
identify
globe.
that?
Yeah, Geo said that it's a planar Earth observation. So how far away should the horizon be? Because we have 2 observations there.
Yeah, so in the one that Left Lane posted, well, Cyber could give his own response, but I'll just say the one that Left Lane posted that shows the 2 oil rigs. So the one on the top is absolutely planar geometry. It's an extended plane. The horizon is behind them, etc. You see the exact geometry of an extended plane. On the lower one, I understand the idea that if the Earth was a globe, you would have some amount of obstruction. Of course, it's different amount obscuring the visual part, different amount, so it's not a consistent geometric horizon. But I understand the claim of how that could work on a globe. But that also works on planar Earth geometry as well, and planar Earth with perspective and the atmospheric conditions. So essentially, in terms of those 2 pictures, in my viewpoint, I think both work on a planar Earth. The one on the top shows the exact planar Earth geometry. The one on the bottom could work on a globe, but the one on the top does not work on a globe. That's how that.
No, that's not true. That then, if you can say that, then I can say that the one on the bottom can't work on a geometric plane.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could have that viewpoint. I think it absolutely does in my viewpoint. But if you had that, you're free to have it.
Sure, you said that the top one can't happen on a globe without an explanation, so I can say that the bottom one doesn't work on a flat Earth without an explanation.
Yeah, I definitely think that the one on the bottom definitely requires an explanation. Yes.
Yep, and I think the one on the and I say the one on the both need an explanation on the globe, obviously.
Yeah, the planar Earth one does not need any explanation. The one that shows obscuring does need explanation, but they both need explanation on a globe.
Oh, the top one also needs an explanation on a globe or a flat Earth because all the cranes are bended. So it's not just pure geometry. Obviously, there's something going on.
But that's just distortion. That has nothing to do with where the items are appearing. That's just a warping distortion effect. that has nothing to do with the horizon and the geometry of the actual environment.
Well, it can warp that too, right? Because that's also physical.
No. You're saying that the
What?
little bit of the crane that appears bent and warped, you're claiming that a similar type of bending and warping would create a geometric horizon and a curved ball to extend out as if it's planar?
Well, if
That deserves
the
one of those
arm,
that deserves a Joe Biden soundboard that says, "Come on, man."
sure. So if the arm on the crane on the left, the most that's in the far left, if that is displaced 10 times its own width, then I don't see how the horizon couldn't be displaced 10 times its own length, like distance. I don't see why not. Like if we're going tenfold this, tenfold that, then sure. I mean, obviously it can, because it can change that tenfold.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting in these conversations to recontextualize it from one person trying to convince another or try to fight for their position, and more like we're both seeking truth, to where like if you have that viewpoint and that's where you're at in truth, then that's you, and it's up to you to figure out if you're right or not. Because that explanation I do not think is the truth at all. I do not think that on that top picture that there's some refraction effect that is bending and warping and extended a curved surface to appear as planar.
It doesn't appear planar. There's a lot of waves and shit, so it's not even a plane.
No, it's absolutely planar. You have the extended planar surface meeting the sky and going out with no curvature.
Well, no, there's obviously waves and everything, so it's curved in every way. There's no straight lines in that surface, not a single one.
Yeah, and if that works for you to come to the truth. Cyber, did you want to? I know I've been talking a bunch, but I know you were. I didn't want to steal the show from you.
No, I said about all I needed to. I mean, I'm not gonna convince anybody, but I do want to start having chats in here. So this was good. I mean, I heard their side, and I explained it as best I could. But like, they're not interested in like what the what the actual measurements of the globe supposedly are. So, I mean, it's always going to be a globe, and
That would be it. Oh, sorry.
yeah, they're just going to use refraction.
We're actually interested in the actual measurements of the globe, not the looking at the horizon or an oil rig. Just like Kool-Aid posted the Venn globe tracking map. That's just, you can measure it. They measure it using the boats.
Well, you're saying they're saying boats measure the curve?
Measure distances on the surface.
I haven't heard that one before.
Okay. Well, you can check the Venn globe tracking map or the.
You can't be serious when you're saying that's a measurement.
Well, if it can know its speed, then it can measure the distance. But it's quite simple. It's just use GPS.
But how can I verify any of that?
Any of what?
What this tracking map is saying? How can I verify that myself?
Boats are there, or
I mean, because what I'm saying is, you can go out somewhere and you can take a long distance observation. You can get a laser and you can put it over water, and you should be able to verify one way or the other. Am I on a surface that is curving that would correlate with a sphere, or is it flat? So, I mean, you're just relying on boats that you can't verify is.
I can go there myself if I need to. I mean,
Well,
what do you mean?
the thing is, you don't. I mean, I don't think any of y'all have actually been on these boats that are doing these. What?
What do you mean with y'all?
Well,
Globers.
all right. So I don't think Kool-Aid has been in these boats that have done these.
I have actually been on board Aprova.
As it's doing these voyages.
No, they are single. The Vendée Globe specifically is a one skipper per boat, no crew race.
Well, then why are
We
you
do have-
standing behind
we
the tracking map that you you haven't done this yourself? So like, I mean,
great question.
Well,
the reason I have faith in this tracking map is not only the map that was able to show me the wind patterns and it matched all the other maps that I use on a regular basis. This map was also able to show me where the boats were when they got into problems. The Vendée Globe is an extremely destructive race for these boats. And when a boat has an issue and needs to pull into the closest port, that can be very instructive on where the boat was. The two that I like to point at are the GRB's boat, which crashed out and sunk in less than a minute, and he had to be rescued. There's a whole issue with that. And then the Hugo Boss, that was the name of the boat, which crashed out and had to limp into Australia trying to keep its nose out of the water because it was taking on water. I then had people who I personally know have their hands on both of these boats trying to fix them up so they could get back into the water.
Yeah.
For one of them, the other one's already at the bottom. So
I find this really interesting because I actually know a few flat earthers who are saying that these races are good evidence of a flat earth.
yeah.
So
I would love to them. Anyone who thinks they know anything about these races, just tell them Kool-Aid is here and this is what I talk about.
Well, do you ever yeah, man, like, all right, well, I'll let him know.
Yeah.
Because it's funny because like two people can be on opposite sides of a subject and come up with different views on it. So
Right. Oh,
yeah.
one of the greatest examples is the Sexton argument. The Sexton argument, you'll notice, is argued by both sides. Only one side does the math.
The only one side uses it. But I think it's weird that you said, Cyber, that like it's not okay for Kool-Aid to use the map or the Vendée Globe thing because he hasn't validated it himself. And then you post or argue about the Black Swan. I mean, have you taken the picture yourself?
Well, see, my point with that is that I'm not going to go on these thousands of mile boat journeys. I'm never going to do that.
Yeah, and
but
I'm never gonna
any
go
day of
and
the
look at
week,
the
I can go do a Black Swan.
I
So,
cannot.
Well, maybe you can't, but most people can.
Sure, and there's a lot of people who can take these boat races.
No, I would say most people have never done a boat race that lasts months.
I agree, and I think most people have never taken the distance or measured the distance to the horizon, even though Black Swan doesn't measure any distance to anything, but
Right, but
like most people don't do
but
it.
but most people have been to the beach and they have seen
Horizon.
things that are further away than they should be on a ball.
Well,
Cyberblitz, you ever
no.
heard of the race called the Skipper Yacht Race?
No.
The Skipper Yacht Race is designed. It's again a bunch of boats that are all identical design, and the skippers on board each one, the captain, the guy in charge, is the only person who stays. At every leg of this around the world race, every boat changes crews.
Well, you're talking
This
about
year-
two very different things. I mean, Cyber was talking about what we actually can
Right.
see in reality and the fact that the curvature isn't there. You're talking about unverifiable, essentially stories of people sailing boats.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Gio. If you let me finish, this year they actually made a big push to get non-sailors onto those spots. The big push is for anybody to go out and do this race who wants to. I have posted links many times to the application forum. Would you like one?
Well, then you should do it then. Like if
I
you're
don't qualify.
pushing for the race, I would
I don't
think
I have
what?
a professional,
Yeah. If you had
I
the
have
funding,
a professional sailing license. I don't qualify for a no experience crew.
Right. So it's a belief if you're promoting it as a evidence of a globe. I mean, I don't know, like
So now, like, geez, we're back in the spot where everything is fake.
well,
like,
I'm not
it's
saying it's
great.
fake. I'm just saying it's not something I would take seriously unless you have done it yourself.
Sure, but then everything that happens in America is just mystery to me because I can never go there, or I probably will
No.
never go there.
In Cyber, I've also
you want to come visit, Mailman? Come visit, dude. We'll have a
I
party.
would like to. Yeah, I would like to come, but I mean, it's expensive. Plus, I mean, it's easier for me to go to Antarctica than it is to go to America. I mean, I need a visa to America, a background check, everything.
Really?
So-
Wow, you don't okay. You don't just have a passport, or is that not how it works there?
No, yeah, no, you can. No one can go to United States with just a passport. You need the ESTA form. You need a visa. There's a lot of
Really, just
forms
to
that you need
visit?
fill. Yeah, just as a tourist. You have to fill a form in the airplane to tell that you're not a Nazi and things like that in the form. Yeah, it's the ESTA form, ESTA form.
Right. Well, okay.
Well, Europe quietly they let some of the restrictions go, so I think it's easier to go over to Europe now.
No, I
Last
know that
heard.
there's
Yeah, I
like
mean, I'm
there are
going to
forms like
Estonia
that, but I
a
mean,
couple of weeks.
I mean, is that okay? What country are you in again? Denmark or what is it?
Finland.
Finland. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I come visit Finland without all that? Can I just come with a passport, or what do I need to come there?
I think you need a tourist visa.
And that's something you got to get beforehand, or is it just some shit you fill out on the plane?
Yeah, you need to get the visa beforehand.
That's what
and
I thought.
I don't know if you
the
need
other
to.
the form
Yeah.
you were talking about, you fill out on the plane. Yeah, I know there's like custom forms, and
Yeah.
but the visa sounds like something you got to get beforehand and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way. If we want to go to Russia too, we need a visa.
I mean, I haven't done a ton of like big international travel, so like in certain areas, like I mean, I've been to a couple places. I have been out of the United States. I've been on other continents, but I haven't been to all places like that. So I guess I'm just not. I've never had to do a visa. I've always just used a passport when I've traveled.
Yeah, over here you only need a passport, and if you go to Sweden, Norway, places like that, you don't even need a passport. You can just cross the border without them even stopping you.
All right, but your original point was that just because you've never been to America, you won't believe it exists. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that if we can't trust this, like it's sort of arbitrary in my opinion, because you would accept that there's a race that goes from United States to UK, like a sailboat race. You have no problems with that and the time that they do it. But then when we go to the southern hemisphere, it's all of a sudden it's a mystery and a problem.
Yeah, I mean, to know that another country like Finland, like I have absolutely no doubts in my mind on any level that Finland exists. It's a place, there's buildings, there's houses, there's people, the whole deal. But to claim that somebody took off in a boat and started floating around the ocean, and there's a certain time that's passing, there's a certain amount of water that's passing through their boat, there's a certain amount of ground that they're traversing. If you compare that to like the seafloor, they're traversing some ground. The sky, if they know what they're doing, they can navigate with that. If not, then they wouldn't. But to then claim that the time that takes and the exact speed that they were going fits all of a sudden this globe Earth, with those distances, then that would definitely need to be verified rather than just knowing if another country exists.
Sure, but I didn't talk about the existence of United States. I'm talking about like NBA, NHL, everything. Every sport is now a belief that I have to sort of accept, just like the boat race, because I can't verify neither.
Well,
It's the
I think
same.
you're oversimplifying what I'm saying. I mean, like you're asking me to it's a belief because I can't I have to believe that these boats are where you say they are, that they're going, you know, how fast, and I can't verify any of that myself, but I can do something on my own to verify what I'm on. So, I mean, how are you knocking that?
One thing that you can do is just sail around the Antarctica and see how long it takes, and then figure out how fast your boat should be going, depending on where you live.
Can you come up with an example that is realistic that anyone can do? Because I'm not going to sail around the Antarctic.
I mean, one thing is that you can go to equator at equinox and see that the sun follows a straight path in 12 hours. So it can't rotate over a flat Earth.
But have
I
you
would
done that?
recommend learning celestial navigation. Go to someone not involved in this conversation and learn celestial navigation.
It's good too. But you asked, have I done the sun observation? No, I haven't. But if I wanted to, I could verify it by just getting a friend at the equator and say that follow the sun.
But you're asking me to do something that you haven't done and that you will never do.
Well, so you
I'm
asked,
just
how could you verify the shape of the Earth? And I said that there's one way that you can sort of falsify one idea, and that is that the sun isn't circling on top of a flat Earth, because it wouldn't have a straight path at the equator.
The Vendée Globe also has more footage and publicity behind it than the Super Bowl. So if the Vendée doesn't exist, neither does the Super Bowl.
So going to the equator.
What about the straight path of the sun again? What?
Yeah, that if the sun, yeah, if the Earth is flat and the equator is a circle on that Earth, then the sun can't have a straight path at the equator from sunrise to sunset at the equinox, because it would be circling over, not going on a straight line. And you see it for 12 hours.
Do you think flat Earth claims that the sun just takes a straight path?
No, that's an observation. That's what happens actually in reality.
But have you ever gone to the equator and tracked the straight path of the sun? Or is that
No,
just
I haven't done it personally. That's something that is just, that's again a thing that actually happens.
No, you believe it happens, but you've never verified it yourself.
Okay, so if there's evidence for it, would you accept it? Or do you have to do it yourself?
Mailman, I don't think that's including the amount of arc that would be required. First of all, the 24,901 circumference is just something that's claimed by the globe. But let's just say it is that for the moment. Let's just take it. So roughly 25,000 miles. If that's the distance at the equator, then the proportions of that and your local position, which is really just your field of view, that line, even though, yes, it is slightly curved in terms of, because it's circling the Earth, circling the North Pole. And I mean, you can just go to the north and watch the sun circle Polaris. You can literally just watch it run circles. So clearly it's circling in my understanding. I mean, maybe some people think, oh, Pac-Man map and it pops out the other side. But then there's obviously the globe that's going to claim it's circling because the Earth is spinning. But I'm saying it's circling. So yes, that line that it's moving through the sky is very, very, very slightly arced at the equator, at the solstice, like you're talking about, or at the equinox, I mean, at that moment. But in your field of view, yes, it's going to rise at the, dead east, at the equator, and it's going to set. So if you claim that you have a measurement or a way to measure that, the exact precise position, precise, to say that there isn't that little bit of curve, you could present it, but I've never seen something. I mean, one way to verify that, we've talked about one way to do it, which is the subsolar point. So if you track the subsolar point upon the Earth at every single point, you could then measure that on the Earth, and you could see whether it's dead straight or whether it does arc a little bit.
But did you say that your field of view is sort of short path, just a tiny fraction of the sun's actual path?
Yes, well, it is in your region. Yeah,
it's 12 hours. It's 12 hours, so it's half of the path.
It's not always 12.
Yeah, but at the equinox it is 12. So it's half of the path. So you can't have a circle that it's half a straight line.
Can't have I'm not okay. So if you're on a massive planar Earth, you're standing there, you have a limited field of view, a little bubble, as it were, of what you'd be seeing, just like in a video game or whatever it may be. You just see in your local region, and then you have a sun. Now, if on the larger scale of the entire cosmos, if the sun is indeed circling around this massive Earth, sort of like the AE map with Polaris in the middle, etc., yes, it is slightly arcing in its GP. The GP is a slight arc as it's making its entire circle. At that moment, at the equinox, it is going to appear as though it is rising and going dead overhead of you and then passing, setting. But that's because it's your small local little bubble, and then you have the actual path of the sun. So even though this path of the sun is making a very slight curve, it's almost on like a racetrack with a car, you know what I mean, where it's a very slight curve. Even though it's doing that, for all intents and purposes, for let's say if there was an ant that was sitting on the ground on the racetrack, for all intents and purposes, that car is just blasting in a straight line over it. But in reality, it is actually slightly making a turned wheel. But for the ant, it doesn't know the wheels are slightly turned. It's just blasting over it.
No, but the problem is that it's 12 hours. So you see exactly half of the total path of the sun from your GP back to your GP. It's half, 12 hours. So it has to arc 180 degrees. It should be half a circle, but it isn't.
Yeah, you're just not including the perspective bubble of field of view and how that works. You're not
how does it work?
Well, if you take one way to recreate it, if you take like a thing like a saucepan or maybe like a fry pan with water, something bigger is even better, and put like a bunch of soap in it and then stir it up, and you get bubbles. And you can get it to where you can get like 1-inch bubbles, like a bunch of them. So if you can get like a bunch of 1-inch bubbles and then take like a light or something like that and start moving it in circles over it, you'll see how in the little bubbles, the reflection of the pen light or whatever light you're using will rise and set in what's called it's like a declination angle at a particular declination angle within your local little region. So how you actually see things has to interact with the larger system out there.
All you have to do is show that there's this bubble.
Well, I mean, that goes, our head is a dome, but I mean, that just goes with the way the human eye works. And I mean, everything has that structure to it. You have the dome, dome of your head, and you have the dome of your field of view.
Okay, so you can't blame the human eye because you can do this observation with a camera or a pinhole camera or whatever. It doesn't matter. Your eyes don't do anything. You can do something mechanical that follows the sun.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see that like on a sundial. If you have a sundial at the equinox, you'll see it wiggle because the sun is making that curve. You'll see it waver.
What? At the equator?
If you yes, right at the equinox.
Can you post is there a video of this?
I've seen it myself in person, but I don't have a video on hand about it. But I have seen it myself. And it's well known in a lot of the ancient structures as well, because often because if they're using it to detect time, for example, they always do it right at the apex, because the apex is when the shadow is going to be like on the sundial is exactly in line. But as it rises and sets, yeah, that shows the slight curve of the Son of the Path, right? Path of the Sun, right there. Yeah, it would be good to have a great video of that, though. I agree with that. I haven't.
Yeah.
I don't have one on hand. There, you may be able to find one, but I have seen it myself.
Because I would say that the sun at the equinox, at the equator, it is what would happen if the Earth was a sphere and rotating, and the sun would be at the plane of the equator. Oh, perspective! You have your camera on.
Thanks. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, I jumped in on another point you were making about sailing around Antarctica. There's maps that some flat Earth speculation has come up with, you know, where Antarctica is a little area or island of sorts that you could actually sail around, and that doesn't mean that it's not, near the ice wall or whatever ice area that there is that extends beyond that. But there could be kind of a seeming slam dunk if that could be proven that you can go all around Antarctica, and that's not necessarily debunking flat Earth, but it may seem so at some point if that's ever shown to be true.
I think I think the problem is that it would be south of all the three southern sort of continents. It would be to a single point from those 3 points. So the South America, Australia, and South Africa. So if it was on like an island, big island on a flat Earth, let's say it's south of Australia, then you can't go there from South Africa or South America. It's just traveling. You'd have a huge distance from those places.
But you guys talk about maps?
I think
so.
I was gonna say too. We don't have to go back to this. You guys can keep jumping on what you're going on as well. But I just wanted to pipe in and say one of the things, Mailman, like when you're talking about like the idea of an AE map and then the sun, you're talking about making a 180 degrees arc, as it were. Remember when you said that?
Yep. 12 hours.
I think and I think what has to be considered with that, and actually Walter Bislin's little model shows that pretty well. So if you put it on Walter Bislin's, for example, and you just cycle through it with the little kind of field of view sphere, as it is moving on above the plane of the Earth, it, from your little bubble thing, like I was saying before, it will appear to rise and set in a particular declination angle. And that will be different depending on the position, whether it's at the equator or the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. But it's literally tracks through your sky and rises and sets at that declination angle. And
I think. Sorry, go.
And then also like when it's rising and when it's setting, that's why like as the sun, like it's like, you know how like it looks like it's kind of setting like at an angle, looks like it's going down at like a 45-degree angle. Have you seen that? But some of those factors are because as it's going kind of round the curve, as it were, like it's literally going over to, if you're on like, in like California, let's say, as it's kind of where I am, like as it's going around the curve, as it were, like it's going up over, past Hawaii and past Japan. And anyways, but it's that declination angle that's defining the arc at which you'll view that object through your sky. It's not the same proportion. Like if you were in like a room, like a fairly small sized room, and you run a light around the ceiling, like a fan or a light that goes in circles, yeah, you're going to see it completely arcing and curving. But if you make that massive, like so large the way the Earth is, now you're actually, the whole thing changes. And now you're in your kind of bubble, as it were, of your field of view. And that object, even if it's making, like I said, a curve as it's turning around, as it's going around Polaris, you're still going to see it rise and set at a particular declination angle.
I think the problem with that is that over here in Finland, there is no personal dome, I guess, then, because, there's the observation of the sun sort of comports with the flat Earth over here. So I think you either have this personal dome or you don't. Like you said, you can go to North Pole and see the sun just circle around you. If there was this personal dome, it should affect it somehow, I guess, too.
Well, at that point, your personal dome essentially encompasses the entire center of the region of the Earth. So you see Polaris and the sun, and you watch it just circling Polaris.
When we're sorry, just a quick one. When we're at the poles, we see the sun like go high and go low. Would that mean also that it's going towards and away from the pole?
Talking on flat Earth or on globe Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, which one?
Well, any mod. What I mean, I guess you could say in a flat idea that when we talk about the sun getting closer, it goes higher up in the sky, and when it gets further away, it goes lower down. So when we're looking at the sun circling the poles at any time of the year, whatever, then we'll see the sun moving away from us and moving towards us, which would indicate that the actual sun itself is bobbing up and down.
I guess it depends on which flat Earth are you talking about or talking to.
Well,
because there's people who say that there's multiple South Poles. Some people say that there isn't a South Pole. Some people say
okay,
there's a lot of ideas.
just the basic model. It would indicate that on an AE map that the sun would actually be doing a zigzag line, and not a circle.
Accelerate and decelerate too. But there's no observation of that happening in Australia. The speed of the sun is the same.
Yeah, some say that it's looks like the sun is going to be going rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest. But then they say just as it's set, it starts to appear to move northwest and not southwest. So I have heard a couple of people say that from Australia.
I've seen some observations of the sun here rising and setting southeast and southwest, and then going north of the observer in the midday.
Yeah, I concur with that. Yeah, but observation. Yeah, one thing. If people were to say it was a flat Earth, then I would feel that the observations from the poles are indicating that the sun is going close towards and away throughout the day.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious the sun is close and local. The infrared heat, the heat that it gives off, and how that correlates with the inverse square law. I mean, you can just feel it, like on a sunset when it's setting. You can like palpably feel the energy of the sun distancing itself from you in a way that correlates with a local position.
Say no, because if you gain in elevation, it gets colder.
Couple interesting things happen with elevation in the sun. I've noticed, yeah, it can get colder temperature wise, but the actual you'll get a sunburn quicker. So it's interesting. It does seem like you're getting closer to it, but there seems to be components in the atmosphere that create the change in temperature, like pressure in particular. Because, like I said, you'll get like a sunburn quicker. I also noticed too, though. I mean, even like if you're in a place where you're at altitude, but it's also like warm, fairly warm, and then you go down to a lower altitude. Like when you're at the higher altitude, because it's already warm, like the air is not cold, but the actual infrared from the sun is definitely stronger. Like there's no doubt about that. And I've experienced that in the areas I live in. Like even a couple thousand feet different in altitude is the difference between getting sunburned and not getting sunburned. But yeah, there is a way though at which the higher altitudes get colder, which seems opposite if you're getting closer to the sun. Really, that's the same on even on a globe too. I mean, if they say that the little bit that you're tilting when the sun is setting, that little angle change is supposed to be making the sun like dissipating, getting so much cooler so quickly, then if that little distance changes, if you go up on a mountain, it should be massive as well. It should be a different environment entirely.
Exactly.
And if you be getting closer like that, you'd be roasted. Because that's the only difference between being roasted at the equator and being like springtime at the Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn or whatever, or that little bit of difference. So if you then were to go up in altitude, yeah, it should be summertime up there.
Great point.
Can you say that point one more time? Because I think I was, I think I didn't understand. Because I don't see that as a like a point that would. I don't see how that point helps you. Is what I'm saying. I'm just not sure. Maybe I just misunderstood it, but maybe you'd have to say it again. Because I think if you raise an altitude, it's sort of like I think about being in a car and the car having the AC on, very cold. The sun is going to only be heating you with infrared, not through the heating the atmosphere first and then that heating you. So I think this is a different heat that you, or like the sunburn heat that you're talking about. But maybe I just misunderstood.
Well, no, I mean, these are all interesting points. I mean, I think part of the idea is we were just talking about the distance of the sun and the temperature changes and altitudes and stuff. And just, I think the one point with the globe idea is just that if you're at the equator and it's high noon on a globe, the little bit of tilt, just that 23.4 degrees, which in the sky, when you look at the sun, it's like the declination angle just changes a little bit. Like you point to it in springtime, it's, like if you're in the United States, it's higher up in the sky. And then when it's at the equator, just a little down. Just sort of move your finger a little bit, the declination, because now it's at the equator. So that difference on a globe is supposed to be the claimed difference for as something massive as the seasons that change, is why it's like winter in other areas and summer in others, is just that little bit of tilt. So what I was saying is that if that's the way that heat worked with the way the globe earth idea would be, then if you were to then go from sea level all the way up to 10,000 foot altitude, or maybe even 15, or maybe even 7,000, whatever, that amount of change that you would be closer to the sun seems like would be more dramatic than what we experience, which is more of the local and close, dissipation of heat.
I know, I see what you're saying, but I think you're talking about two different reasons why the temperatures are different. Because you're right when you said getting closer to the sun in distance. Yeah, you should be receiving more heat, and sure enough you do by some degree. Whereas the seasons and all that, that's due to the consistent direct heat that the equator gets, more so than anywhere else, versus the dissipation of that same heat as you're tilted from it. So I just think it's a different form of. I think so. It's two different things almost. But
if anyone can explain what Kosho just said, I'll give you $1. But I felt it today. The sun was at an angle in the sky, 30, 40 degrees, whatever it was, and I could just feel the radiant heat. It wasn't the heat coming from the ground or the buildings or the trees. It was the heat coming from the sun. 4 months ago, that same angled sun, which is supposedly closer to me, I couldn't feel the heat at all.
Yeah, but you can look at the ground and you can see if the ground is dried up in places where it's normally soggy, because not just the heat, but the dryness of the ground can also indicate.
Oh, sorry about that. I thought I was on mute. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about like that split second, not like over a 12-hour period or whatever. I can understand things heating up you know, and retaining heat, and then the next day it gets hotter and whatever. I can kind of understand that. But when you're feeling that direct heat from the sun at an angle where you didn't feel it a couple months prior, where you're being told the sun 4 months ago was closer to you, but at that same angle you couldn't feel it, that doesn't add up. And when you take regular heat sources and move them closer and further away from you, the opposite happens. Yeah, I'll go with the logical standpoint. I'm fine with that.
Or you can test your hypothesis. You know, because instead of it being an anecdotal story, you could just test what you just described, and you can take a solar panel and do exactly what you just described. Wait till the sun is at a certain angle, both in the wintertime and then maybe at that exact same angle at some other time of the day.
I did that
at this
today.
time, and see if you receive two different amounts of energy.
I did that today. I put my hand up, which is one of the best solar panels made in the history of mankind.
And until you do a little bit more, though, I don't think you're going to have a real answer. So
that's what you did.
No, I don't have that question, so that I don't have that concern. I'm not worried
But
about.
you haven't done
If
it.
I were worried about it, what I would do is I would test it, and to test it, I would do exactly as I described.
I
Which would give
did.
you a
I
definitive
tested
answer.
it. I tested it today. I test it all the time. I work outside. I do test almost every day with the direct sunlight, the heat from the light source in the sky. And at the same angles, different times a year, where I'm told where it doesn't feel as hot, it's closer to me. And when it does feel warmer and I can feel the immediate heat from that point source and it's further away from me, that just doesn't, I mean, you're going to have to come up with something like it's being magnified more or whatever because of the angle or something like that. I don't know what you're going to have to say, but.
Yeah, no, but you could find out. You could find out what I would say when you do the test and you show it to the world. This thing that you're claiming to be true, you're insisting is true. I would test it and show it to somebody, and that person can say, "Wow, you're right."
You're not listening.
If you use your hand, they're not going to be able to say that. So you just need to use a solar panel and wait for the exact angle at these two different times of the year, two different times of the day, but the exact angle from the sun, and the solar panel at the same angle, and see if you receive two different amounts of energy.
So you're saying I can't use my hand to test if an oven is hot, and when I go away from it, if it's cooler. Is that what you're saying? I'm
saying if you want to be definitive, you'd use something more exact.
But if I just wanted to be practical, I could use my hand, right? Like hot, like baby walks up to the stove and it knows it's warm, and if it touches it, it hurts. And you say hot, it learns it, so it learns to stay away. It's not something you have to have like a tool. Your body is a great tool. I can hold my hand up and feel if something's hot.
You may be a tool, but if you want to do and get exact answers and have answers that other people maybe be able to share with you, you probably want to use something that, you know, has definitive results, but not just your own personal feelings or something that somebody else cannot also experience. You use a device and you could show it to everybody.
So are you guys talking about like the 300 million mile difference in the distance to the sun in the heliocentric model with the elliptical orbits?
He could explain his story. He was describing the exact angle from the sun. So I'm assuming it was two different times of the day, but the same angle the sun was.
4 months apart. Rocky, is that what you were referring to? That like 300 mile, that the sun's actually closer in the northern's winter?
To us, and in the summer it's further away. Isn't that what the model dictates?
You cut out at the beginning there. Maybe try to say it again.
Anyway.
Yeah, you were roboting a bit.
He just said he stuck his hand out, and it was the angle. The sun angle was the same for both times, and both in the winter a few months ago and just today. He stuck his hand out, and the sun that he was feeling, the heat he was feeling, that was radiant heat, apparently, as what he describes as coming from directly from the sun. felt much warmer today than it did months ago.
All right, but yeah, but was he saying that? Like, okay, this is how I'll say it. Unless Rocky, if your connection's back and you want to clarify, but I mean, I like if we took like an AE type map and you had the sun doing its circles, and if it's like a local heat lamp, then yeah, like exactly what he was saying. That's what I think. That's what I experience as well. I mean, when it's summertime, you get the more that you can tell. It's like a heat lamp, like the heat of it. And then when it's like when like for people in the United States, when it goes out to the equator all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's much cooler, and you don't get that immediate heat. But there's a thing on the globe model where, because of the elliptical orbits between the sun and the Earth, the sun is actually 300 million miles closer in the northerns. The northerns winter is when it's actually that much closer. So it's like
I understand what you mean, but yeah, you talk about 3 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say 3 million. I kept saying
I
300. I was gonna correct myself, and then I just didn't. But yeah, 3 million miles. Is that what Rocky is referring to? Or because I mean, on the globe, like on a planar Earth with a close and local sun, the heat completely makes sense with the infrared and the heat dissipation. That's kind of where this conversation started. Whereas on a globe, we're actually 3 million miles closer, and it's actually colder. And then but the reason they say that that's not significant is because they say it's not the distance that causes the heat change, it's the tilt. So they say that this 93 million mile sun and just this little tilt of a little marble way out far from it, or a little speck of dust or whatever, that little tilt is making that big of a difference. And it's not because of the distance to it. Right, Kosho?
Yeah, that's, well, I mean, you're talking about the weather and heat and stuff like that. And yeah, you're exactly right. It's due to the tilt. I don't understand. I'm not going to speak for Rakia, but I was just saying what he said. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask him if he was referring to that or the other. Whether he was talking about the radiation, supposedly supposed to be the same, or whether he was talking about the distance from the sun being. I thought that he was just describing how, because the sun was at the same tilt, he would expect the same, if not more, heat months ago. Radiant heat from the sun. That's what I understood is what he said. So,
well, regardless of when he comes back, he could explain what he said. But you responded to Gio's explanation of the contradiction, which I said good point to, and I didn't really understand exactly what your reasoning was there either. If you want to try to repeat it.
Which question did he ask?
Well, the contradiction that Gio was pointing out to begin with about the angle of the sun that you just agreed to. Or at least that's the global.
Well, I didn't understand it as a contradiction.
Reasoning.
That's why I didn't understand it.
Well, if you got up higher, you would think that if just a little bit of a degree in the tilt of this of the globe or whatever it is, that would make such a huge difference in the heat of the sun. You would think that in the same respect that if you go up higher, that you would be like really, really a lot closer to the sun. If that much of a difference makes that much of a difference from that far away, then you'd think going up higher would make a huge difference as well. Is that right, Gio? Is that kind of what you were saying?
Sorry, I was doing something else, so I actually didn't fully.
Yeah, I heard what he said, Gio. And
I was reiterating your point about
it was what you said. It was
a few degrees. Yeah, the few degrees making a big difference, but not making a big difference when you go up higher.
Yeah, and I think that's what Rakia was getting at as well. I mean, that was
right.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I was saying. Is I'm not sure.
Well, Kosho, yeah, you tried to come back with something, and then Rakia said he would give $1 to anyone who could.
Yeah, I'll double that dollar.
I'll triple the dollar. So I guess Kosho maybe trying to clarify.
That man was here. Perhaps because I thought that was fairly clear. I mean, I was only telling you that the radiant heat from the sun is a very much different thing than the convective heat of the atmosphere. Right?
I agree.
The example with a car, but regardless,
that part I agree with, but that isn't actually what you said. But yeah, I do agree. That is the
I described being in the car, right? I was like saying like if you were in a car and there was a air conditioner was super high, but regardless, that point aside,
but it sounded like he was talking about the the actual, not the actual temperature outside, but the
Right.
actual like sort of heat lamp.
Exactly.
Well, what that is it's infrared. I mean, infrared essentially. My understanding of it, and the sun would have both, is my understanding of it, because you have the actual, let's just call it the atmosphere in general, the environment, like you were calling convective, like that has its temperature and its wind and heat movements and all that. But then infrared is something that's actually coming from the sun to your body. That's why like you won't get infrared when you're inside, for example. You only get it when you're outside. And the infrared essentially like heats you from the inside out. So it's like it heats the core of your body, and it actually penetrates into your cells and into your body and actually heats from the inside out. So that's why like on a hot sunny day, like if the infrared's really high, it might only be like 70 degrees outside, but you might be sweating, because the infrared is very high. So the infrared heats your body, and then the other effects of the sun, I think it's infrared and other factors, create the actual convective temperature.
Okay, so what's happening is the infrared, like the thing that he described was a sun angle that was consistent. Like it was maybe, let's just pretend it was 9 a.m. in the morning today, which would give him the same angle as, let's say it was 11 in the morning a couple months ago. But the sun angle was the same. Yeah, he's describing a consistent, or two different energies, radiant energies from the sun, which you couldn't measure with his hand. But if you wanted to measure that, you could measure it with a solar panel, the actual energy that you're getting from the sun. But the radiant energy, it can penetrate a glass window, could penetrate anything, and it could heat you up with radiant energy. And the convective energy that you're getting from the sun is strictly that same radiant energy coming from the sun, but not directly affecting you, just affecting you through means of first heating up the atmosphere and then that heating you up. But that aside also, God, I was going to respond to something that you had said, perspective. I just forgot what it was. Oh, no, that's right. It was based on what Gio had said, which is about the two different, the tilt and moving closer and it being a contradiction. The reason I didn't understand it as a contradiction, because it's not, is I'm having a hard time understanding why new perspective you think.
Okay, well here's why. I'll jump.
No, hold on, because you got to understand my question first. The question is why do you think it would be such a difference if the tilt creates a big difference, right? Why is it that you think that if that is the case, then surely moving just closer would be a bigger difference?
Yeah, moving closer and further from a heat source, we all know changes the heat amount. That's something we can repeat. That's real physics. We can repeat it. We can recreate it, have a bonfire, anything you want. The amount of distance to heat ratio, which is connected to the inverse square law of infrared. There's an infrared inverse square function, similar to the one with light, but it is a little bit different. But anyway, so yeah, we know the distance changes that. On a globe Earth, the claim is that it's 93 million miles away, and that you have this little, let's just call it a marble, since they like to call it that. So let's just say you have this little marble that's the Earth, and then you have this massive sun. The amount of infrared that would be coming from that sun is going to be what it is at the surface of that little marble. So it's going to be, depending on how high you turn it up, whatever it may be. If you were to then measure, I'm saying like recreate this, with whatever, if you were to measure the heat difference from 23.4 degrees above the equator on that marble versus at the equator, would be absolutely nothing. It would be so tiny. It would be 70 degrees in one area and 70.0000000 repeating 1 degrees, 20, you know what I mean? Like at a $93 million with a little marble, because the amount of infrared that's hitting it is limited to its distance and the potency of that. So you guys are trying to claim that the tilt of that is making these dramatic differences, whereas what we actually seem to experience is a sun changing distance locally to us and changing heat just like a heat lamp does.
Okay. But I used to watch these guys in
try to address that if you can, because the tilt thing is a huge
issue.
issue.
I got you. I used to watch these dudes do rotisserie cooking bullshit, and so I know like they gotta turn the ham all the way around and shit. But if you were cooking a ham very close to a flame, burning flame or something, Let's say it was 2 feet away from it. You may be able to heat the part that's facing it very well, but the part that's on top is not going to get a very good, it's not going to be heated as much as the face of it. And if you were to tilt it just a little bit, you could solve that problem. If you were to instead move it maybe, I don't know, a foot closer, you're probably not going to do a better job than facing the top of the ham to it. And this is the problem that we're talking about. We're talking about a heat source that is moving 3%, something with about 3% difference. So that the distance is about 3% difference. And the angle, though, which is going to create a much bigger effect, is changing, by, like you said, 23 degrees, which is, it does a great deal more to that specific area. To the overall,
You think so? You think so? So if you had a bonfire or a fire of some sort of heat source and you're cooking a chicken, you're saying that just because the chicken is curved, that the top of the chicken is going to cook significantly different than 3 inches down the side of it?
Absolutely. I mean, if we're talking about a round, I said a ham is what I said, but a round ham, the part that's facing it is going to cook significantly different than the part that's on the top of it. If it's a fire on a wall, it's like a burning flame for a rotisserie thing, and the chicken is the ham is facing it, and it's not turning around like a rotisserie would be. It's just facing it. Then you're gonna have a significant difference than the part that's facing it in the sides of it.
All right, how about this? If you had, I hear what you're saying. It's not actually a bad answer. Like there is something to what you're saying, although I think it's very minimal. But because of course there's a difference in distance is why. But if you have, let's say, a bonfire and you take an actual marble and you get up to where the marble is heated to about 70 degrees. Okay. If you then measure at the equator of that marble versus 23.4 degrees up or 23.4 degrees down, are you telling me that there's going to be that big of a difference?
Versus being on the surface of the ball or being, I guess, I don't know, a nanometer above it. I'm not sure if we're
because that's what it is. Like if you're close enough to a bonfire to heat up a marble to where it would be 70, like if there was an ant living on the marble, they would be at, call it 80 degrees, whatever. They'd be at 80 degrees. And so that's just like a hot sunny day for the ant on the marble. Are you telling me that that if you go 23.4 degrees up on that marble or 23.4 degrees down from the equator, that you're going to measure the amount of difference that we experience on Earth, which is from negative 10 degrees in the coldest winters to 80 degrees in the summer?
But the temperatures that you're describing, like I said, that's why I was saying it's something. It's not really. It's strange to talk about it in the same way because it's not caused by the same thing. It's due to persistence of that heat. That's the reason why the equator it has a persistent heat, whereas places that are cold like you're describing, they get almost consistent no heat and then later very little heat. So it does create a difference. Yeah, I mean I've made an image of this before, but you can kind of do the math and see what the angle change, how it would change. Like if you think about having a meter by meter square solar panel at noon on the equator on the equinox facing directly at the sun, you try to take that exact amount of energy, which is the energy that's always going to be hitting the Earth dead on wherever the sun's directly ahead. If you take that same solar panel and you angle it away from the sun, or you take it somewhere else where the sun is angled away, that same amount of energy is going to be now spread over a huge amount of land, and so you get significantly less. It's just it's the difference in distance is about 3% maximum at the two extremes, so about 3% difference, and the difference in tilt is a much greater percentage difference of the amount of energy that any square meter is receiving.
Yeah, but dude, what you're still talking about though would be a marble that would have to be negative 10 degrees on one part of the marble and 110 like negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit on one part of it and as high as 110 on another part of it, even though it's at one particular distance from a heat source.
Yeah.
The only thing, like if I were you and I really had to defend this position for whatever reason, I guess what you could get into is you could say, well, the sun is not it's not the same as a fire. It's a thermonuclear magical mystery machine. And then kind of say that like the infrared works differently. And then maybe with the globe, come up with something with like an atmosphere, be like, yeah, it's like a magical gravity bubble. And the gravity bubble like refracts the infrared and then splays it across the tilted globe. I mean, you could get into something real kind of, that's kind of what you'd
That
have to
sounds
do
like
there.
a
You'd have to go
typical
real
Glover answer.
fantastical with
That's
it.
awesome. That's awesome. They should work that. You should be on their side as an agent.
I started to write that down, actually. I was starting to write it down, but I found this picture I made. So I made this picture a while
Magical
ago.
mystery machine. I love it.
I made this picture a while ago, but it's just as true as it was then. And if we can assume that, so no, we'll just use this. That's what I did for this picture. I just used the square area of the ground. So if you take this as what I do, I guess 300 by 300 square miles, or so it'd be 90,000 square miles of the Earth on the equator. That same 90,000 square miles, give whatever amount of energy you want to give that. I don't know what amount of energy you want to give it, okay? But that that same amount of energy from the sun being received up in this area, I don't know where the hell this is, but it's about 3 times more, or it's about 2.8 or 0.28% of what it is over there. And so the difference there is, what is that? That's 72% or 71% less energy, right? Which is much greater number than 3%, which is the energy difference of the distance. So a 3% difference in distance that you're receiving versus the 71% difference in surface area, that same amount of energy is going to be, parting it's going to be spread around that much land. Those are two. That effect is much greater as far as radiant heat is concerned. Which I said makes which is what produces the convective heat over time. I use an extreme example in this image, but you could change that to any 2 locations, and it's always going to be the most on the equator, or the point that the sun is directly above, and it's always going to be some percentage less somewhere else.
Well, it doesn't seem to match physics, but I guess, like I said, if you want, I mean, if I were you, dude, I would just make it a magical mystery sphere and just say that it's all just doing it. It's just happening, and God created it. I think that's what we can go with.
But remember, the original point was in response to the contradiction that Mailman was trying to point out, that if it was that certain case you were talking about, that then if you went up higher, that you should feel a difference in, or that the sun should be a lot hotter. And then Gio's point was that, yeah, actually you do. It seems like the sun is a lot hotter. You can get sunburned up there. And that actually does make.
I'll let Gio speak for himself, but that actually what happened was Mailman described getting
brighter,
higher,
but the atmosphere makes it colder.
Yeah, and Gio agreed with him, and he also said what's weird though is that when you get higher, you can more easily get a sunburn.
That's what he said.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I just. Why did you say that?
But you said Gio says sometimes you get hotter, or something about getting hotter.
No, that's sunburn. I mentioned sunburn. That it seems like there's more. I'll let Gio speak for himself, but that's the original point. I was just bringing that back up.
But that's not a
contradiction. The reason. No. I'm just reiterating that the reason that it seems colder is because of the atmosphere, and it still might be that the sun's a little bit brighter, or it has more direct source, and you can get sunburned easier, which makes sense. I think that I've actually experienced that myself when I'm up in the mountains and had a sunburn. My cheeks got like really red. But anyway, so there's already a reason that it gets colder because of the atmosphere. It's built into obviously that's the reason, right? So that's the reason it's not hotter. But as far as the angles, your response on the angles, I'm still not satisfied with, that exactly. I think magical mystery machine, you should just go with that.
Yeah, so if you raise up from the ground and you're not on the ground, and you're not receiving sunlight because you're laying flat on the ground, well, I don't understand why. If you're raising off the ground, you're obviously not going to be getting the same angle of sunlight that you're getting from the ground, right? So if you're up in a mountain versus being on a ground level, you're obviously not receiving the same amount of radiant light. So up higher, you can receive more radiant heat than the surface is going to receive. But that radiant heat isn't going to transfer to the heat that you're going to feel because it's you're mostly feeling convective heat. So.
But like I said, I hear you on that, but I mean, none of it makes sense because what you have to have is a heat source at a distance. You want to say 93 million. Okay, let's go with it. And you've got a little ball. The amount of infrared that would be reaching the sun to the ball would be virtually equal upon the surface of that marble. So you have to somehow explain how an object at one particular distance from a heat source could create as something as cold as a frigid winter that's freezing cold, negative 10 degrees, and something as hot as 110 degree blistering hot day on the surface just because of the little tilt of that little marble.
I thought I showed that. I showed that just now in the image.
That's why I was calling it a magical mystery sphere, because there's absolutely no physics that can be repeatable and that is observable on any level that behaves that way.
Okay, so what I've showed you in this image, I thought it was perfectly explained, but this amount of sunlight in both locations is the exact same. The sun is imparting exactly the same amount of energy to both locations. That's understood. The difference is in one location, that exact amount of energy has to be shared with about 3 times the amount of energy. It has to be shared with. The part on the top part has to be shared with 3 times as much space, land area as the place down below. So that same amount of energy in each square meter of each of those places is going to be different by the factor of 3.
Oh, that is weak.
Very different.
That is a weak. I mean, I hear what you're saying that things do behave that way in physics, but not to that ratio that you're referring to. And what did you even just say there? Just the distance? You're saying that, okay, if you have Ecuador, an entire city at the equator, you're telling me that there's a difference in the square footage at which the sun is hitting Ecuador versus something up in, Seattle, that just because it's that more land stretches out, that's going to dissipate and make it cold, make it winter and summer? No way, dude. That's not even.
Try this. Take a flashlight and point it straight at the ground, and call the circle that one amount of area. Just call that energy 100, and that's the amount of energy the flashlight's always imparting.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I don't not understand. I started my response was, which was saying that yes, there are certain physics at which what you're saying does do that. For example, with my idea, you take a marble up to a bonfire, you get the marble, you have an ant on the marble, and you get it to where it's about 80 degrees for the ant. You got that marble. Yes. If you were to get into very like fine-tuned measurements, you would have a slight difference at the equator versus at the 23.4 degrees, like let's call it the Tropic of Cancer. You would have a very, very slight difference because yes, there's a little more surface area. Like there's a little bit of a different surface area because it's at the equator but that would be absolutely minuscule. And what you're trying to say is that extremely, extremely minuscule amount that you probably could hardly even measure with the most fine-tuned instruments we have on a marble, you then have to claim is making literally something as a frigid, freezing winter versus a blistering hot summer. No way.
Yeah, but what you're calling minuscule, I'm showing you how to calculate what you would estimate it to be at any 2 locations. You just take the amount of square meters that exact same amount of energy is acting on, and how much that same exact amount of energy has to share with in comparison to those 2 places. And if that is anything different than 3% difference, then it's a much greater effect than the 3% difference that is the distance makes at its maximum. So
I don't think you should go with this argument at all, Kosho. If you want to,
I'll be honest.
No, what you got to say, if you really want to keep with this globe thing and have any possibility or whatever, since you seem to want to convince people of it, you have to just say the atmosphere. They use Rayleigh scattering, and really the explanation that a lot of the globers use is that the atmosphere, this magical gravity, whatever you want to call it, sort of filters the light at an angle that dissipates it.
You're a better baller than he is.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you guys of this. I'm not trying to convince you guys of this because there's no chance of that happening. I'm just surprised that you're not getting how simple this is. Okay, because if let's say that you were tasked with solving an energy crisis for the world, and all you could do was use solar panels, and to use those solar panels, you would have to heat up so many homes. Okay, if you take the amount of energy a solar panel gives you at direct sunlight, directly facing it, and you tilt that at any angle, I'm showing you how to calculate what that difference of angle is going to give you with how much energy it's going to receive. And this is exactly how that same energy heats up the atmosphere. It has to share it amongst that much land. If you understand that simple principle, and you understand that 3%, which is the maximum that the difference in distance makes, is much smaller number than what I showed 71% that it can be in these two examples. 71 is a much greater number than 3. So these are the two differences. If you understand that, then there should be no confusion after that.
We get it. You said it a few times, and Gio told you it's a weak argument. But let me ask you a question. Where Rakia is at, right? This, I think, what he was trying to tell you. Is there is there an angle difference in the summer and the winter, like there is in the north?
In his example, in Rakia's example, he said the angle difference was exactly the same. So that's what I'm assuming it was.
Okay, all right, perfect. So now, my question to you is this. With the same angle, right, in the summer, how can there be a greater heat than in the winter from the same sun at the same, while it's closer? It's closer in the winter, correct?
I'm not going to call him a liar. I'm going to tell him what I told him.
Forget about him.
I'm going to tell him what I've already told him.
Hey, listen to me. It's me asking you the question.
I'm answering you, dude. I'm answering you right now. I just was answering you, dude. I'm telling you the same thing I told him, which was to measure it with a measuring device, because I do not think it would be different. As a matter of fact, I know it to not be different. So I would say measure it with a measuring device like a solar panel. See if you're receiving two different energies, getting the same angle from the sun.
Are you questioning? I heard you. Stop saying that, dude. We get what you're saying. Get a thing and measure it. I get what you're saying. Are you saying now that in the winter it doesn't get colder? Where Rakia's at in Florida as well, doesn't get colder than in the winter?
Why would it not get colder?
I mean, in the winter it doesn't get colder than in the summer with the same sun. Same
he's not talking about the same part of the day. So he's not talking. I'm not sure if he knew what he was talking about, but that's not what he's talking about.
Forget about him.
You can receive the same angle for the sun.
It's me talking.
That's fine, dude. That's fine. That's you talking.
I'm talking. Forget about what Rakia said. Take Rakia out of your brain, okay? I'm talking to you now. I'm asking you the question. Forget Rakia existed. Okay.
Why don't you just go ahead and make your point and tell me why you're asking me if it's colder in Florida at winter versus summer? Because I think you know the answer to that.
I'm asking you. It's very simple. You're just double speaking, blabbering. Listen to the question, bro. Very simple. Don't get me upset. Don't get excited. The question is this: the same angle of the sun, the angle doesn't change. But what does change is the sun gets closer to you. Now, what happens? It gets colder. Do you not see the issue here, Kosho?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, SC Montreal. Are you of the understanding that when it's summer here, let's say June, and when it's winter here, let's say December, is it your understanding that the Earth completely, that the entirety of the Earth receives less energy during our winter? Because you'd be wrong about that. The Earth receives more energy on whole in our winter. Just because it's cold here, just because it's cold here is not a contradiction.
That's my whole point, Kosho. Why is it colder then if we're receiving more energy from the sun, which makes sense because we're closer? Why is it colder?
I've just told you it's not.
So you're disputing the fact that in the winter, right? In other words, when it's winter up here in Canada, right? You're saying that it doesn't get colder as well in where Rakia's at?
You're talking about the entirety of the Earth?
No.
Because if you're talking about a
No.
specific place,
No.
if you're talking about a specific place, then it doesn't matter that we're getting closer or further. Okay? If you're talking about the entirety of the Earth, right? We actually receive more energy when it's winter time here in America.
Yeah, exactly. And why is it colder?
It's colder because we're no longer in the favored angle of the sun. The sun is now at a lower angle for us. We're receiving less energy from it. However, there's parts of the world that are receiving more.
Okay, now how about where Rakia is at? Don't mention Rakia. Don't say anything about where Rakia's at. I'm just saying the area where Rakia is at. Why does it get colder when the sun is closer?
The area that Rakia is at is also where, as in the summer, it may have been 28 degrees. The sun may have been 28 degrees below 9. So it would have been 62 degrees in the sky at the highest in the summer, perhaps. In the winter, it's going to be 30 degrees lower than that. Or no, actually, it would be 60 degrees lower than that. So that's the highest it's ever going to be for him. This is a very big difference in temperatures for the reason I stated earlier. That difference in angle creates a very huge percentage difference in energy he's receiving.
But there's not an angle change where he's at, isn't that?
Yes,
isn't that what we agreed to before?
No, see, that's what I was trying to explain to you before. Okay, what he was describing wasn't receiving the same angle at the same time of the day. He was just saying the same angle. So that could be, when the sun's setting in summer versus when it's still, 4 o'clock in the winter. You know what I mean? Like it's making the same angle. It's making it different times of the day.
No. He clearly said it feels colder.
He said it felt colder. That's right, in the wintertime. That makes sense.
Yeah, but isn't the sun closer in the wintertime at the same angle, Kosho?
Yes, and that's why I told him to measure it with a solar panel and see if it's actually less energy.
And if it is, would you say that's a problem?
Yeah, I would say that.
In your model?
Yes, exactly. I would say that's a problem if that happened.
Hallelujah. Right? It's like pulling freaking teeth.
This is why I told him to measure it.
Okay. All right. Finally. Jeez.
I said that too. I said,
you got to bring my blood pressure up.
I said, that's the first thing I said to you. I said, I would say to you what I said to him, which was measure it, and then we can talk about it. But going off anecdotal stuff, it doesn't mean much because I deny that it happens. As a matter of fact, I know it doesn't happen.
Kosho, we do have evidence of in the winter, like you said, it gets colder, and you said it makes logical sense, right? But the sun is closer, so that's a problem.
Yeah, so take your solar panel out at these 2 different times of the year and wait for the sun angle to be the same. So wait for the sun angle to be 30 degrees in the sky in both cases, and point your solar panel directly up and see how much energy you get in both cases.
Yeah, agreed. Okay. Finally, we agreed on something. Okay, good.
Well, I mean, I said that to you from the start, but I guess you wanted to go on, but that would be the way that
you admitted that something would be wrong with your model. That's the first time I hear you say that.
I say it when it's true. But hold on a second.
Don't tell me you're gonna backtrack now on it.
Well, also, if the energy were dissipating in the way that he originally was saying, then you wouldn't get sunburned in that same way. Yeah,
you gave him some good ideas there, Gio. Damn it. I was saying, why is he telling him? Why is he, like he said, he's probably writing it down. He's going to use it.
And also the inverse square law you mentioned, Gio, that seems like an important thing to expound upon as well.
Yeah. Look, there's no way around it. If the sun is closer in the winter and it's colder at the same angle, they got some splaining to do. I've been saying this for a long time, but it's the first time I ever heard one of them say, yeah, well, that would be a problem.
Right, that would be like saying that you get closer to a bonfire and it gets colder.
Yeah, I was using the same example, Gio. I always use the same example. Like you move closer to the fire and it gets colder, I would tell them.
As you just tilt your body just a little bit. So just a little 23 degrees thing, and you're gonna the left side of your body, SE, is just gonna be cold, and you're gonna need gloves and a jacket. But the right side of your body, that's gonna be blazing hot summer. I mean,
freaking Miami beach, surfs up. Yeah.
That would be a good meme. Somebody that has like, clothing, like one half is like all like a winter coat, and the other half is like a bathing suit.
And on top, it's the tilt. It's the tilt, bro. Yeah.
That would be a good meme. It's the tilt. That's what causes it, the seasons.
That's a good one. I might make that one. Good idea we both had there.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Yeah, speaking of the inverse square law, again, like just the idea that, I think we brought this up as one of the ideas that they do not have a good answer for. And yeah, just that from that far away, just a few degrees from high noon to 2 o'clock, the difference in heat is just ridiculous to think that from 93 million miles away, that little bit of angle change would cause that much of a difference.
Yeah.
And you could also, like, what if you're trying to grow something? Like if you use those proportions and you've got your heat lamp or your growing lamp from the plant, and you work out the distances and the brightness of it, it wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work with any other example you could try to come up with. And the fact that the little tiny ball Earth is blocking out all of the sunlight was another point we were talking about at that point. Like you have a pitch black night, from coast to coast, it seems, or from at least your ability to see what, the sky. You have no bleeding in of any kind of sunlight from the edges, even though it's supposed to be that far away and that bright. It doesn't make any sense.
Nah. And Gio had another good example with using a little marble, right? And a big, huge heat source, like 1,000 times the size, however bigger it is. I was gonna tell him, but I guess he's
I
was gonna tell him, recreate that. Can you recreate that for us? Like make a model. You guys like models? Take a marble and take a huge, those restaurant lamps that they use to keep the food warm.
Right.
And that won't even come close to the sun, right? But here, we'll give him that. Here, try. Now show us a difference. Show us freezing on the top and hot in the middle. Go for it.
Right. And just what they're calling it as well. I mean, you can't grow anything with a thermonuclear fireball. It doesn't cause things to grow.
Well, we reproduce it and we use electricity, right? So that should tell you something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We can reproduce whatever makes that, and that's a good point. I've used that before. We can reproduce, we can grow plants just fine with lamps. And what are we using? Electricity and light.
Yep.
So there's no thermonuclear anywhere involved in that. That's a very good point you have there. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a huge contradiction just in the definition of what it is. Then we get into the distances and the size and all that. And inverse square law, I think it's a law, right?
Yep. That is a law.
Never heard a good answer for that one.
Their model is full of holes. The only thing I haven't figured out to my satisfaction is the sun. How it works, but everything else is just full of holes, like a spaghetti sifter,
What do you mean the only thing you haven't figured out is the sun? For a flat Earth? Or...
Yeah, like the sun, how it works. Like I know the rotating thing, but I just can't come up with a, the correct idea in my head. Like I want to visualize it. I want to make a model of it and see, like, how the light. Like I haven't figured it out yet.
Well, the analemma is a big factor there. So it has to rise and fall. Even on a flat Earth, it rises and falls, which would create the illusion of sunsets a lot more, you would imagine, at certain times. Because we see that it rises and falls with the analemma. And
it's the time zone that I want to figure out. I want to get like a model. I want to make a model.
Mm-hmm. I have a couple videos I'll send you on that.
Cool. Kosher, you still there? Just when you get him to admit something, he leaves.
Mic's open. Well, he did say earlier that if it ever seemed like the globe argument was going to win, or somehow put flat Earth out of business, whatever that means, that he would start arguing for the flat Earth to keep the argument going.
Yeah. Well, Kosho is a master sophist. Like there's no other. Like if you were to rate, like take an example, like somebody who they think is a big flat earther, big baller, like Fight the Flat Earth, right? I would rate him at 2, and I would rate Kosho at 8, let's say.
As far as sophistry goes?
Sophistry and using his brain, like thinking on the spot, making up his own stuff. Whereas a guy like Fight the Flat Earth, you know what he's going to say. He's like a wiki. He'll bring up this guy said this and that guy said that.
Yeah, he's not very creative. You're right. Yeah, not creative at all. We'll give you that, Kosho. You're definitely creative.
And he's not a rude prick, excuse my language, Fight the Flat Earth.
Exactly, yeah. Kosho's cool. Too cool to be a baller sometimes, in fact.
Too smart to be a baller.
Right.
Which leads me to think, the Pete Shea, he's an agent.
Right.
I wonder what the pay is to pretend to be a baller on the internet.
There's got to be some people. I mean, there's a whole army of social networking J-Trig people, right? I mean, they do employ people to influence. You can become an internet influencer. You can look it up, I imagine, and figure out what they get paid. I don't know. I'm not saying he is or anybody is. I'm just saying, why would they have their finger in every pie? And this is a big deal, so they have to have their fingers in it somewhere.
Hopefully they're getting at least a little more than minimum wage.
Well, when you think about it, you're just hanging out online for 12 hours.
A lot of them are doing it for free, I would say, too.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. The Stockholm ones, that's what I call them. fighting for the man for free. It like doesn't get any better than that, and they think we're stupid. It's mind-boggling.
Sadly, I think that Rumpus probably isn't paid, even though he seems like he must be more than anyone. He just is such a true believer or something.
Yeah, he's at a different level. Yeah, Rumpus is something else. An arguing machine, like fits the name perfectly.
Did he name himself Rumpus? And I want to know how his name just became what he is, and whether he planned that, whether it was, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Where did
Well,
the name come
look at the evidence. What does he do? He rumpuses every time he comes on. Doesn't he take over the show? Blah this, blah that. Yeah,
Right.
you don't understand. You're uneducated. That's rumpusing. The
But it's almost
conversation.
like he was cast in a play with that name, and he's just fulfilling the role.
Yeah.
To come in with that name yourself that, and decide to be that. Too much.
Yeah, we do get some characters, boy. That's for sure.
Hey, Essie.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Not too much. I saw you in Rhetoric earlier. The Raging War. I mean, props, man. That's
Yeah, whose server is that? I don't even know how I got invited in there.
Man, it's I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. Like Nero or Neraro. But they
sounded like kids from what I heard.
Yeah, for the most part, they're all kind of gamers and shit, and like younger guys. But man, are they worked up by Flat Earth? I mean, like, wow, right? Like,
well, they were talking about something else. They weren't talking about Flat Earth while I was there. That's why.
Yeah, it's all stuff. It's like they rotate random. It's basically like they play video games and then just kind of talk about different topics. And every so often, Flat Earth comes up, or conspiracy theories is basically what they see. It's interesting because they're open to conspiracy theories, but they're not open to Flat Earth, which is kind of like funny for me, right? Like,
what server?
Really? Here, I'll send. Was that who said that? Cyber.
It's Cyber.
Yeah, I'll send you an invite.
Okay.
I mean, because they are. Oh, it looks like I can't. You have to have different roles to invite. Maybe, SC, do you have the right role to invite them? You have to have like journeyman or something like that.
Let me see. Let me check it out. What's it called again?
Rhetoric.
Rhetoric. Hold on.
They've got like a rank system. We're based off how you interact with the server.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna be more active. You talking about this server or the other one?
Oh, Rhetoric. Yeah. Here, I got it. I was able to make a link.
Okay.
Yeah,
Not rhetoric.
Yeah, or rhetoric or rhetoric or whatever. There we go. Is that called rhetoric, right?
Yeah, I guess you got it there. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, rhetoric. I don't know why it was saying the rhetoric. It just made me think of rhetoric. Yeah, so if you on that server, they've got all kinds of different channels. You can talk about aliens, reptilians, and the government. I mean, all kinds of crazy shit. But for some reason, they're open to all these ideas, but flat Earth. Flat Earth is the only idea that's considered like to be fringe or ridiculous. So if you just go in there and talk to them, I mean, it's kind of like it. See, there's a few people that who are over there too. Jerry is over there. Chad and Daz. Daz is over there. Cthulhu. I'm just off the top of my head. I'm trying to think of people who post over there and the Flat Earth stuff. There's a few people over there from like that you see around Flat Earth. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, I mean, they will talk about that. It's almost like it's like hard to put it into words, right? They will tell you that Nixon lied. He lied about the lunar mission. He lied about world peace. The government is full of reptiles, but the Earth is still a globe. It's kind of fun to talk to those people because they're open to other ideas, and they're open to like new ways of thinking. But you just gotta find a way to present it because they trigger pretty hard too, though.
Yeah, maybe I'll go back one day, but I was there for like 10, 15 minutes listening to them, and I said, this sounds like a bunch of kids.
Yeah, that's kind of they're a bunch of young guys too. That's the thing that kind of why I've never been over there in VC. I mostly just I tagged you in the Flat Earth channel. I don't know if you saw that or not. When I saw that you were in VC.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, it's got potential. I like this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because it reminds me of some other servers that talked about being fully inclusive. Because all people are welcome. Like you can't discriminate against anybody. I mean, that's like one. If you look at one of the rules too, it's like anyone. If you identify as anything, then it's basically a protected social class. Or you can only debate against the topics. So yeah, they have here. Let's see, healthcare, religious, gun control, capitalism and communism, abortion, flat earth, vaccines, LGBTQ, feminism and masculinity, conspiracies, just catch-all, Black Lives Matter, and then circumcision. Is the current topics that they have listed right now, and they change because they've added them. They've added some and taken away some over time. And then down below they have Christianity, Islam. See, if you try to troll, what they'll do is they'll restrict you from the different channels. Like if you join the Islam channel and start trolling, they'll just remove you. Like you'll say on your account or on your profile, it'll say banned from Islam or banned from Flat Earth. Because if someone says that, yeah, this person's just talking in bad faith. And you'll see that too, like where people are talking, and you're like a lot of times in the Flat Earth channels, you'll see people like banned from gun control, banned from religious, banned from healthcare, banned from abortion. You're like, oh, okay. They've kind of like the only channel they can talk in is a Flat Earth one.
That's good to know. I'd probably get banned in some of these if you didn't tell me about that.
Oh yeah, it's for the most part like they post like a rules thing for debate. And they generally work into just state your position and then just be able to explain your position. And don't worry about what the other person's position is. Don't try to debunk them or tell them they're wrong. And it's like, I mean, it's supposed to work out pretty well. But I mean, no system's perfect.
And you don't remember who owns the server? You said, huh?
Yeah, it's Neuro or Near. I can find it real quick because he originally banned me because I had posted a link to a ladies' night. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
But nobody we know, right? It doesn't really matter, but it's just nobody we know.
No one we know. Yeah,
Okay.
it's someone. It's someone who's like it's the only server he's on. It's like It's like NEEUARO or something like that.
It's not important. Don't worry about it. I was just wondering if
I've
it's
never
somebody we knew.
I've never seen him on any other server other than that one. Yeah, that they have. It's funny too because they have like a role called drunk tank. Like people who are inebriated or drunk, they give them a role called drunk tank, and there's only like one part of the server they can talk in.
Yeah, I know some servers that should do that. It's a good idea.
So what's up? How's everyone been? It's been a few weeks since I've been here. What's new? What's going on in Earth Awakens?
Gio said if we see you, that a mod should boot you immediately.
I heard the same thing, but I guess that was supposed to be like kind of like a shot over the bow, maybe. Like, just if I come in here, be on my best behavior.
No, you know I'm joking, right?
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, it looks like Globus is a mod now.
Globus?
Yeah, Globius. What else is going on here?
Globus is a good dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Space Pope is still here trolling text chat.
He's a dick. And I hope you're listening, Space Pope. Poop. Space poop.
Space Pooper. Yeah, it's like every time I talk to him, he's got that voice where he's about to bust into tears, like at any second.
No, he has a problem. Like he's triggered, super triggered. I never did anything to him. And one day he just decided to go ape with me. It's like, why are you triggered, bro? Okay, you're a baller now. Feel safe. Hug your ball. It's too funny.
So he says that, yeah, so the argument about NASA's photos aren't real. Yeah, dude, the photos aren't real, okay? The 1972 photo was debunked. It's even debunked by people who aren't flat earthers. People who think the earth is a globe. They debunked that, okay? And after that, like ice or glacier photos, weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, all these photos from NASA have all been debunked. The only photo that they ever produced, they even exposed themselves as it's Photoshop because it had to be. They've never given you a photo. Like there's no photos of Earth. It's all bullcrap.
That's so funny.
So he's worked up because somehow people reject NASA photos. NASA told you to reject them and gave you a reason why. It's not
His
just.
main.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
I was going to say his main thing is surveying. He brings that up a lot.
Yeah, look at Babs. If you're listening, I took the survey quiz that Cosmonaut was wanting Bev to take. I scored like a 70, 80% on it. It's not that hard, okay? Being a surveyor is like a very low level calling in life. It's not that hard, okay? So to make it seem like somehow you've got some sort of insider track on survey, no, it's not that big of a deal, okay? People who have survey credentials, it's not some sort of rocket scientist, okay? This is a very low skill level task. And it works on a flat earth too, okay? It doesn't really work on the globe. They have to add data to make it work on the globe. A datum that they told you, the WGS-84. Let's see, what else has he been talking about? Oh crap! His color changed, so I can't see him anymore. Oh, here it is. No one's pretending they're smarter than anyone else. Okay. Matter of fact, just say I'm the dumbest person in the world. Don't listen to a word I say. Just say that Crit is so stupid he thinks the Earth is flat. If I'm that dumb, it should be able to comprehend what I'm talking about. Duh.
And if flat Earth is stupid, use that as your reason to not trigger over it.
Yeah,
What was that?
exactly. If I'm just being dumb and I think pineapple belongs on pizza, why do you care? Just let me have my pineapple on my pizza and kind of leave me alone because you like anchovies or whatever you like on your pizza.
What's Booby all upset about? He's measuring the Earth again?
Yeah, I haven't got to the bottom of the text. Is there something new going on? I see a bunch of like new messages, but I haven't got to the bottom yet. It'd be fun if you'd come in. He used to come in the voice chat. I don't know why he doesn't anymore.
He's a
Like,
crybaby. That's all he does now is just cry, cry, cry.
Yeah, I remember that time with Jerry. He did like a 1v1, which was the beginning. It was decent. They were sticking to the points, and then at the end, basically he was just circling and insults. He just kept looping around, just insulting. It just got kind of boring at the end. It's like he started out like being pretty chill and actually going with the points, and then Jerry was just holding his feet to the fire, and he just really couldn't use logic to actually describe what he was talking about. So then he just kind of started bailing and just started just personally. I just remember he was like attacking like all kinds of like people and just it kind of ended up at that.
yeah, that kind of makes sense too because like when they, it turned it into about drama and not about the facts or the data.
Right, like he started just calling like all flat earthers this and that, just using all these attacks, and it just kind of wasn't on topic at all.
So I'm a troll now, Booby? You should have no problems with me then. Or Cyber.
Yeah, he says his comments are being deleted. I don't know, dude. Just come and talk. It's been a while. I think I talked to maybe him once on Gems like 3 years ago. I mean, have we talked since? Or maybe it's hard to tell. I'm not really sure because a lot of those people on Gems are all kind of the same.
That's
I mean,
Bob, right?
It is his sock
Right?
account.
I got it right. That's Bob, right?
No, it's Space Pope. Moongazer is the same as Space Pope.
Oh, that's Space Pope. Oh, I thought it was Booby.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bob,
my bad.
I think Bob is researched Flat Earth, and then
Right. My apologies. This guy's even worse.
yeah, Bob was on another server talking about that Flat Earthers ban him and kick him out. I'm like, bull crap, dude. You're given the red carpet everywhere you go. Like, stop crying, Like, I mean, seriously. It's like every Flat Earth server you go to, they roll the red carpet out because they want to hear from Dr. Bob.
Come to Gems. I've spoke to you on Gems. You got nothing, man. You
Or
got nothing, bro. I told you. Even the ballers don't like you, bro, and make fun of you. Get over yourself, dude. This guy's really
if you want
something.
to talk one-on-one, either come to Jose's or Gems or Jose. Well, I can't.
Yeah, it's because he wants to. That's what I'm saying. It's just going to end at him insulting you in circles. That's why he wants to be. He wants to be at those places. He knows he can't do that here, and that his points will not be able to actually stand because.
Exactly, and we won't be able to do that either. You're not going to show us any favoritism. Yeah.
Or we could set ground rules too. I mean, just be like, I can't go to Gems. I got banned for when Brandon decided to do Wednesdays was going to be Flat Earth only, and somehow that was my fault. So I got banned from Gems for that. And then Jose's, I got banned because I said, now you know why.
This guy doesn't have an argument. You know what his argument is? Oh, so you think that you know more than all the scientists, or you're smarter than all the people that went to school. And are you kidding me, bro? You think that's an argument?
Yeah, he's listening too. That's the thing that's kind of
Of course,
cringe.
he's
It's like,
listening. That's why I'm saying it.
yeah. So
That's
he
what he
doesn't.
always does. He listens on YouTube and then just tries to trigger people by trolling the text chat.
So he doesn't want to talk to SC or Cypher. Well, come talk to me then, or Globus, or Noah, or I guess Reconor. It's been a while since he talked.
We were supposed to have a debate, me and him, and he chickened out. And then I had to go one day in Gems. He had the guts and come to talk to me there. He has nothing.
This is how Gems went. Like, Glory had said that he had talked to Gem personally, and they had removed the ban from me. So I clicked on the link and it said you're still banned. Then they said Gem wanted to talk to me. So I was like, okay, sure. I tried to message him, blocked. So I told Glory what's going on, okay? Because you had said that I was unbanned, and then I wasn't unbanned, and I had to talk, and I wasn't going to talk, and then Glory sends me a message like he got banned too. I'm like, well, what the hell, you know? I go, you make it seem like they want flat earthers to come there, but they don't. They actually don't want flat earthers to come.
No, they don't. They don't. Trust me.
Yeah, it's
They do not.
hilarious.
They don't. I don't want to be there. They don't want you there. There's no reason to.
They pretend like they want flat earthers to talk, and then they don't. They just don't want to hear anything you have to say.
Listen to what he just said. The ballers don't like me? Question mark. What is the garbage man talking about? He's referring to me. All the Globers love me. Gio wants me to come in here because there are no rules and corrupt mods. Yeah, you're full of it, my friend.
Which is actually interesting how it's the opposite. Like, we do have the server guidelines and we don't have corrupt mods. We just have mods that hold to the integrity of the server guidelines. So what he said there is literally the opposite of both.
Bullshit. Yeah, and I'll prove it. I was a mod here and I didn't cut the mustard and they demodded me. How about that? Space poop. Because I do things like that, you know?
See, Moongazer too, or Babs, like if you want to debate, you need to tell someone what your claim is. Like, how is someone supposed to debate if you never even tell them what your position is?
I refused, you liar. We even made you know, those billboard things that they have in the UFC. This guy versus that guy. And DP was supposed to debate B-Ball. That's another scary cat that chickened out. You're a nobody, Space Poop. You're a nobody.
Why is he saying he asked you to debate? I mean, you know, you're in here right now. He avoids you all the time. He never comes in. He just does this in text chat, just trying to troll in text chat. What he's trying to say, you refuse. He could come in anytime. Come in right now if he wants.
Yep, and I go in Geo's not all the time, but I'm there a lot of times. He never comes in and talk to me.
It's like Space Pope. I like talking to globalists because I want to try to diffuse the conflict. If I can get just one globalist to at least recognize flat earthers as human, I think I've done what I tried to do. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to convince you there's a flat. I'm not trying to convince you that you'll never go to space or you never make out with green alien chick. I just want you to recognize flat earthers as human. That's it. That's all I'm going for.
Nah, screw him. I don't care what he thinks. Couldn't give two, you know what. He's insignificant. He's just a troll. That's all he is. Just a troll.
Yeah, maybe he's got. Let me see if he's got me blocked. No, he doesn't. I was able to react to his comment.
And the worst kind of a troll. He used to be a flat earther, and now he went on that side. He's like a ranty, but worse, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see why people switch their position back and forth because a lot of reasons for why people do things are a lot of times irrational. but then it's to double back and make it seem like every choice that someone made was rational from the beginning. That seems like it's not really honest. Like there's some sort of layer of I don't know, I would not saying scumbaggery, but just like I told you, like I could tell a story when I went atheist for a while, and I went atheist. I left Christianity for the wrong reasons. I went atheism for the wrong reasons, and then I think I went back to Christianity for kind of the wrong reasons, and I ended up kind of at sort of like a pagan spiritual sort of Buddhism idea. And that is okay because I'm going back on saying the honest path I took through my spirituality. But you got these guys who go flat Earth, globe Earth, flat Earth, globe Earth, and they seem like they're playing some sort of popularity contest. Like whoever makes fun of them the least savagely, they decide to go with.
You know what it is? It's the hate that they have. Like this dude here is full of hate.
So, okay, he says here, it isn't what flat Earth is about making any claim. Dude, I've got claim. My public profile has my full flat Earth claim posted. My banner, I've got Nitro. I have a banner that shows why I say flat Earth. Also, I make a positive claim. I have a flat Earth model. I've talked about my flat Earth model on Gem Panda server. I've been on Gem's show. You make it seem like somehow people like flat earthers aren't willing to go outside. The problem is anytime flat earthers leave flat earth spaces, they just get banned.
No, we go on their things. They don't come on ours. That's the thing. And then they come here and they shoot their mouths off. Hey, Space Poop, how many times have you seen me in Gems? Yeah, that's right. How many times have we seen you in here? Oh, crickets? Yeah.
Yeah, echo chambers are normal, dude. It's in the normal human interaction. You'll find echo chambers on every single issue that people identify with. To make it seem like it's uniquely a flat earther thing is myopic at best and completely like ignorant at worst, like completely oblivious to how the nature of humanity. I mean, you think of any hot button issue, you will find an echo chamber on that issue, straight up. Like no homo. Like you think of any issue people debate today, you will find an echo chamber for that issue. The problem is when someone says, "Hey, this is a free space, an open platform," but they still pretend it's like an echo. It's not an echo chamber. Like you think you go on Gem Panda server and Flat Earth will ever be taken seriously? They tell you right from the start, like be ready. If you identify as a flat earther on that server, you have a target on your back.
No, that's not a place to go and have a conversation because if they know that you're somebody that they consider a flat earther,
not even that. I mean, if you go against the official narrative, I mean, Zanuck doesn't even go around there anymore because he believes that climate change is a hoax, like climate alarmist. I mean, they go after him for that because if you go against anything NASA says on that server, they will come after you by any means necessary. They won't even blink an eye.
Dude, those climate change people, that is going to be one of the most ridiculous cults of all time.
Yeah, because even in the globe,
but these climate change cults are they're gonna be a death cult, bro, and they're gonna not only commit suicide but murder people outside of their own cult. It's gonna be bad.
See, that's what's really dumb too, because if you look at the heliocentric model, it explains global warming. because they show data, climate data, from the other planets that increase directly proportional to Earth. So it's the sun. It's like the sun caused climate change. But yet somehow if you say that, you're a denialist. You're a sun. If you accept the heliocentric model fully, then they still attack you because they want some sort of carbon tax. They want government to control how much oxygen you breathe. Yeah, Babs, I will make positive claims all day. I have never been more sure of anything in my life when I tell you the Earth is flat. I will answer every question you have, perfect, down to the last detail. There'll be no doubt in your mind as to why I think the Earth is flat. Go ahead, fire away. See, the thing is, though, I know myself. When you get to be my age, I know me like no one else knows me. There's no one left on Earth who knows me better than I know me. Okay? Both my parents are long gone. Okay? No one knows me like I know me. There's nothing you can tell me about me. So when I tell you what I think is true, there's nothing you're going to be able to do about that until you understand it first. Once you understand where I'm coming from, then you'll be able to make some kind of rebuttal. Understanding shouldn't be that hard to ask. It's a very easy position I'm taking. It's the beginning of humanity.
Listen to what this lowlife just said. He typed that last time I was on Gems, I got wrecked by him. Now, we were talking about the woke movement.
Dude,
and we were talking about male athletes, and I was saying they shouldn't be allowed to compete in female sports, in the Olympics. A woman training all her life, and then, she looks beside her when the big moment comes and there's a man there, right? Pretending to be a woman. And these guys were defending that. And somehow this guy thinks that I got wrecked defending that position. You degenerate human being.
Yeah, I think his troll is just to keep saying that he said something about comments I made or some one-on-one with him, which has never even been discussed. So he's just kind of making up the same storyline, and then he's just sort of like labeling it to different people that it's not even connected with.
Exactly, Gio. That's what he does. Yeah. I'm here right now, you yellow belly. Right here, right now. And so is Gio.
Well, don't try
You're
to
a man, come in.
How about this, right? As the only proof I need for the globe, for that if you really believe the Earth is a globe, just come in and say hi. That's the only proof I need, that I know you think the Earth is a globe.
Hide in an echo chamber, you clown. I had a conversation with Fight the Flat Earth for an hour and a half the other day. Where were you?
We just talked about being on rhetoric.
Run away, little man. Run away. Know your place. Run away.
Right, when I joined today in the VC, we just talked about me and you being on the conspiracy server that wasn't open to flat Earth. And he talks about we hide in echo chambers. We just got done talking about the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, he wants us to go to his echo chamber. I don't get it. Just fucking talk, man. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, because he knows that there's going to be those autistic retards, those altards, who are going to make a bunch of noise, say ridiculous things in chat. Besides, some people can't even go to Gems. They ban people arbitrarily for no reason whatsoever.
And by the way, Space Poop, when I go to Gems, I talk to 5, 6, 7, 8 people at the same time. all of which are much more intelligent than you. Keep that in mind.
The first time I got banned from gems, I got banned for not using a complete sentence. I mean, like, are you serious? Like, you can ban people because my sentence wasn't, like, complete. Like, it wasn't a complete sentence. I just spoke in some sort of jargon. Who cares? If I just made a chicken sound, there's that guy Pyro. That dude Pyro only squawks. He only blurts and makes sounds, but he's never banned. Why would the flat earther be banned for doing the same thing this guy does? Even if what they said is true. Say like Veech. Veech said I wasn't making a complete sentence. Okay, sure. What about all the other people who don't make complete sentences? Why aren't they banned? Oh, they believe the Earth is a globe. That's why. But I mean, the ban only lasted like 10 seconds, so I mean, it wasn't quote unquote a ban. But it was still ridiculous, is what I'm trying to. My point I'm making here. Yeah, I'm looking for that. I have a screenshot of that. The trans swimmer. He's like or she, whatever, jumping off the starting block. He's like, or she is 3 feet ahead of the other swimmers, just off the starting block. And I can't remember what
That
stage
is
it's
hilarious. Have you seen all the memes and shit of like Aquaman and shit like that?
Yeah. This guy or gal, sorry, okay, I Freudian slip. This gal was going
It is
to
a guy.
win.
Let's just keep it 100. It is a fucking man.
Well, in a way, I'm actually a fan of that because for all the feminists that are saying that there's no difference between men and women, this is proving them wrong. So there's an obvious difference.
Yeah, there's been trans swimmers since like the 90s, but they always lost. They never got close to the top 3. And suddenly now there's a trans swimmer who's winning, and they're worked up by it. That's I'm like, really? Okay. So you were fine if men were losing, so you could claim some sort of feminine superiority. But when men now win, it's like he's cheating. See, this drives me crazy why I saved something and I can't find it. Here, I found the whale fart meme I made for Bandy, but I can't find that. Still waiting, Space Pope. You just gotta come in and jump in and say, "I."
Wait, yeah. Why is everyone so qualified to speak on this magical, mystical, fucking fairy tale place that no one's ever been to?
That
like,
too.
imagine if everyone thought that they're an expert on some fucking island that nobody ever went to. Like, how you would feel about that?
Whine like a little girl. When I go to the place that you say I don't go, you should hear what they call me there. This is nothing. This is nothing. Trust me. And you know that very well.
It's funny because this server could actually be the fairest moderation out of every server I've ever been in, which is the funny part that they're bitching about it over here.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't find it. If I'll look for it later though. It's like there's like someone took a camera shot right when the divers or the swimmers were jumping at the starting block, and the dude was like 2 feet ahead, just right from the very beginning. I don't know why. I don't remember why I saved it as. That's why I always kind of name things weird, you know, when I name.
Don't be scared, Space Pope. Come in. I promise you I will respect you as long as you remain respectful. I'll keep my word.
Here, check this out.
We'll have a civil conversation.
I found some other funny stuff when I was looking though. Look at this gal. She throws her phone in the water. That's why I see Space Pope. That's Space Pope right there. Like, he's got the flat earther. He reeled them in and then throws his phone in the water.
That's right, Gio. That's right. You're absolutely right. And you should see how he is on those servers. If you think he's toxic on other ones, oh man, you should hear how he is in his home.
Yeah, especially in text chat from what I've seen. Yeah, he just oh man, yeah, it's like one thing like, you know, in voice, you know, something, you know, it's a heated thing or whatever, but yeah, it's like his, like I just typed there, it's like his main thing to just sit in text chat and type some of the, I mean, he'll dox people, he'll do all kinds of stuff. He'll make up things about people. I mean, he'll go to the vile level. It's just, yeah, it's
Charming.
Has he
Yeah,
always
you're not lying. That's for real. Yeah.
has he always been like that?
Yep.
Okay.
And you know why I'm kind of like picking on him in a sense? Because when he flipped, when he became a baller, I was one of the few people that never insulted him. I respected his opinion. And then one day he just decided he's going to start on me. Well, you picked the wrong guy, dude.
Never cross SC.
Never.
I mean, the main thing is that like there's a difference between when a conversation like if the points are still being discussed, but there's an insult here and there, that's one thing, and like that's not ideal. But I mean, at least you know there's still a discussion. It's when it goes to shit show territory where that's all that's happening, you know. So it seems like I would say just most likely he wants it to be able to go to that, because once it gets to that, the points can all be obfuscated. Basically, you can obfuscate anytime you want, and you just turn it into that, and then usually, you know. Like that even happened with that thing the other day with Fight the Flat Earth. At the beginning, you know, there was actually some points being made. Then near the end, it just like it, you know, ended at that, and then you can't really get to any actual points. So seems like yeah, he just wants to make sure it can go to a shit show.
Yeah. One guy came in and triggered him because we were having a good convo, and I was surprised. He was being almost a gentleman. And then one guy triggered him. and then it became, like you said, a shit show. Yeah.
Well, Fight the Flat Earth, that's like his actual like channel. I mean, that's what he's actually like. That's I haven't watched too much of his channel, but it seems like almost every single show is like that. It kind of starts out, he kind of, feigns as if he's going to be, legit and civil and respectful with the mic time and all that. And then about halfway through, he's over talking the other person, all that. And then about 3/4 of the way, usually it's just the dumpster fire is lit. And from there.
Yeah. Yeah. Muting and insulting. Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, I heard Whitsit in here yesterday. And one guy he got to talking to was a pretty notorious troll from 24/7. And I don't think Whitsit knew the guy, so he kept talking to him. But yeah, it's like the guy starts out and you can have a decent conversation with him, but eventually it just turns into him losing all touch with reality, and you're wondering what went wrong or who you're talking to. So like, I mean, because
we knew he was a troll, bro. We knew it.
Oh, okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, I was here. He even told him, "Look, I know you're trolling, but at least try harder." He was telling him, at least be entertaining. Yeah, we knew he was a troll.
Okay, all right, yeah. I was like, I didn't catch on at first, but I was like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. Okay, well y'all know it's cool.
And right before that, that was so funny. You guys hear about the gay bomb?
Nope.
What's
Neither
that?
had I. Come on in, Space Pope. I'll be very polite. I'll talk like this. Okay, Space Pope, it's your turn now. Would you care to rebut?
Over and out.
Over.
10-4.
Hello, kind sir. How may I?
Did you say gravity? Yes, sir.
You're like having
I
tea and
love it.
crumpets.
You should have a room, Geo. Flat Earth high tea. Come in, sir.
Tea and crumpets at the ready?
Cream and sugar.
Yeah.
Every time we talk, we'll do that thing. Remember from Saturday Night Live where he's like, "I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me."
Oh, I used to die laughter on that one, man. When he used to look in the mirror, oh my god, that's a good one, bro.
Yeah.
That guy became a senator here in Minnesota. Al
What?
Franken. Yeah, Al Franklin. He became a senator here.
That's when Saturday Night Live was really good with Belushi and yeah.
Yeah, it's like, think about Minnesota has had a pro wrestler and a comedian as their like federal representatives.
Ukraine. Comedian as a president.
I know, it's hilarious, right? When a comedian is taken seriously and the politician is laughed at.
I wonder why they get so spiteful, though. I don't understand that. Like, they get so angry, so mean and insulting, and it just, they've gone to that, you know, they can't have a conversation anymore.
Because it's not about flat Earth. It's about something that has been bothering them since childhood, something that they want to blame someone else for, and flat Earth is the perfect victim for that.
Could it be like they have bad lives, miserable lives, they're unhappy, and this is like an escape, and they could start like feeling better and smarter than other people? I don't know.
Mummy and daddy issues.
Yeah.
Unresolved.
Well, to be fair, I would say that this server does attract the nicer Globers who you can hang out with. So that's nice.
I think Geo's just set a good standard and not tolerated the bullshit for too long. Tolerated for a little while. They know not to come, essentially. Rumpus comes in every now and then and goes with his tactics, and they last for a little while. They're tolerated, and then he deafens and mutes, and he's out again for a couple of weeks or whatever.
I actually had not heard Rumpus before, and I heard him the other day. So I actually was thinking he'd be a lot worse than he actually was.
But thank Geo for that. He has to be a bit tame.
Yeah. I would say, yeah, Geo, he has a good crew here.
Here, I finally found it. Here, that Leah Thompson off the starting block.
Good work.
Nice, bro.
Like, how is that fair?
I'm keeping that one. Now imagine defending that and accusing the person that's against that of being like a Nazi and should get rounded up and locked up.
The other women in that competition lost the first second. They were already done.
Jem told me I'm a bigot and I deserve to be rounded up just for questioning this.
I found it because it is starting block, but I had saved it BLOVK. So I
oh, you should have named it Starting Cock.
I know.
And this is Space Pope. This is when he wrote before that I got destroyed on last time I was on Gems. This is to what he's referring to, that I got destroyed on.
On this issue right here.
Yeah, this and the woke movement. And I even had another conversation. Funny, I haven't seen him there. I've probably been there more than him. We had another conversation when I asked him, what is a woman? Space Pope, were you there for that? Or they wanted to crucify me. Was that you, Bandy?
It certainly was, SC. How you going, my friend?
Uh-oh.
Good, bro. What's up?
There's trouble.
There's trouble. Well, what do I missed out on? Anything exciting?
Nah, not really.
Okay, cool.
We have a troll in the chat, Space
Oh,
Pope.
do we? Oh, damn.
I had offered that he just has to come in here and say hi as the only proof of the globe I need. And he won't even do that.
Damn. Oh, well. Looks like he's got a bee in his bonnet if I scroll through. Wow. Damn.
Some issues?
You think? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the gravity of it all has got to him.
Yeah, he's just found out he shouldn't have lined up 3 times. That's gotta hurt.
What do you think, Space Pope? Should he be allowed to compete in the women's swim? What do you think?
What? Not a chance. Not a chance.
You haven't heard his answer yet.
Okay. We'll hold our breath. Actually, I won't hold my breath because he'll probably deliberately not answer.
Or he's gonna come back with an insult.
He loves this server though. I say he loves it. Can't get enough of it.
That'd be why not Space Pope just make his own server and invite the flat earthers he wants to talk to?
Because nobody would go there. That's why.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that'd be a good insight into his behavior patterns.
Jerry.
Yeah, what's up?
You got something. You got an issue, do you, Jerry, with your model?
Yeah,
Your
I got
lack
a
of
problem,
model.
man.
By the looks of things, your problem is deciding which hand your spoon should be in while you're eating that pasta and
Oh,
sausage.
that was a tough choice. I had to ignore, thousands of years of science to make my choice.
Exactly. Oh, that's gold. Absolute gold.
It's all about choices.
Anyways, good night, guys. It's getting late here.
All right, buddy.
Sleep it up.
Take it easy. See you in the trenches. It's about that time when the second shift should be kicking in. Reinforcements coming soon.
Oh, I thought it was about that time.
Oh,
Because that's past that time.
getting close to that time.
Yeah, so
close to that.
What is it? What time is it for you, Bandy?
4:30, mate. 4:30.
In the afternoon, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So what's it like in the future? You got flying cars yet?
Man, I'm looking forward to flying cars. You know what I'm looking forward to, Crit? I am looking forward to our space agency launching rockets directly over my head and splashing into the ocean.
Oh,
They said that Australia is going to build a space agency.
Yeah, we're building one. Yeah.
Sweet.
And then wouldn't they have to return all the natives' children back to their families first before they?
No, we're using them as the labour to build the facility.
Yeah, so we know it won't work.
It reminds me of one of the very first conversations I had in this topic, like in 2015, 16. An Australian dude who told me there's no such thing as a government conspiracy. I said, "Have you heard of stolen generations?"
It's eggshells. That would have been eggshells.
Yeah, I'm like, have you heard of a word called stolen generations at all? Like a whistleblower blew the whistle about a government conspiracy, right? Have you heard about it? And the dude was like, that wasn't a conspiracy. That was just a few rogue actors. I'm like, oh my god. I can't even, dude. I just can't, right? Like a few rogue people just completely just removed a generation of people's children from their the household because they weren't Christian. And you're like, you can tell me that was just a few people have that much power. That
Oh, but they didn't mean it.
Okay. Hey, Moongazer, I will give you all the evidence you asked for. Step by step. Perfect. Down to the last detail. That there will be no doubt in your mind that the earth is flat. Now, I can't guarantee you'll accept it, but I can guarantee that there will be no doubt in your mind. The only issue is, I think if you're going to start saying, when you dismiss evidence because I'm old, or because, like, Crit's an idiot, that would be the problem I think you'll run into in server rules. As long as you just keep asking questions and keep getting answers, you'll be all right.
We love questions.
Yeah.
We
Fire
love
away,
them.
dude.
Oh, question everything.
Yeah.
Dude,
Just don't ask any stupid ones.
No, I think, yeah, even stupid questions are good. There's no stupid question. There's only stupid people.
So no, we are all about the questions.
Yeah, don't be shy,
Definitely.
dude. If anything, Space Pulp, you could say you put a ribbon in your hat that you went onto Geo's server and you tamed the dragon.
Yeah.
If anything, right? Just make it up, dude. Your whole worldview is made up anyway. Just come in here and say hi and pretend. Oh, he deleted it. Okay, I guess we could drop it then.
What if Geo mutes everyone except Crit and moon gazing? And then, moon gazing won't have any issues with, people piling on.
Or the
'cause
live
that's his
stream
main
too.
concern.
Remember, who's that dude that me, Bandy, and Jerry, we went to like
Defogger.
live stream? Oh, yeah, that's right, Defogger. And he got to say,
That's right.
yeah, he got to say everything he wanted. No one interrupted him, and he left on his own. He said, "If I say Hubble one more time, right?"
Yep.
Yeah. He said, "Don't say Hubble one more time, or I'm out of here."
Yeah, because somehow if
Oh,
a flat
dude.
earther invokes a Hubble telescope, that means the Earth is a globe.
I think that went pretty
That's
well,
tough.
actually.
So too, yeah, I had clipped it because he. Remember when he started making bird sounds? Like his voice went so high, it was like
right. Yeah.
Bird sounds. Fuck no.
It was hilarious, dude. His voice went so high, it was chirping. It was actually.
chirping.
It was unintelligible.
That's
He asked
awesome.
me on a different server. He asked me if I was proud of him. I told him I'm proud of you any day you don't make bird sounds. I think Jerry was there for that, right? When me and him were going back and forth.
Yeah, that was rough.
I was like, any day you don't make a bird sound, I'm proud of you, man. I'm
Yeah.
proud of you, dog.
No, we definitely did give him the platform just to have a one-on-one, and we did honor that. So
yeah, the thing too, he called me out. He went to this server and said, "I want to talk to Crit." I'm like, all right, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You know?
Yeah. Well, it got pretty hectic when we asked for evidence.
He was okay for when he was asking like me and you questions, but when it was time for us to ask questions, yeah, he was not having it.
Yeah. And I tried to stay out of it myself. I was just trying to moderate between you guys.
Yeah, the only time you jumped in was when you tried to paraphrase what I said because he made it seem like I was speaking. But my speech was unintelligible. Like he couldn't understand what I was saying, and you're like, okay, well, certainly let me translate English to English for you.
Exactly. But I've been asked to set up a debate between George and Flat Earth Data if I can. Believe it or not.
Flat Earth Data.
That reminds me of the Obi-Wan Kenobi meme. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. How's he been? Travis, right? That's the same guy. Father of Data / Travis.
Oh, is it Travis? Is it?
Yeah, he's a mod on Brandon's, right?
No,
Or
Flat Earth Data? No, Flat Earth Data, right?
no, yeah,
I'm thinking of the
Travis
wrong person.
and yeah, they're two different people.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah, I got it messed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I haven't heard.
Oh, that's
from
the Ether
Travis in a
band.
while.
The Ether.
Right.
Okay, the Ether. Cause where's he been? Because he used to be hanging around a lot too.
He's doing his thing.
Doing studies.
Yeah, because so Flat Earth Data, he's the guy who was writing the book, right? Or is that the different guy too?
Writing a book. That's
I
Ether
don't know.
Band, isn't it?
Okay,
Yeah.
that's Ether Band who's doing the book.
I believe so.
Oh.
About
No. Ether Band is Travis. He's a photographer, and Flat Earth Data is writing a book.
Okay, there we go. Those are I got those two guys crossed for a second there.
I thought Travis was rewriting Refraction. Andrew Thomas Young, Thomas, he was going to do something. Isn't he doing something with regards to a book, Travis? Or is it just photos? Andrew Thomas Young. That's
He actually got me to send him a email.
Andrew Thomas Young.
Yeah. Travis asked me to send.
Good on him. He must have harassed you good.
Well, no. He just asked me, can I email Andrew Thomas Young because he's not responding to any of his emails anymore.
Did you preface it with, "This is not about flat Earth"? Did he respond?
Or maybe the question maybe inferred that. I don't know, but yeah, no, I didn't get any response from him. But anyways, like I haven't got a response from NASA or the Melbourne University. I haven't got a.
Curious.
Yeah, but anyway, I can't.
They're too busy, mate. That's all. It's not the question. They're just too busy doing real science, important stuff. I hear they're lining up to grow fucking that frilly leaf variety of lettuce now on the International Space Station.
Oh, really?
So I think, yeah, there must have been fucking scientists hard at work getting that organised. I forget the name of the frilly leaf, but pretty special. Certainly not plain old iceberg, mate.
That'd be the title, JJ, The Never-Ending Story.
What's the fucking point of growing lettuce anyway? Like, what sustenance, like, is anyone getting from fucking lettuce?
Why the hell would you want to grow alfalfa sprouts or lettuce on the space station? Like, what are they going to do
No
for you
idea.
exactly? What the hell? What a waste of water. Well, you got to water these things. Don't you have a limited supply of water?
Well, look, I think there might be some logic to the sprouts, maybe, you know, but fucking not lettuce, man. What's lettuce doing for you?
Well, apparently the sprouts grow towards the direction of gravity, apparently.
Oh, but if you don't have gravity, which way are they growing?
Exactly right. So they
Don't they grow? Oh,
well,
is that the science they're doing? Cutting edge. Will they grow?
Shouldn't they technically grow in every direction?
Well, not if they need a direction to sprout, like to grow. No. But hey, that's the cutting edge shit they're doing, maybe, mate. That'll save the planet. That will.
Like, they wouldn't grow towards the direction of a light source at all. That wouldn't happen.
Nah, nothing does that.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all. What would I know? I'm not a botanist. Why don't trees grow down towards the center of the earth?
They do. They do. It's called a root system.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. Really, they don't really go.
Yeah, see, I asked that to Biodual a while ago. He gave me some answer that there was like other forces working on it. I was like, all right, but still, it's like, yeah, it's a good question. Like, why don't plant roots go straight down?
Yeah, you know, because if these forces this force is acting on them, right? Wouldn't they go more down than they would out?
No, it's by design to go out so they can get more nutrient potential, you know, more availability of nutrients.
Yeah, but they've got a force acting upon them. They can't have an independent mind to go wherever they want to.
No, they do. It's path of least resistance, really. So the tip of the roots move around and they just follow the path of least resistance and head towards moisture, really. But then you've got capillary action through the tree itself, or even plants, you know, bushes that requires the the direction of whatever we want to call it, gravity, etc. Because without that, the water wouldn't shoot up the middle, would it?
God, I had to do a job on a house one day where this root system had got underneath the house, and some of the places that the roots had worked their way into. I tell you what, it did not look like the path of least resistance to me.
Well, if they have to, they will, won't they?
Mm.
Yeah.
But yeah, it caused quite a bit of damage actually.
Yeah, they'll do a lot looking for water. I mean, it's surprising the amount of people that plant fucking trees close to their home and don't really think about what the roots are doing. Fig trees, for example. Fucking hell.
we're going to be talking spherical triangles again tonight. What do you reckon?
I don't fucking know, but it's done with. We should just not even accept it unless they've got something new that they're talking, like bringing to the table.
It wasn't done with last night. That's for sure.
How can it not be? Every time I'm in a discussion about it, it comes down to the fact that to actually do it physically, it has to be too big to do practically, like every other fucking test for anything ball related.
There's a new baller on the scene by the name of, what is his name? Let me see.
So he left a mark then.
Yeah, Leaky Sawyers. He's going to be
Leaky sore ass.
Yep.
He's got a leaky sore ass. That's disgusting.
He is going to be the next big name. Right. I can feel it now.
Not like that. That's like Wayne King.
I can feel it. He came in and it was just Jeremy and I, and he wanted to go. Had a couple of questions because he's a university student who is writing a paper. He's writing a paper, mate, on flat Earth at
papers.
uni. Yeah. So he had a
Those ones that you roll the green shit into. Love those.
Yeah. So we had a few questions to ask. Well, he didn't really get past the first question, actually. So so he has some homework to do. But it was funny because he came in and then he was kind of getting tied up. Anyway, the alert must have gone out over the airwaves that one of your owners in trouble, and then the reinforcements came in one by one.
Ah, of course. Who was the first one in?
I think. Oh, the actual order I don't know, but I'm gonna say Gummy, then Doofus, but it might have been Doofus then Gummy.
Okay.
Nate tried to give him a chop out. Anyway, I sent him a DM and I said, mate, it's too late. It's too late to pull out the fire extinguisher. He jumped into the kitchen. let him burn himself. Let him burn himself. See where it
Love
goes.
it.
So he was quite happy just to sit back and then Bacon came along, and I can't remember if anyone else, but anyway, they were the names that were trying to save him at the time.
I wonder if they got the Batman fucking skylight signal or whether they just happened to mosey on in and see what was going down.
God, and then before that we had Flat Earth Data in here. Oh my God, that was between Howard and myself. It was crazy trying to keep that under control.
I mean, that's what is really odd about the globalists. They'll pretend like flat earthers are illiterate, they have no education, they can't write a book. You can go on Amazon and see hundreds of books about flat earthers, about flat Earth. Like what are you talking about? Like, like you can just type in flat Earth on Amazon, hundreds of books pop up.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I get that premise.
3 of them
a
are
lot.
mine.
Someone always comes into this server that I'm in, and they say that they're a student doing a research paper on conspiracies or like weird points of view or some type of social studies research thing. It's always the same thing, and I think it's just a good premise for a troll. That's what I think.
Yeah. Were you here for the new fellow Jerry? The
I got off when he got on, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But don't take that the wrong way. I logged off when he got on. I didn't get off. You know what I'm saying.
Oh, really? No one took it that way. Fuck. No one.
Damn.
Jesus Christ. You fucking hope not. Jesus.
Actually, you're I've never looked at this Flat Earth. Amazon. Damn. You're right, Crit. There's heaps of them. Here we go.
Like Zan Garcia has like 6 books by himself. The guy who won all the court cases for Flat Earth.
Uh-huh.
You got to fund those fucking legal fees somehow, don't you?
He won, though. That's what I'm saying. He won the court cases. The other guy had to pay it. It was funny too. Like if you expand the topic out even further to like zeticism or like observational science or whatever, it goes into like thousands of books.
Yeah. Oh well, just with the terminology flat Earth is at least 75 pages, and there's what, a dozen or so books to each page, at least, maybe more.
I know, it's crazy. It's like, and the globalists will tell you that's all a conspiracy theory. None of those books are real. You can't order none of one of those books you can order. They don't actually exist. It's all like the government, pretending or whatever.
Really? Available instantly.
I know.
Instantly.
Go on, order one.
Only 4 left in stock. Only 4 left in stock.
Oh, quick. You better be quick.
Damn. Available
Really?
instantly. Really? None of them available. Go figure.
It's like those flights. When you actually go to buy it, it won't let you. Sorry.
Damn. Look at this. Free delivery on first order.
Oh. Definitely order 2.
Bestseller. Damn.
That's very well.
Only 2 left. Paperback, $30. Hardcover, $40. Damn.
What's $10? Everyone knows it's better to have a hardcover.
Yeah, what's this one? A breath of intellectual fresh air, an amusing look at how to dispel endemic pseudoscience and conspiracy theories through rational thinking. Interesting. Oh man, and you even have a Kindle price. So instead of paying $30 or $40, you can get it on Kindle for $1.98. It just gets better and better.
$1.98. That's a bit of a
Order,
savings, isn't it?
order today, get it by Wednesday, the 11th of May. Like, this is incredible.
Hasn't been time for Mother's Day, mate.
Yeah, just in time for Mother's Day. Here's your father's book, Mom.
They even have kids' books. Earth is flat like a mat. That's cool.
Didn't Eric Dubay make a children's book?
I think he did, Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, I think it was with someone else, like maybe another artist, or yeah, it was. I'm trying to remember who it is. I think it's a woman, like an artist, that did the drawings, and then I think he kind of provided the the wording. And maybe she did some of the wording too. I'm not sure, but I think it was done with someone. Yeah, if I remember.
Let's see what comes up. Might be able to find it.
Yeah, I found it. It's called The Earth Plane.
Yeah, yeah. He's actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The little explanation says the Earth Plane is a riveting science adventure story that follows a young boy and his grandfather through a series of scientific experiments and expeditions, ending in an incredible discovery that our world is not at all what we've been taught. Oh yeah, the other person, it says illustrated by Can Ev Art. Can Ev Art. Whoever that is. I'm not sure who that is, but
A pseudonym, huh?
Can Ev Art? Can Ev Art. It's like 3 different words, like K-A-N and then E-V and then A-R-T.
He's written like 7 books, Eric DeVay. There we go. Good on him. Good on him.
I just found a YouTube channel. Yeah, this is probably it. Can Ev Art on YouTube, because it's got flat Earth artwork. One of his videos. So yeah, this is probably. I thought it was a woman though, but maybe it's a man. I guess I'm not sure, but for some reason I thought it was a woman. But
Did you hear me before, Joe? George wants to debate flat Earth data.
George Hatchnick?
Yep.
With flat Earth data?
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I know.
Why? Where's he been saying that? What?
Over in Blues server.
He's trying to challenge flat Earth data to a debate.
Yeah, well, he says it's not a fair playing field whenever he's spoken to him, and that he can destroy flat Earth data in an instant. And I said, well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is, buddy? Challenge him to a debate. He goes, yep, I would do it any time, as long as it's we have a topic and it's moderated fairly. And I said, well, there'll be no problems there getting that done, and we can do it in a strict format. One person speaks for 3 minutes or so, the other person is quiet, and then a response. You know, if you want to do it like that. And he was more than willing. He said, "Where would this happen?" I said, "Well, it's only going to happen over in Geo server, Earth Awakenings. It's going to happen anywhere." And he went, "Yeah, well, arrange it." And yeah, I definitely want to destroy the bleep 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 bleep. And I said, "Well, mate, we'll see. You put your money where your mouth is, and the audience can decide what sort of job you do or don't do."
Yeah. Huh. Well, I haven't heard from him in a while. George. I don't think he's been on here in a while.
No, well, he refuses to come over here because he doesn't think things are done fairly, which I took umbrage to a little bit myself. He thinks everything's very much one-sided, and I said, "Well, I disagree with that a little bit, but at the end of the day, if there is going to be a little bit of bias, well, you know," I said, "there's going to be bias on this server, George, is probably what there is going to be on other servers, depending on what sort of server you go to. But I think on the whole, I think it's moderated pretty fairly."
Yeah, well, I mean, if it comes down to two sides of a discussion like that or a debate, yeah, I mean, if you're going to try to make those into sides, I would say we're very fair on both to give both people their full time to speak, and so yeah. No, I don't think. I think his only issues here, he gets very very vile and toxic. So I think some of these guys that find that they can't do that here, they just kind of try to claim that it's that we're unfair, even though really they're the ones doing that, and they're just being moderated for that. And so yeah, I think part of their like reaction is often like, "Well, you're unfair," and it's like, well, no, it's not really the case. You're just doing things that are toxic and attacking people and all that kind of stuff. So. Because yeah, I mean that's no matter what. If there's a good discussion happening, and someone's trying to create a shit show, yeah, we're gonna stop whoever's trying to create the shit show. So
yeah,
no matter what side they're on or whatever it may be. I mean, yeah, insults fly here and there. Obviously, you know, not ideal for a professional type discussion, but yeah, I mean, you know, happens and whatnot. But
yeah. And yeah, anyway, I pointed out to him, like, if you want something formal, you know, all the over talking and all that sort of stuff can be moderated as per agreed.
yeah, you know what we could do? How fair is this? How about we give both those guys muting capabilities temporarily for that show? Everyone else will be muted, and they just go at it. How much more fair can that be? They can each mute each other. Now, granted, we'd have to step in if they were just, you know, and they're just mute, unmute, mute, unmute. I mean, you can't have that. But I mean, that's one way to do it. So, you know, just let them do it. Otherwise, we'll moderate to let each side speak like we always do.
Yeah. Well, I just said the best way to moderate anything, George, is I said it doesn't matter if you agree or sorry, you disagree with what the other person is saying, and if they're trying to straw man you or misrepresent you in any way, shape, or form, you have to button your lip, right? And you let them finish, and when they finish, then you get your opportunity to respond to it, right? But and that's the fairest way you can do it, really. Like, you might not like it if someone is misrepresenting your argument or what you're saying, right? And in a general kind of chat room, yeah, that kind of over talking kind of happens, and the moderation kind of has to step in. But if you're in a formal sort of debate setting, you've got to let it slide, and you have to wait for your opportunity to rebut what has just been said, and set the record straight. And I don't think it can get fairer than that, Gio, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's what we always do. Just, I mean, if it turns into complete dumpster fire, then yeah, we try to put out the fire before it before it burns the whole city down. And otherwise, like, yeah, I mean, we don't even really mute unless somebody's just over talking or doing that. So yeah, I mean, it's.
And sometimes you may let it go maybe a little bit longer than what it should, because you're kind of just thinking in the background, come on, it'll sort itself out. Come on, guys, you'll settle down yourself. But yeah, you get to the stage where you can see it's obviously not going to, and yeah, that's when you have to take action. But
yeah, I mean, I think in terms of these discussions, we've done something here that has virtually never been done on Discord before, which is to actually be fair. I mean, I'm not trying to like go after any particular servers, but as many of us know, and a lot of other servers discussing this topic, they are far from fair. Like, actually just dominate, muting, banning, all kinds of stuff, literally just crushing globe earthers, that come in just with just complete like muting and banning and just absolute shutting down, mute them and ridicule them, mute them and ridicule them, and then ban them finally. I mean, that's what happens on so many other. So the fact that never happens here ever, and everybody gets their chance to speak fairly. And yeah, I mean, if people are insulting and whatnot, yeah, I mean, sometimes mods let it fly. Sometimes they jump in. So, and yeah, I mean, in terms of that, like, it is possible that some people get away with more than others in certain ways. But it's ultimately up to the mods to kind of do that. And I don't think that that's unfair at the end of the day. So
no. We just keep on doing what we're doing, mate.
Like, even Howard, that's a Globe Earth moderator, like, he's very fair on both sides from everything he's done.
Oh, when we had Data and whoever it was the other night, and it was just going hammer for tongs, and it was getting a little bit out of control. And Howard and I were DMing in the background, and I think I sent him a message, something along the lines of, Howard, you moderate the globe side, and I'll moderate the flat earth side, or maybe vice versa. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, it's just a shame sometimes and it's hard too when when some people monologue a lot, Geo, right? And there's culprits on both sides, but when they get interrupted, right, it takes them 10 times longer to finish the point that they were going to say in the first place, because then they go on a rant about how they've been interrupted and whatnot. And it's just like, well, okay, then you don't like the monologue, but just bite your tongue a little bit longer, and it'll be over quicker than if you interrupt. Hey, exactly. A string of mute.
But we could actually try doing it that way with some people, like literally give them both mute abilities, and then everyone else will step back. Everyone else will be muted. Granted, I mean, there still have to be moderators there, because if it got, well, first of all, they might just mute each other constantly. There's that. But so they would have to figure it out how to let each other speak. And yeah, perhaps, you know, for some people it wouldn't work. I think for some it might. But no, I mean, yeah, that would be interesting to try for some people, but
I think it's difficult when you're in the main room. Like you come into a main room, Joe, and it is open for everyone to talk, right? And yeah, you know, you have discussions that happen between a couple of people, but you know, being in the main room, it is open for other people to be able to jump in. Now, if you just want a conversation just between the two of you, well, then you go, you know what, I want this conversation just to be between the two of us, and we'll take it to a different room. And
yeah,
a moderator can follow them down, and if it is made clear that the conversation is going to be just between the two of them, anyone that comes down into that other room has to put themselves on mute. They can't jump in, and if they do jump in, well, then they get moderated appropriately. But if two people want to go toe to toe, well, that toe to toe probably shouldn't be done in the main room, when the main room is just that. It's the main room where anyone can speak.
Right. No, I agree with that. If you're going to have a specific, whether it's a debate or a discussion or whatever it may be, that's just two people, and that's really the way to do that is just to have the other room be that when everyone joins, they're automatically muted, so that way they don't, they'll just know that they're muted, because it's a one-on-one discussion, kind of like the stage channels work. But I can also set up the perms. Like, let's say we were going to do that in live stream too. I could just takes about 5 minutes. I could just go through and reset the perms to where everybody who joins will be muted, other than moderators and the two people speaking. So then people will just know that that's why they're muted, and then that way there won't be disruptions at all. Instead of every time someone comes in, then we have to remind them, oh, it's only these two. But yeah, I mean, it's still, when it's like a full room and it's an open panel, it still can work to where, like, if everybody's just chilling and listening to those two, and the mods let it be known, for let's say 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. And sometimes, like, when it's really heated between two people like that, like, and if they're over talking each other, but they both really want to get in, and sometimes, like, the only solution, I mean, is to, like, mute one while the other speaks, and then, and then once they're finished, unmute them and mute the other guy, and then, back and forth, just unmute one, mute the other, unmute one. And it takes a ridiculous amount of work for the mod to do that. I've done that. It's like, oh my God, you got to sit there clicking the button, nonstop. But what's more fair than that? Meaning, like, not letting a shit show happen, not letting the insults go crazy, and then just giving them both a complete fair shake to speak their full side. That's as fair as it gets.
Yeah. I know I've said a couple of times, when there's kind of just been a couple of people and they want to go toe to toe, and other people try to jump in, I've jumped in and said, hey, look, just back off a minute. Just let these couple of guys go at it for a few minutes and let them kind of sort it out. I've definitely said that a couple of times, but on the whole, like, it is a bit harder in, like I say, in a group room where it is inviting for everyone to let two people go at it for half an hour or an hour. I think it's a bit unfair to the rest of the room if they do want to pipe in with their opinion or their view or a counterpoint that they think is a good thing.
Right. Yeah, because when it's an open panel, we don't ever, like, mute anyone else just for jumping in. We always but we may have to mute and unmute those two people because they're just, because if that's needed, but still someone else can jump in. But sometimes we do ask just kind of to let two people just at least kind of finish, for at least a minute or two, just kind of what what they were in. But yeah, I think it's good to keep to the integrity of an open panel, and if it's an open panel, people know it's open. I mean, you might have to kind of wait your turn a little bit just so those two people can finish, their point, but. Or at least if they were on a little bit, because sometimes two people do get into a back and forth that perhaps the rest of the room might want to actually hear the completion of, and then someone else jumping in and changing the topic might detract from that to some degree. So I think it can still work like that on an open panel. But yeah, ultimately the best way to do it is to have it preset to where those two people can, like, that a time when since Babs was in here earlier, you know, that time where he did that kind of one-on-one with Jerry, and it was awesome because they were able to just, you know, go back and forth, knowing that they could both continue to go through everything they were talking about without someone else jumping in and changing the topic or bringing up something new or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind seeing Jerry going head to head a bit more, actually. Sticking his head up, putting it on the chopping block, so to speak.
Yeah,
I mean,
I bet you would.
I personally, yeah, I vote for that as well. I'll give that a +1.
Exactly.
Well, because Jerry, because you are a little bit quieter, like your mic is usually a little bit quieter, and then you don't have as much of the, you know, some people are very like boisterous and dominating, and they'll just jump in, and you know, whereas you're kind of more like respectful, and so sometimes like people talk over you, or I feel like you don't get to fully. Whereas, yeah, like like if it's like a more like set discussion, then you know, perhaps you would bless us with more of your wisdom and knowledge.
Now I know more about Jerry. Now I understand why he's so laid back, actually. He's just in the background there, just slapping his strings.
That's all. That's all I do. I just slap my
That's right.
string.
Yeah.
You come in with the katana, you just say one or two sentences and just destroy the room, and then just go back on mute.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I don't need to, you know, say the same thing over and over again. I feel like if it's a good point, you could say it in one or two sentences, and that's it.
I'd say Jerry is in a good position, though.
And what position is that?
Just hard solipsism.
Aren't we all?
Yep, I guess so.
That's what you go with? That's what you're I mean, that's like the last thing on the list I would ever attribute to Jerry. Is that really, that's the first thing for you, Mailman?
Well, Jerry, can you make a claim that you can back up?
Well, that's the thing. It's like each person's evidence is their own. And I feel like when you try to, you know, convince someone, look, Earth is flat. I'm telling you, look at this, look at that, look at that. And they just sit back and go, I don't really believe you. It's fucking bullshit, man. It's frustrating.
There we go. Can't prove anything. Don't make any claims. Simple.
Just like, if it's for like the sport of it, all right, I understand why someone would want to do that, but I'm just not interested in that. I have my reasons, and that's it.
For sport, I think, mostly. Because I think it's just like religious discussions or any debates. Nothing that is said on Discord will prove anything ever, anywhere.
Well, to prove something, you need to have a prior framework that allows proof to be possible. Usually, that prior framework is given to the person, and either they accept it or reject it on faith. Usually, the prior framework takes the form of a just so story, a generalized collection of theory or facts that's put into a coherent enough narrative to offer the possibility of further proof from that point on. So that tends to defeat solipsism. The way that people's frameworks that they use to interpret evidence or proof are usually given to them by story, faith, or whatever from some other source other than themselves.
I guess if we don't agree on that background, then we're still on an impasse. We can't get past it.
Well, take how you interpret, where those presents came on Christmas Day that appeared under the tree. You're told some sort of story about Saint Nicholas going around giving people presents. And that gives you the framework by which to say, oh, Santa left those gifts and cookies under the tree or something. Usually, those frameworks by which you interpret evidence, like the presents under the tree and who put them there, are usually from some sort of prior framework that's given to you that helps you interpret the evidence. The question is whether you accept that framework or reject it.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a framework that Jerry accepts.
How about the just so heliocentric narrative? This brave struggle against religious backwardism, where science was vindicated and gave us the true vision of what the world actually is. How about that just so story and that just so framework to interpret the evidence?
I think that's not a background. I think are you talking about like a metaphysical background for facts and things, knowledge?
Yes.
And then I think the shape of the earth has nothing to do with it, because people who believe in Christian God also can believe the earth is flat or a globe. So
They appear to be cucked to scientism as well. They're under this illusion that science, so called, is giving us an objective, factual view of the world outside of superstition and bias. This doesn't appear to be the case, and it appears that this hated Christian narrative, with its flatness, its firmament, and its geocentricity, was more correct than people could have ever imagined. It appears that we've been indoctrinated with the wrong narrative, the wrong framework, and the wrong way to interpret the evidence.
well, there we go. Christianity is subjective, and all the religions are subjective. So there is no frame for metaphysical frame where we can agree on.
Christianity or not, people have a framework that they bring to the table, spoken or unspoken, by which they interpret evidence. The best you can do is admit what, if anything, the framework is, and go from there so we can compare one framework to another for consistency, or what consistency it allows us to think with, or whatever.
I think there's a difference. I mean, if I say there's an apple tree and we both stand next to it, whether there's a God or not, there's an apple tree. So I don't think it's necessary.
Well, the question begged is what made the apple tree?
I'm
Naturalistic
not making.
processes and or some sort of deity.
But we're not making any claims about where the apple tree came from. We're just saying that it exists right now.
The claims are explicit when it comes to the shape of the earth. If I'm the type of person who is not comfortable with anything that smacks of special creation, then a flat earth covered by some sort of solid sky firmament will be very unappealing to me.
Sorry, what if you who?
If I tend to be anti-creation,
Okay.
atheistic,
Yeah.
or
I sort of,
materialistic in my focus.
I would sort of agree if the laws of nature are that they would be in heliocentric model, but if there's an unknown natural law that causes the Earth to be a flat, then I guess that can be flat just naturally, but I haven't seen any evidence of that.
I would have no need for a natural law that makes things flat. Since I'm comfortable with creation, God could use a natural law over here and a natural law over here or not. I think the only time that you would appeal to natural laws is when you want some sort of non creative universal principle, a cosmological principle to help wrap everything up and take care of uncomfortable questions like what did or did not create it. I don't feel the need for any sort of unifying cosmological principle of flatness. The people that are much more materialistic and atheistic in their bent would have to have that, but not me.
Well, if it exists as like I think you still need the laws of nature because something is causing things to fall, and something is causing this plane to be this plane. And I mean, there is a cause for physics, like physical laws will happen.
Unless I made the laws, I would be guessing. I could appeal to
Yeah, you
some
can
sort
deduce.
of unseen force, but unless I made the force, it would still be a high degree of speculation anyway.
Yeah, but you can deduce those from nature, right? Like magnetism, electricity.
As long as it's consistent, as far as I can tell, gravity can be broken, modified, and shifted. It doesn't appear to be a
Oh,
thing in and of itself. It appears to be much more easily explained with other frameworks like electromagnetism. And I'd say electromagnetism over a flat, motionless surface.
but you can also break down electromagnetism and show that it doesn't do that. Hello? Did I cut off? Hello?
No, you're there, man.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna get some coffee.
Did Lemon just disappear?
Lemon will come in like the wind, drop some knowledge and truth bombs, and then sometimes he's vanishes. Yeah, it is kind of interesting to think about how with heliocentrism, like they call it the Copernican revolution. So the idea that, you know, for all these thousands of years before the, you know, they figured it out, the Earth actually was a globe the whole time, but people just didn't know it. And then they came along and just blew our minds with this huge truth or whatever. It's interesting they've been able to kind of pull that over on people and convince them that it really was this sort of new insight into what the universe was or whatever. But my viewpoint, it's not that at all. It's just a complete kind of deceptive model, not even based in reality, but somehow they convince people that it was a breakthrough.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, Gio.
I was just thinking how that kind of plays into the like authority position that they kind of claim to have. You know, it's like this, oh, the Copernican revolution and this huge insight that the Earth was a globe. And oh my gosh, you know, we discovered this new thing about the universe. And, you know, there's outer space and, you know, we're probing and we're going to the moon and we're, you know, finding all these new exoplanets. I mean, that is a pretty like exciting type story. I mean, if that really was the case, like I understand why it captivates people. Like, oh my gosh, there's a whole universe out there. To get people kind of into that. And then that kind of, by nature of what it is, it kind of puts them in this authority position. Like, oh my gosh, they figured this out. And then NASA all of a sudden becomes like the pinnacle of it because, oh my gosh, they're launching rockets up there and probing and going to the moon and all that stuff. So it's like kind of solidifies the position of authority that they're looking to get out of this whole agenda that they're doing. And once they've kind of done that, I think that's why people perhaps even put more of their trust or authority in it, because they think that these guys discovered this incredible, universe and outer space. And so then everything else, like, trust the science and all that stuff starts to come in, where you get this kind of authority that, is smarter or better than everyone else for figuring it out, kind of thing.
Maybe it was a time when people stopped like believing in the priests or going off what the priest was saying, and they needed the priest needed a new angle, a new kind of power move.
That's interesting as well, to see it in light of like the church. Yeah. And wow, that's interesting too. Yeah. That perhaps they were like losing control or not able to get as much control as they wanted. So they kind of replace it with this like heliocentric religion. Is that kind of what you mean?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Like, I don't know what the dynamic was back then between, the priests, and they were kind of the gatekeepers of knowledge, weren't they, for a time? And then, yeah, if they felt it was slipping their control, then they had to maneuver into a new way of keeping the power.
Yeah. That is interesting, because they always talk about that split between, science and religion, and they used to be one, and then they got split and, sort of separated. And then people were kind of thought to think that science is the real kind of provable thing, and then religion was kind of separated from that. So that's interesting how what you just said right there. Yeah. Like,
yeah, I just sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, it's just something I just thought of the last couple of days, and you talking about it just then, sparked it again. That kind of thought.
Yeah, because if like science and spirituality were actually one, meaning that like the nature of the world was connected to who we are spiritually and vice versa. I mean, of course, there's like things that are more physical, things that are more sort of ethereal, or spirit, in that sense. But yeah, the interface between those was always. When I say it's one, it doesn't mean that they were seen as the same thing. It just means that they were studied together, and there was a consideration of both, and how they, what it was all about, like the nature of the world, nature of reality, nature of who we are was connected. The physical world is connected to who we are spiritually, and where we come from, and all of that. Whereas, yeah, I could see that perhaps like if you really wanted to control people, you might be limited if those are still together. So yeah, it kind of makes sense on that level that they like bifurcated those two so that they could kind of create this like hyper materialistic science thing that was the authority, and then sort of extricate religion from that, so you can just hyperly try to control people with just that side of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like they made that the new religion, basically, in a sense, like the kind of materialism, the mechanistic, atheistic kind of worldview.
Yeah, the scientism.
Yeah, like if you had a bunch of people that were spiritual and spiritual / religious and scientific, then they're together. Whereas, yeah, I'm just tripping out thinking about that, because yeah, it's kind of another layer of it that whereas like if you separate that and then make this new thing, this like science thing, which is based on the materialism, and then you try to be the top in that field, like, oh, you're the top scientist, you got your Einstein, these kind of priests of that system, and then that's based in atheism. You kind of get people to buy into that. Now you've basically created like, you've tried to shun their, the religion part of it to some degree, and then replace it with this new kind of system, which not to say that everybody's captivated by it, but I mean, pretty much that's what we're living in, this kind of paradigm of this mechanistic, materialistic, like disenchanted worldview. And by disenchanted, meaning it doesn't have the like enchantment of spirituality and religion. It's disenchanted and made into this mechanistic thing, which is like more isolating and then connect that with atheism. Wow, you've got a whole new kind of way to, I don't know what the right word is, captivate people's minds or capture their minds or kind of get them to buy into to such a degree that that is their reality.
Yeah, something that really interests me is you know, we can never know the why do they lie kind of thing, but trying to work out what they kind of gain from power, or what the reason is to have that power is something you can look into, or just how they did it, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's hard to know why, but we can sort of see the results of it. I would imagine the results of what, you know, the results of it are connected to the why. I would think.
Yeah, because when people come into the servers and they're new to flat Earth, they ask why did they lie, and most flat earthers will say, you know, you can't put your mind in the mind of a psychopath. We'll never know. But it's not like individual, is it? It's like groups of people or a group of people. So it is the possibility of learning the why. But like you said, yeah, you find out the why from the result of it all, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I would go as far as to say that like the entire kind of modern world, the way that it's set up and the way that it's running and the sort of level of injustices and corruption, I don't think a lot of it would have even been possible without the globe kind of model, like heliocentrism and creating the insignificant speck on an insignificant, you know, ball of dust kind of thing, kind of it sets like the foundation for a lot of the isolation and the way the modern world is really kind of, it's not all anti-human necessarily, but there's a lot of parts of it that are so like mechanistically set up that they don't seem to have like a inspiration of like, you know, human compassion built into them. It's more of like this isolating. Yeah, it's just interesting the way that that's been set up. You know, just all like the marketing and advertising and toxins in the food and all this like synthetic food and all that stuff. Like, takes a lot of isolation for people to even kind of go along with any of that. And the separation from nature too.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, that's a huge one. I think just you don't need to go outside. There's horrible bugs and shit out there. You know, you're gonna get ill, whatever.
Yeah, the sun is gonna give you cancer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a huge one, isn't it?
Meanwhile, it's the chemicals. I mean, what's wild about that is that I think what they do, there's certain chemicals that are in foods that store in the skin, like toxins, and then cancer will grow with UV light. So it's like the sun itself doesn't cause cancer at all, but I mean the sun can burn your skin, but it doesn't cause cancer. But ironically, it's the actual. But there is a such thing as like melanoma. Like there are cancers that do seem to be correlated with the sun, but yeah, I think those are actual chemicals, especially pesticides, that will store in the skin and then they get activated by the sunlight, and then the cancer can happen from that.
Yeah, the sun could just be an accelerant to the problem, you know, to something that's already in there.
Right, yeah, but then they've convinced everyone that it's the sun doing it. Yeah, it's kind of dark. Like the actual chemical that they're poisoning people with that was designed to do that, it is the actual reason it's happening, but they're just saying, oh, be afraid of the sun, be afraid of nature, you know, put more chemicals on your body to protect you from it. There's actually a lot of chemicals in a lot of the mainstream sunscreens that cause cancer too. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, I believe that. I haven't used that for a long time. That stuff. Never used on my kids either.
I mean, it's like if you're like in an area like in somewhere where it's very strong sun, and then you're using sunscreen every day, and then you for years, and then it's. But anyways, I didn't mean to just sidetrack it into that, but it's just just that. Well, yeah, I think like that the disenchanted, like it's like this Newtonian Cartesian paradigm, this worldview, like Newton and Descartes, and the kind of isolation of that linked with that mechanistic disenchanted paradigm then comes along with seems like this whole cluster of energy where they poison nature, but then they kind of create this separation between humans and nature as well. It's like they pollute it and somehow goes along with that we should be at odds with it instead of being in harmony with it.
Yeah, I also think that, we have these kind of, like, it seems like people are getting wise to it and like trying to get back into nature and stuff. But then I reckon they kind of, what's the word, infiltrate that kind of movement. And then it becomes just being another like upper middle class trend that's on Pinterest. And then that naturally makes most people hate it. Like get back to nature, buy a Volkswagen T5 and go camping with your family and spend time outdoors. And it just becomes something that's inaccessible to a lot of people and just seems, almost like a yuppie kind of thing, possibly. I don't know.
Oh, right. Yeah. The whole like green movement or hippie movement, as if that's something like unnatural or even like to be ridiculed. The idea that you're like a tree hugger.
Yeah.
Like people are like, oh, organic food. What a joke. It's like, really? We just want food that doesn't have pesticides spread all over it. And then we're supposed to be the weird ones. I mean, I grew up with some of that ridicule because I've always been into organic food and stuff. Even like some of my, people in my families or whatever. It's like, well, I mean, especially when I was younger, and it's like almost like teasing me or ridiculing me because I'm into healthy organic food instead of that.
Are they like natural pesticides?
Well, I mean, some of them are just, they're like, what do you mean? Well, they're like, I guess, quote unquote.
Like if you was a farmer and you didn't want to use chemicals, how would you stop mice and locusts and shit like that from devouring your crops?
Oh, you're saying what would my solutions be for that? Okay, I thought you were asking if they like pesticides or something because they,
No.
I thought like if
I wasn't clear.
Well, just to, I guess, kind of what I thought you said, just to answer that, and then I can try to, because that's a little bit of a different thing of how to do. But I was just saying, like, I'm saying some people, it seems, have like the kind of quote unquote mainstream mindset to where the pesticides are normal or supposed to be, they're normal in their minds. You eat normal food, quote unquote, and then somebody who's like, not choosing to eat that and only wants to eat organic food is then seen as weird and someone to ridicule. Because the chemicals are the norm, but
I don't know about all that. But yeah, and now if you was a farmer, how would you do it?
Well, first of all, okay, so if you have a natural ecosystem, you can grow all kinds of food in it, and it will be in balance with itself, and you won't have any problems with pests. Some pests you can just let eat some of the food. Like if a worm wants to eat some of the leaf or whatever, that's fine. And if you want to set that leaf aside and not eat it, you can do that. But there's some things that are fine just to consume part of it. There's that. And then
yeah, but I was very specific on the type of pests. I don't think there's ever an issue with worms. Farmers encourage worms to be within their soil because they help keep the soil fertile. But what about pests like locusts, mice, which become hard to control and quickly overpopulate?
Well, what I was going to go at,
stop them?
Because that's definitely a huge, deep topic. And there's a lot on that. I would say, first of all, when you have a natural ecosystem that you haven't disrupted and then you grow plants in that, then it's natural. So what I was first going to say is that when you clear out, like you cut down the forest and then you clear out all of the ecosystem and just get it down to raw dirt, and then you start monocropping on that dirt, you now have imbalanced the system to such a severe level that you have quote unquote pests that become problems. So the first thing is to not monocrop, because monocropping scars the land, damages the ecosystem, lowers the mineral content in the soil, which is there's a whole bunch of things that happen once you do that, which is a problem to begin with.
I'm so sorry, Gio. What is monocropping? Is that just normal cropping, or what is it?
Well, that's when you take,
Never
like,
heard that word
you clear out a huge area of land, let's say 10 acres or whatever it is, 100 acres.
Oh,
and you plant one species in a row over and over and over.
Okay, so you don't like rotate the type of crops you're growing. You're just growing potatoes.
I mean, the strict term of
Type of
monocropping,
thing?
because it's mono, yeah, it would be one. Like if you just have 100 acres of corn, that would be a monocrop setup, yeah.
Okay.
Where you have one.
Yeah, sorry.
So now you don't have diversity, you don't have balance, you don't have what you need in the ecosystem. So that's kind of the first problem. However, even if you do that, yes, there are natural ways to deflect certain pests that are not, as toxic. Let's say, like there's a difference between organic fertilizers and synthetic fertilizers, and there's
But now, Gio, are you saying that pests like rats and locusts, they only spring about because of some imbalance we've created in nature? It's our fault. They like this monocropping is what attracts them, or what are you?
I'd say mass market farming has created the problems. When you keep it small and local, I think the problem isn't as bad.
So how about like in ancient times, local farmers that would just have their little piece of land along a river or a lake, and even that would be ravaged by these pests.
Well, there's so many layers and levels to this that it would take a lot to unpack it all, because what I was saying originally is that when you scar the land and you clear out the natural forests and ecosystems, you're now killing the insects and the snakes and frogs and all these different creatures that keep everything in balance. You're now ripping all that away. So now you have an imbalance to begin with. So now you're starting with that imbalance. Then even on top of that, I think there's certain creatures and habits that start to become chronic because of that. So now you end up with like such an extreme imbalance. So yeah, that's a huge part of it. That's kind of at the root of it, is the imbalance.
But what creates this imbalance? Is it us monocropping?
Well, when you strip out,
is it our fault?
Yeah. Well, for example, when you strip out yes, it is. When you strip out and it's like there's like certain genetically modified plants that certain insects that are also modified will feast off of. So it even goes deeper, like in terms of the kind of conspiracy, as it were, around agricultural conspiracy. They've actually created genetically modified plants, and they've created genetically modified bacterias and molds and funguses and insects, which then feed off of that. So then you end up with a very freak situation. And then they make the pesticides to get rid of the pests that they've created purposefully. So it actually goes really deep when it gets down to what they've actually done in terms of the quote unquote problematic pests. It's all unnatural. So there's all those layers happening as well.
Mm-hmm.
But even with that being said, like, for example, even in today's world, there is such thing as organic farming, of course. I mean, virtually every grocery store has an organic section. So you can get, celery and lettuce and tomatoes and apples. And, so yes, there are more natural ways to do it. It's generally a bit more expensive. But there are definitely more natural ways to do it. And it's less profitable. So obviously they've tried to make it as small of a market as possible while they're monocropping and doing these, huge farm operations that are out of balance. But yeah, there are of course more natural ways to do it that at least don't involve the extremely toxic pesticides that are used on most of sort of conventional food.
Man, this is the topic I wish was brought up more, because I love this topic. But yeah, you're right. Like, I mean, to feed millions of people, you need to clear a lot of land, and I mean, what was there before, like forest and prairies, is now devoted completely to farming. And a lot of the farms we have aren't even for like human consumption, it's to feed animals. So, I mean, yeah, it's gotten crazy. So I'm glad you're touching on that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm with you too. Like, I'm very passionate about this topic. I'm just fascinated and passionate about it because kind of just connected to like the earth itself and the imbalances. And yeah, I agree with you. It's like the grasslands and the prairies have essentially been scarred in very deep ways. Oh, another thing I was going to mention, yeah, because Nate, you were asking about that. Another thing is that when you scar the land like that, when you strip away like the plants and the animals and all of the natural landscapes, you end up with water problems. There's actually been very interesting research done around that when you remove the wild game, specifically like your deer and moose and elk and all this like wild game off of a region of land, you start to get droughts. So there's literally a way in which, and this could get into like the concept of the ether and the connectedness. But when you start to remove those animals who are eating the grass, and when they eat the grass, there's like some connection with the ether that the grass requires more water. And so it's like communicating, bring water, because I've been a little bit's been eaten, which is a good thing. And then as the animal, like the deer or whatever it may be that's eating that stuff, eats it, it's pooping it back into the soil. So you're getting this great mineralization in the soil from that as well. So there's like this interconnectedness. And when they strip those animals off the land, like to get rid of all the elk and deer and whatnot, and create these farms, then it creates drought problems. So now it's not raining correctly. So now there's drought, and then they have to bring in more water in order to water their monocrop plants. And then, like Cyber just said, then you have these like monocrop feeds for the animals. So now you're growing corn and wheat and soy, which are very toxic for animals, and they're toxic for humans. So now you're growing all that on monocrop land that's damaged and you're having droughts on, to then feed these factory farmed animals that are just being force fed all of these unnatural feeds that don't have the minerals in them. So it's just like a multi-level problem. Yeah, it's many layers deep.
Yeah, I mean, but like the problem is they couldn't feed the population like they do unless they did it this way. Because I mean, if they did it ethically, and if they let the land heal itself, and they let like we used to farm back in the 1700s, to where it took a lot longer, but it was sustainable. But now it's not. It's just, I mean, they're just relying on endless amounts of pesticides and chemicals, and bringing in more topsoil and fertilizer. And I mean, California is running on empty right now. I mean, it's not looking good at all. So I don't know. Something's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the idea of like rebuilding the grasslands and rebuilding the land, which is going to take who knows how many decades or centuries to kind of get it back in a healthy state. But I mean, I think organic farming is a good start, but even that can still be problematic in some ways. So yeah, it's going to take a lot. I mean, and all the damage that's been done. But like that concept would be amazing to try to actually rebuild it. I mean, I have heard of farms like that doing that. Like I know of a farm in Wisconsin that's actually pretty big now. They raise like bison and well, technically buffalo, because there's actually a difference between bison and buffalo. But yeah, they have buffalo and other animals there. And like it used to be like a GMO cornfields basically, and they kind of like, you know, got rid of all the corn, and you know, they're trying to kind of rebuild the land. Unfortunately, it takes a while to do, but they're trying to, you know, have grass-fed animals on there that are recycling, you know, all the minerals in the soil, and kind of trying to get it more back in balance, because you can still have like, as long as you're not like monocropping like that, like if the animals are at least like eating the natural grasses, like especially like a buffalo that's meant to do that, yeah, you can definitely start to get it rebuilt once you get some of that stuff back in balance. Get the grass back growing, the animals eating it, the pooping, putting the minerals back in the soil, the natural fertilizer. I mean, that's what fertilizer is. It's animal dung. So when you just have the animals there, it's a beautiful cycle where they eat it, they ferment it, and create more bacteria for the soils. It's like a love relationship. Like they're actually helping the ecosystem to thrive and for the minerals to be recycled and all that good stuff. So yeah, once you kind of get that back going again, then the whole thing can start to get back to balance. You get more of the natural balance of pests and rodents and things instead of the imbalance levels of that.
I think what the government needs to do is incentivize small farmers to where people would move out of the cities and they would start their own little farms. And I think the government needs to start that, because I mean, all they're doing is just pouring the money into the big farms, and I don't think it's working out too well in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, they've been systematically going after farmers like crazy, like Monsanto trying to, I mean, they create their genetically modified seeds, and then they have farms that are next to other people's farms, and if their genetically modified seed blows onto another farmer's land, and they sue them for copyright infringement, and then they end up suing them for such a huge amount of money that the farmers have to sell their property, and then they come in and buy it up. I mean, it's just like straight up evil.
Yeah, that's out of control. I mean, it should not have ever happened.
What they plan to do, it seems like, is to play philanthropist. Once they seized all of the land that there is to regrow and start feeding people again, with their, you know, GMO crops that are, you know, just processed in exactly the way they want to keep the control of everything. But they're going to make it seem like, you know, it's all this green movement, 2030, you know, save the planet type thing. But it's after all the dominance has occurred from what we're going through. And then Bill Gates will seem like, to the people that always bought his lines, you know, with all the farmland he owns, that he's feeding the world now. So they want everybody to lose their land, move into the cities, and then just make it seem like that was all. Even if you saw the conspiracy, that it was all about saving the planet.
Yeah.
But I was listening back. I guess I was behind a little bit, and I was going to chime in on what you were saying about the new religion. You know, that's something I always like to talk about. Yeah, because it's totally what they've done, the way they've done it, and they've made it so that you have to believe it. You know, there's no way to prove that you live on a globe, but intentionally so. You know, because then they know that what you believe is what they told you to believe, not something you can prove to yourself.
Whoa.
If it was just common sense, then they wouldn't know that they control your mind.
That reminds me of that when George Carlin, when he said, "The American dream," because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Right? He's got a couple good lines that we keep repeating. It's a big club, and we're not in it.
But yeah, that whole connection, like you were saying, to the global warming, climate change thing. Yeah, that's another huge, like you know, oof. That's a whole part of the split from nature and the manipulation through it. And yeah, it's deeply connected with all that. Yeah, trying to convince people that what they're doing to actually poison the planet and throw it out of balance is actually saving it, and that there's even a planet to even save in the first place. That Elon Musk is going to take us to farm potatoes on Mars. It's just like, wow, it's so far from.
It's so baked in.
Yeah, then actually getting back to just that nature is actually a free energy machine, and you know that it can be in balance. Yeah, it's really. And then they're trying to blame us, as it were, for causing it. Oh, by the way, you're the cause of this too. So it's your fault.
Yeah, the carbon footprint totally replaces their original sin. Just from being born, you're a sinner because you're leaving a carbon footprint.
You're a sinner to this made up globe that doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Oh, you're hurting our made up fake model. God damn you. Stop.
Right.
Wow. That is
so essential. They recently I've heard talk of that they banned climate change denial comments on, I think, Twitter or somewhere. That's the new target. Wow. Anybody that's denying climate change.
I heard people talking too that, like, not that this may fully happen, I don't know, but the idea that they might do lockdowns in the future for climate change.
Yep. Or that they might make us wear helmets for asteroids.
Oh man. That's funny. Look out.
Well, if they get the helmets and the masks, you know, and body armor, you're gonna be a robot.
Hey, Gio, I linked you to this article because I've been wondering about deserts for a while. Like, are they natural, or is it because of abuse of the land? And a lot of farmland has turned to desert, actually. And that's what they were saying about the Sahara Desert, is it used to be big grasslands where there was animals and everything, but it's turned to desert. So, I mean, I'm sort of conflicted on this whole climate change, global warming, because it's like no one's talking about the real issue is, you know, what we're doing to our own land base is suicidal. And I mean, I'm a truck driver. I drive coast to coast, and I get to see all the different biomes, from grasslands to forests to, I mean, and there's a lot of desert, a lot of desert. I mean, that is useless. You can't do anything with it. I mean, if you bring in water, you're diverting it from other areas, and I mean, there's just like a lot of farmland that is turning to desert. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about it, or but like, yeah, I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention, see what y'all have to say.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point, and I agree. I mean, I was just reading the first. I haven't even opened the link yet, but the first thing says changes in the natural grazing sequence are leading to cascading failure of the ecosystem processes. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, the natural grazing sequence, which comes from the game animals and the animals, grazing off the land. Yeah, my understanding of it is that when you pull the animals off that graze off the land, or you disrupt that cycle, then it doesn't rain like it should. Like it's like there's some interconnection between the animals and the grazing process and them consuming the grasses off the land, and then that whole process occurring, that when you change that, then it's almost like it doesn't activate the ether in order to bring rain. So then you end up with droughts, and then you end up with deserts. So
Well, yeah, and most of the land that I see these big herds of livestock grazing, you don't see a tree anywhere. There's no trees, and like the grass is pretty much down to the dirt. So, I mean, it turns to mud eventually, and then and then it's useless for livestock once the grass is gone. So, yeah, it's kind of sad.
yeah, but that idea you said that like the Sahara, like certain areas in Africa used to just be like, but the idea of ancient Egypt, that it was some huge like desert, that the kind of story that we're told. But I mean, but there's also the idea that actually it was like rich, grasslands and forests, and that it wasn't like that at all.
Yeah.
Like the idea that they had those pyramids just amongst a bunch of like, sand and desert. I don't think that's the case. I think they used to be in all kinds of, rich green lands.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'll have to do more research on this, but it's like, I mean, I think some like small deserts were natural, but I think we've turned the desert into something that is in a lot of places it shouldn't be.
Right, like there still would have been some level of like a drier area and whatnot. So yeah, I know what you mean. Like it would have its own kind of like certain parts, like like in like the Caribbean or Central America. I mean, yeah, there are places that lend itself to that kind of environment more so. But what's interesting, I mean, the word desert, it's like the idea of like deserted. It's like abandoned. It's like there, the word. It's interesting how it's kind of connected to the word deserted. Like it's all the plants have left or they've been destroyed. I mean, not all of them. I mean, even like in Arizona and different parts, there's obviously still plants, but it's very different. Well, there's also a difference between like in areas of Arizona that are still actually somewhat green and still have some of that, versus other areas that are just really stripped out. Yeah, this looks like a good article. Yeah, thanks for posting this. I'm going to check this out. Oh wow, yeah, this is going into good detail. Talking about, I'm just kind of perusing it, but the animals that kind of trample down the previous grasses, which then compacts the soil for germination. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here.
Yeah, like I mean, I've seen myself as an environmentalist for a while, and it really annoys me that the government like pays lip service to like, you know, changing, but all they do is like they just want to talk about climate change or global warming and like lowering emissions. But I mean, that's all like a big scam. It's just like, but they don't want to talk about actually improving the way, you know, they run business and they uh yeah, just how the farming works, how businesses to make it where it's not destroying what we live on. But I mean, if it's all about money, then you gotta, I guess you gotta make the money while you can.
Yeah, the tricky thing is when you bring money in with growing food, it gets tricky because now you can cut corners to make more money. So it's kind of a, the more you cut corners, the more you reduce your costs, the more money you're making. So now it's a business. So your first thing on your list is not to actually have the ecosystem be in a good condition, is to make money. So yeah, it kind of turns a whole potential to just factory farm this stuff, and then that's unfortunately at the detriment of our health and the ecosystem both.
Yeah. And I mean, I understand like all this stuff that we, especially with food, like a lot of the food that we take for granted. Like, I mean, if if it was farmed like sustainably or at least more ethically, like there would not be near as much of it, and it'd be more expensive. So uh, it's quite a pickle we're in.
Yeah, like the quote unquote agricultural revolution was also an agricultural devolution. Or like that's what it really was in my mind. It's like devolving. And the Copernican revolution was not a revolution at all either. It's like it's all backwards.
Yeah, exactly, man. I'm studying that whole thing. I'm reading uh there's this book about it, and man, it's really interesting that whole what happened that totally turned uh the science community into like this cult about the globe and space and everything. And yeah, it hasn't been the same since.
Yeah, the shape of the earth is a big one. It's just huge in terms of like a truth, as it were. in today's world. There's so many facets to it, and the interconnectedness of it all, and what it represents, like psychologically, spiritually, and yeah, it's a big one for sure. Like even with the farming thing we're talking about, do you think they could have convinced people to be okay with like scarring and destroying the land if they didn't convince them that they were on a globe? And that they're kind of isolated from nature? Like I just wonder if that, like I mean I guess I can't speak for everyone, but I've never heard of someone that comes to the realization that the earth isn't a globe that thinks that factory farming is a good idea. But some globe earthers will support it, and they'll actually say they think what Monsanto is doing is good. And they'll even say GMO foods are good, are a good thing. It's wild.
Well, there's a lot of people in the environmentalist community that are like super dead set against factory farming, and there's a lot of them that are vegans that are vehemently against how they treat animals. But
that's true.
It's I mean, I guess a lot of them just kind of, well, I mean, you do what you can, but most people, at the end of the day, they're not going to give up their hamburger and French fries, until it gets so expensive that they have to. So, yeah. So you're saying like, flat earthers are like, they're against it as well?
Well, these are all kind of big generalizations, and obviously there's a lot of, kind of gray areas and specifics within this. I mean, what I was kind of trying to like say is that I think factory farming seems to go along with the globe mentality, the kind of isolated evolution. Like that goes along with that. But then, yeah, but like you're saying, though, there are a lot of, let's say, people that still believe in the globe, but they actually do want, for the environment to not be poisoned and for it to be in balance, even though they're still believing the globe. So it's kind of like, both of them exist in that way. But I'm trying to think of anyone that would be, come to the conclusion that the earth isn't a globe, sort of a flatter situation, that they would actually be in support of factory farming. Like, I don't think I've come across anyone that carries those two, at least not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah. And that's good.
It's almost like maybe the energy that drives the factory farming concept is more of a sort of isolated from nature, control and dominate nature, perhaps atheistic. Well, we just need to control it. We can just dominate nature, and yeah, we'll grow these monocrops and we'll do it cheap and we'll spray it with pesticides that we've created to control the environment, rather than kind of generally people coming from a more flat earth perspective would kind of, it's like this is a created realm. So why would you damage it, or why would you try to take it out of balance? What you would want to have it sort of more in harmony with the larger system, it seems, in general. Of course, I mean, I can't speak for everyone individually, but it just seems in general that there's more of a kind of a baseline for things to be in harmony, since it's like, we're here, we're in it, so might as well have it in a good place to be. Might as well make it in balance and not poisoned. Why would you poison your own world?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's that's the whole story with like big super cities is you do lose that connection. I mean, people still like have like little gardens and stuff or uh like flower beds and but like they've lost connection with like animals and with growing plants. Um and I've gone to organic farms and volunteered. It's called woofing, and uh, I mean that was really nice. I got to uh, I fed a bunch of these. I fed a bunch of pigs, and I would get out and they did not use pesticides, so I would get out early in the morning and by hand I would kill these bugs that were on these plants. Um, and like it really was. Uh, I've never gotten that involved with like the actual farming process of protecting the plants. And I did some planting and I did some harvesting as well. So, uh, and when I retire, I plan on like having my own little farm, like 4 or 5 acres that I can farm myself. Uh, but yeah, it's cool learning about farming and all of that. I mean, it's like what my ancestors were into. Because I mean, like back when the settlers came here, everybody was a farmer pretty much. It's like almost nobody is.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I mean, I think being in harmony with the land is it's like nourishing and enriching on multiple levels. Like having your food come from the land that you're on, like that's even there's something about that that's just really awesome. Sort of like in a way when the food is not grown and on the land you're living, in a way you're separated from it or even isolated from it on some like energetic level. Like having some, cheese that was shipped from, France or whatever and someone lives in the United States, it's like it is pretty disconnected. We just don't need to be shipping food like this all over the world. It's really a waste of resources. And there has been a big movement towards more green, local, organic. I mean, that has been, especially the local thing. I mean, that seems like that's been worked on quite a bit over the last 20 years or so. Although it's still not what like most people are eating, but at least there's a lot more options. But I come from the perspective that with the right use of land and the right way of doing it, you can easily feed as many people as you need to within a certain area, whether it's a town or a city or whatever it may be. Of course, a city is, I mean, you can't grow all the food necessarily in the city. I mean, that would be pretty hard, but because that's kind of excessively isolated when it's just like all concrete. But you could still grow the food in the regions around the city. And I just don't think there's any need for factory farming ultimately. I mean, I think that if you just use the land correctly and you can grow all the food you need in your area, or can be grown without the need for these huge monocrop farms that then ship the food all over the place.